That's all I wanted to say, dude.
So then you think it's like
not yet.
So you don't. So okay, fine. You can't give me a map, but
No.
there is still an edge. No.
I wouldn't know. You've only got two choices. All right, it's either finite, which means it goes on forever in time and space, or it's infinite and stops somewhere in time and space.
What? No,
you flip those,
you got those mixed up. I'm pretty sure finite is where it stops somewhere, and infinite is where it doesn't stop somewhere.
I gave you two choices. Infinite has no edge, continues in time and space.
Yes, that's correct.
Finite, stops somewhere in time and space. You got those two choices.
Usually that was correct. Yeah, typically like an edge of something will have something, a differentiating factor, whether it be like a change in elevation, a change in substance, a change in color. You could say, well, listen, here's the edge of the rainbow where it changes from this color to that color. Here's the edge of the water where it meets the beach. So
in one direction, you come back to where you started. What do you even call that? Because that's what outer space cosmology says.
That's.
Back to the thing you said. How do you define an edge by? That's where something ends.
Yeah.
Okay, and then would another thing begin there, or would it end?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
We don't know.
Well, that's the true dichotomy. Yeah, if it ends and there's something different at that point than there is at the other point. So if that's the end of it, then it's different somewhere else. So it's either finite or it's infinite. That's just a true dichotomy, even with the outer space of outer space expanding.
Yeah,
right? What's it expanding into? Is it expanding into something or nothing?
But the edge of space isn't tangible. Like the thing is, right? You would never be able to reach the edge of space, could you? Would you?
I was trying to tell you
expanding at the speed of light.
Just
expanding at the speed of light.
Just imagine you can. Just imagine it.
Well, why not apply the same standards to Earth? Why not apply the same standards to Earth, right? I mean, you could say that the edge of Earth is intangible. I mean, right? Does that sound just as crazy as the edge of the universe?
How is the edge of the Earth intangible, though?
Yeah, you're asking
you suggested it, not me.
I could take a flight to the edge of the Earth.
You suggested it, not me. That was your idea.
No, I said the edge of the universe is intangible.
Yeah, no, I mentioned
that sounds crazy.
Expanding at the edge of the universe.
What you're really asking for is where is the edge of what you're asking for is where's the edge of reality, right? Like that's what you really want to know. I don't know what's at the edge of reality. I'm not sure who does.
But you won't be able to reach the edge of reality because it's expanding at the speed of light.
There you go.
Into what?
But the Earth isn't expanding at the speed of light, is it?
How do you know?
Into what? What is it?
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's at the edge of the Earth. This is a tangible thing that you can get to. It isn't expanding. So what is it?
Earth isn't an object. What if there's no embedding space?
Yo, what is it expanding into?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what is it expanding into?
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
What is it expanding into?
What, the universe? Yeah, it's expanding into nothing. Wow.
Wow. Does that
That's
make any sense? Does that make any sense, bro? Or is that just obvious bullshit just backed by maths?
Sounds like philosophy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Not science. Philosophy.
Yeah, it's 100% philosophy. Yeah, it's like Plato pretty much asked the same question.
Yeah, but like I'm asking this, right? Because
Plato's sphere.
No, can you get to the edge of the universe?
2 seconds. Isn't that Plato's sphere that you were talking about just a second ago? Plato said this. I think it's called Plato's sphere, where Plato throws a spear up into the universe and can't reach the edge of the universe because if it keeps traveling, it'll always take the universe with it. Some weird thing. I'll look up Plato's sphere. It kind of answers this question. Go on, carry on, Farms.
No, but like my thing is flat.
We don't know.
Your model is not expanding. There is a tangible edge. It is not expanding. Huh?
So
what's wrong with that? What did I just say? What's
We're
wrong
not comparing models.
You want to go there.
You don't have one model.
You don't have one.
I'm going to continue. Okay, you're trying to say something. I don't know what.
We went through this with maps, dude. We don't have a model.
Okay, so you don't have a model.
No.
Yeah, but you don't have a model either.
Well, okay, so let's fine.
Okay.
You have a reality. Okay, what about reality? What about reality?
He does have a flat Earth model.
Okay. What if we have reality? Okay, in reality, in real life. Okay, what if I bought a plane? I boarded a plane. All right. I kept going in one direction, and it had infinite fuel. Now let's ignore the how for a second. What if I did that?
In reality, okay.
In reality, if I had infinite fuel, okay.
No, but let's just ignore the how for a second. Because I know you guys are going to go, oh,
how about this in reality? What if Earth is flat?
Just repeat the question, mate. I missed it. Sorry. Just repeat the question. Sorry.
You'll be in a holding pattern.
If I was in a plane, and I had infinite fuel. I went in one direction.
Okay.
What would happen?
What altitude are you flying at?
Well, I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But I'd say I don't know. 30,000
you will
feet.
be flying at you will be flying at a certain altitude above sea level, mate.
Yeah, so let's say 30,000 feet.
Yeah, so that will be a constant altitude above a level reference plane, mate, not a curved reference plane.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's
you are flying across a horizontal flat Earth, mate.
Mm-hmm. And what happens once I reach the edge?
Well, you don't have an edge, mate. You will be flying across a flat plane for the elevation,
which has an edge.
Sea level.
One deck, he's not going to go with this because he wants us to tell him what's at a place we've never been.
Yeah. Do you mean when he says edge? Does he mean the sphere edge that he believes in?
No. I'm talking about your edge.
We don't have an edge, mate. You have an edge called the horizon that was debunked in 2020. Black Swan.
Oh my god. No, I was talking about you have an edge. It's a plane. So either the plane expands infinitely, or it ends somewhere.
Your horizon is the edge that boats fall over. That we debunked in 2020.
This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you said edge. You've got the edge in your Earth curve calculator, which is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That boats fall over.
Dude, I'm not talking about boats.
Yes, you are.
I'm not talking about boats going over the horizon.
You're talking about a plane flying in a circle infinitely with your infinite gas.
No, I'm talking about a plane flying in a straight line.
Oh, now it's a straight line. It was the same direction.
It goes in one direction.
Okay, if it's
a flat plane, it's going to be one direction.
Okay,
a straight line, one direction.
Okay, listen, genius. If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Bro, what?
Sorry, yeah, what?
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No.
Okay, there you go. So imagine that you're the plane with infinite fuel running around the track. You're not going around a ball.
Okay,
no,
fine.
You're going in a circle, right?
You can leave the track, though, right?
Yeah, you can leave the track. So let's make it a straight line instead.
See you later. Good luck with that.
Yeah, not on a ball.
What kind of answer is that?
Again, I don't understand why you keep asking this question because we've already told you we can't tell you. We've not been there.
Well, yeah, but my problem is if you want me to accept your model, I want to know what's at the edge of this Earth.
I'll help you
because you know.
Okay, still trying to help you. We don't have a model, but if you want us to demonstrate something of what could be at the edge, that would be a limitation to the environment to cause gas pressure.
So you're saying what? It's going to be a limitation of the environment to cause gas pressure?
Yes.
As in
a container?
How's that? A container? Oh, right. So you think, okay, a container, right?
Volume, yeah. Set volume, V, PV, NRT.
Farms, what do you think? You think that mainstream science has these all figured out? We could probably just Google it and find out these answers, right?
Sorry, what are you asking?
You think you think mainstream has these answers for us? Couldn't we just Google it and ask the internet, like, what's at the edge of reality, and just find out?
I'm sure there's lots of different ideas on the internet.
I mean, I'm sure there's loads of.
Like, who has the answers? Is it only flat earthers, or does somebody else have the answer?
Well, I wanted to ask you guys what you thought was at the edge of your model.
I know, but now I'm thinking, like, man, they don't have the answer of what's at the edge of reality. Does somebody else have the answer, you think?
Yeah, what model?
For what model? Yeah.
It's starting to stick out to me that, like, the Earth is flat, and you guys don't have the answer for what's at the edge of reality. Who do you think has that answer?
You didn't tell me what was at the edge of reality either.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have to now look outside of the flat earthers because they don't know what's at the edge of reality. Somebody must know. Who do you think I would go to find out about the edge of reality?
Who would I go to find out what's at the edge of reality? Well, the edge of reality is only prevalent in the flat Earth model. Or you could say, oh, well, it's actually prevalent in your model as well. I know.
Okay, there's no reality in a globe Earth. There's no reality.
Well, it's not. Well, if you're saying there's an edge of reality, the only edge of reality is the the edge of the universe, right?
You said that was intangible.
Yeah, because you can't. You would never be able to. You'd never be able to know what's there because it's not a tangible thing, is it? Like.
Well, how do you know what it is if you're never going to get there?
Well, how would I know? How would I know what's it? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, it doesn't matter. Just go on.
I get your analogy, actually. I do get your analogy, but I was just going to say, surely the Earth is of a definite size. I don't see what you mean by it not having an end, I guess.
What is that size?
I told you what is that?
I don't know. Why would I know?
We just told you.
Well,
We've already told you that wherever this distance to the limitation of the environment is, could be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million miles away for all we fucking know. Could be a few thousand, could be 100,000. But we've never been there and we don't know. But if you want us to guess at what is at the limitation to our environment,
so it's just some Truman. So you think it's some sort? You think it could be a Truman Show style, like big dome?
No.
Let's make it stop.
Farms.
Is that what you think?
Farms. Why you think that these people does not believe in a globe? Because of some model or flat? They believe in some kind.
Why do I think they don't believe in a globe?
No,
okay, well, because they probably
just a second to finish. Because of some kind of model they believed, or because of some other things they calling themselves flat earthers.
Why do I? Okay, I think that you guys are flat earthers. I think that because, okay, you probably saw, something on YouTube or something.
Horizon.
No, that's wrong.
No. Okay, no. Hold on.
Okay, wait.
Well, I mean,
just a second. Give me just a second. Are you guessing now, or you know their position?
Well, okay, I know that the flat Earth movement has only really risen in the last 10 years
you know what?
with the rise of the internet.
Okay, great.
That's what I know.
Okay, great. If you know, that means that you know the main things why they are flat earthers. What is the main point? Because they are saying that they are flat earthers.
Well, you're asking me what their main point is. Main, like, what the?
Yeah.
Why
like,
okay. I don't know, because I'm not one. I don't know what what your main what your turning point was. I don't know that. I don't know.
That means that you're guessing all the time. You didn't ask these people.
Do you want me to ask every single individual person what made them turn?
No, I know for sure that it's the same thing. The most important thing, it's the same for everyone here.
Oh, what is it then?
Yeah, do you want to know?
Yeah, tell me.
There is no measurable curvature in reality. It's measured flat, the surface.
Okay,
correct.
So the thing that so it's just curvature.
It's not just curvature; it is curvature because sphere has a curvature.
Oh yeah, but then right. So then you accept this model, fine.
Okay.
But then there's a bunch of other questions that come up. So that's why.
Can I ask you another question? If there is no curvature, what then?
If there's no curvature, then it's flat.
That's it. What we are saying.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying your model's flawed. There's like a bunch of things that
I'm
don't
not
make
saying
sense about
nothing. You're again repeating my model, but I didn't say model. I said to you why this flat earther does believe that Earth is flat.
All right. I mean, if you look on okay, you seem to act like there's no model, all of this stuff. What I do find interesting, is the literal
farms.
Yeah, sorry,
Is
what?
there curvature in reality?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, where?
On the Earth.
Articles.
No. How vague? Thank you.
Particles.
Hills, valleys.
Particles.
On the Earth.
Buildings.
Where the curvature is, it's on the Earth. Land curves around. That's how it goes.
Is it curving on 10 miles? How much curve is on 10 miles? On 100 miles? Is it the same? Is it different?
Yeah, right now, farms, you're saying Earth is ball because Earth is ball. That's the way it works. That's what you just said.
You asked me where the curvature is. I said the curvature is on the Earth. I didn't ask.
Could you present that to us? Because could you present that to us? Because that's what we're all waiting. We're trying to figure out if it's just in your head, or if you have some instance in reality where you have the curvature of this 59 mile radius spheroid.
Measurement evidence, pal.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I want to sort of start. I want to go off
So
and say
it's in your head. So at this point, it remains in your noggin.
No, hold on.
Yeah, the gentleman
I want to
earlier,
go off and say I didn't bring any of this up. Okay, I didn't bring any of this up. You seem to be very keen to bring it up. Fine, you want to bring it up, but I wanted to come here to say that your model's flawed. That's all I came here to say. I didn't come here to say, I can give you an exact reason for why the thing's curved, because
farms.
Right, so within this conversation we've had, we've already pointed out to you that this model that you keep giving us isn't our model. So when you say that your model is flawed, that's your model and that's a global projection and an AE map. Of course, that model is.
Where are my flat earthers?
Okay, I challenge you to give me a model.
I can't give.
They're literally all over this place. Okay, there's so many of them.
I can give you.
Hold on,
Jedi. We can give him latitude measurements, mate.
Yeah, this is the other point that I was going to bring up when you started talking about mapping the world. I did ask you in the background, and it probably went over your head, so it's not your problem because lots of people were talking. I asked you how we would start to map the world. How would we begin to measure it? Do you know?
You walk forward and you draw what you see to scale.
If we want to know our position, if we want to know our position to begin our measurements, how are we going to do that?
You don't need to know your position to begin measurements.
Yes,
you can just start. You can start mapping it.
No, you definitely do need to start with a position. You need to know where you are.
Okay, I'm going to start in Virginia. I'm going to start. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to start in Virginia.
Do you know how cartography takes place? Do you know the beginning processes for this?
I wish I did. I don't.
Okay. No problem at all. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be measuring elevation profiles. Okay? Now we're going to take those elevation profiles from mean sea level.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah. Now the way that we take elevation profiles to begin our mapping, because we want to know where we are, is by using stars in the sky. Now we use points of light of known duration through points of time. We know where they're going to be, and we map the stars, and then we begin to map the land using those stars. One of those stars that we use primarily in the north of the equator is Polaris, because we understand that every single time that we measure an angle to it, we can create circles of equal altitude around Polaris at incremental angle measurements away from Polaris. So if we say that underneath Polaris is 90 degrees, straight line down from Polaris to where it meets me in the ground position, and then the horizontal plane of the Earth, then as I keep moving backwards, I can measure an angle, and every time I measure an angle, that will be my new latitude. 60 nautical or 69 statute miles, depending on how I want to do it. The beginning processes of every single part of cartography, mapping, however you're going to call it or do it, is going to use a flat baseline to measure angles. Elevation profiles to the tops of mountains, figuring out where you are using the stars, depth profiles when you're talking about water depth, all taken from mean sea level. So to start cartography, you're going to start with flat Earth measurements.
No, that's called a tangent to a circle.
So a tangent to a circle. How would you do this? What tangent are you talking about when I'm using, say, a sextant to measure an angle to a star?
The tangent is the tangent. Okay, hold on. You're saying you look straight up and you do a straight 90-degree measurement into the sky. Yeah.
So the tangent's not curved, then, is it? It's not curved.
The tangent isn't.
If you want to start, if you want to start with, say, a star, we'll call it a Polaris that's always directly over a point. We can start there, and we'll have a 90-degree angle there, where the vertical line from the star comes down and meets the horizontal plane of the Earth. If we move south, keep looking north at Polaris. As we move away with our sextant, we can measure an angle. For every decrease in angle, 90 degrees, 89 degrees, 80 degrees, we can have 60 or 69 nautical or statute miles for each and every degree. This is the latitude system that we're going to be beginning our mapping on, because those are circles of equal altitude around a point, and we can map out from that point. This is what all projection maps do. They map out from a singular point. You can have that point in London if you want. You can have it in Virginia, like you said earlier, or you can have it underneath Polaris, which is
that's what I said. So I said you can map from any point, no?
Yeah, as long as you know your position. But when you know your position, you're going to be measuring elevation angle profiles. When you're going to be mapping out the land, you're going to be measuring angles, whether those be horizontal angles or whether they be vertical angles. You're going to be measuring angles. Angles require a horizontal baseline for you to begin your measurements from. That horizontal baseline is going to be the Earth.
Okay,
because all points are plotted on the Earth.
Do you agree that it's possible to make a map?
Yes,
just
of course.
Before you go, Jedi, it sounds like you're measuring horizontal, level, and straight and elevation profiles above sea level. You've not mentioned anything about curvature. I've just noticed.
No, I have to, because the tool I'm using is trigonometry. It has to be flat for me to use this tool.
Okay, well, so what? So you agree it's completely possible to make a map?
Yes.
So it has to be.
So if I made a map,
does that make sense to you, Farms?
I
Like
went
it has
to the
flat
ends.
to be a globe, or you have to measure these elevations. It has to be flat to be a globe. Does that make sense to you? Weird.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna be honest, right? I was not listening to half the stuff that Effie Jedi was saying because, like,
why?
Oh, that's great. That's great. What are you saying? That's great. What are you saying? Can you not listen for next half an hour?
He wasn't listening because it was all referencing horizontal, flat, and elevation profiles above sea level. No mention of curvature.
Yeah, that was Farms' point. Farms' point was that
you was not listening. The most important thing about navigation was Jedi spent 10 minutes to explain everything about navigation.
He was listening.
And you didn't listen.
He was listening. He heard. He said, "No, it's a tangent, right?" And in order to maintain that straight tangent point, he has to line it up with the horizon.
If you wanted me to recite everything back that he just said, I would not be able to do it. As I said,
that doesn't mean you didn't listen. Okay. No big deal. You can't recite it back, but yeah, you heard it. I know you heard it. Everybody knows you heard it. That's why you said you didn't hear it. No big deal. But yeah, you said it was a tangent. So how did you maintain that? How do you maintain that tangent? Like, how do you maintain it across a distance? Like,
how do you maintain that level tangent line that's not curved?
Yeah, what did you reference it to in the distance to make sure it was a straight line?
I told you, I don't even understand cartography. I'm not going to act like I understand it.
That was your claim. You said you do a tangent, right? You make it. That's a tangent point. You know that because what? How'd you do it?
Because it's not curved.
Can I ask a question? That's fine.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're asking here. What? Okay, hold on.
No,
hold on. Just let Autonomous be.
And you're right. No worry. It was your statement. You don't know how to justify your statement that it is a tangent.
Just let.
Right?
Okay,
no big deal. Whatever. The other guy, had something to say. Farms, sit down. He wanted to ask a question. Sit down.
Okay. So I wanted to ask, pretty much, was surely if you don't have a model that you're able to make around your ideas, surely then you don't know to some certain degree if the Earth is flat or not.
Excuse me, mate. We do have a model. It's called latitude.
Our model is reality. It's reality, our model. If you can accept that. Reality, real reality. You go outside, you measure the surface, and you say, this is the model.
Yeah, it's a latitude model. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris. It requires a flat Earth. It's a flat Earth model. That's how we get all mapping, all navigation grids.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is, so
Farms. That's not you, Farms. He was at Farms. He was asking Farms. Sit down. He was asking a question, not you. You don't pay attention.
So what you're asking? Hold on.
No, Farms. Sit down, dude.
Shut up.
Was asking
I was saying, okay,
Thomas, did that help answer the question, or were you still on the fence with it?
I know latitude's hard for you to angle. You see the pun there? Yeah, you can't angle latitude, can you, Globus? Because it's a elevation angle measurement from sea level. No mention of curvature. That's how we map the world. That's how you pinpoint your position on the flat Earth. Latitude. That's how your globe model was created. Through flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That's our model, latitude. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, autonomous. Just to kind of I guess get down back onto that tangent thing, right? So the way you're able to reference and maintain that straight tangent, right, line, if you can get because you can do this on the top of a hill or whatever, is that you get your height above sea level, right? And then you reference the horizon and your height above the horizon to maintain that straight line. So they use the horizon, the Earth, as a straight line. So then you're maintaining your tangent.
What if you are 1,000 miles from the sea level and height it's 100 meters?
We don't actually use a tangent line, mate. We use the sea level and an elevation angle to Polaris. Yeah, the sea level is the horizontal for the elevation angle, and we're using the surface of Earth. We're not using a tangent line. We're using sea level.
Right, but you can do this from the top. You can do this from the top of a hill, right? And then
No.
You're going
up subject. You're going up. Hang on a minute.
What are you fucking even interrupting me for? Why did you even interrupt me?
I've not finished my sentence.
No, exactly. I didn't finish my sentence when I said when you're on the top of a hill. I didn't finish my sentence. But go ahead.
No.
What if you don't have hill? What if you have the plane and you are on the plane? There is a surface. There is a plane. There is no hills like a Holland, like a Hungary. What then?
Then you just correct for your height above the sea level.
But sea is like 1,000 miles away from you.
Away from you, it's still at the same elevation.
Okay? That means flat.
Yeah, that would be flat. So the correction for your height, like on the top of a hill, to the sea level, would just be the vertical, and then you correct for that. Yeah, to be a straight line, a level horizontal straight line.
So how's you measuring curvature then, mate?
You're not. No, you're not. Curvature.
Yeah, we're not measuring curvature exactly because we live on a flat Earth, and that's how it's measured.
Yeah, so these guys, I was just telling Autonomous, they'll cite the horizon and their height above the water level that they know is horizontal.
Yeah. So it's all horizontal level. It's all straight lines, perpendicular, parallel to the horizon, equatorial planes, celestial bloody equatorial planes. There's no mention of curvature whatsoever.
Hey,
that's the main.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
What's that?
That's the.
Hold on, let him finish.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Surely the maps that are created aren't accurate, though.
Yeah, latitude is accurate, mate, and it's flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
No, but okay, if you look at a map, you said it as well. If you have a map, and you're like, okay, so Greenland is really big, or if you have a flat map, Greenland can be really big, right?
Yeah.
Because you're projecting a globe onto a flat plane.
Yeah, onto a square projection. Yeah.
Yeah.
or a rectangle.
So I mean, it's not like these measurements that you're making with this, this method are accurate, because when you're taking them, you're putting them on the piece of paper.
Yeah.
There are bits that are extruded in certain directions.
Yeah, so it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. No curvature involved. Correct.
But it's a flat Earth elevation measurement that doesn't give you correct. It doesn't give you to scale.
It gives us latitude. It gives us latitude, mate.
Hold on. Sorry, one deck. It is the scale. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It is giving you.
I said this 3 times. 60 nautical or 69 statute miles for every degree of latitude. That's a measurement. That's the angle measurement to Polaris.
What we're saying is, if you're taking those measurements using this method, you're gonna get results which are extruded in certain directions further you go out.
No, you will need a flat Earth to take the measurements in the first place, mate.
Yes, you can ask the question.
Let's assume for a second that yes, the Earth is completely flat, as you say. If you do make a map, if all the maps are made, as you were saying, using flat elevation angles, then surely we do have maps which map out on flat Earth.
We do,
and they would work, yeah.
Can I just say something? We're not saying the Earth's completely flat. Sorry, Jedi. We're not saying the Earth's completely flat. Yeah, we've got elevations above and below sea level 0 degrees. We're referencing the height above 0 and the depth of below 0 as the reference, which is a horizontal baseline for the elevation angle measurements.
Yeah, I think we understand that there's mountains and stuff.
Yeah,
I think if we're saying there's no general curvature, I'm saying
right. So he's saying if you flatten out all the land, you could do that. But yeah, so autonomous also, so then you got to do the longitude, which is the sun, right? Like what time it is and when it is. And you'll notice that the time zones are there's less time zones in the north, more in the south, right? And then you'll also notice that they mess. I don't know if they say they mess with it or had to correct for it, whatever approach you want to take. But you got Russia, and then you got Alaska, and there's like a 12-hour difference, 1 foot apart, right? So then they mess with, to correct, they would say, the longitudes. So this is where the map gets distorted.
So you're saying, okay, so the measurements are incorrect. So then we change the measurements, yeah?
No, that's like a different part of the measurements. You got the latitude, which is elevation angles to Polaris, and then you got the longitude, which is set by the sun, right? And then the sun moves throughout the month, so you gotta write all these times down on where the sun is, or and where the angle to the sun throughout the year.
Oh, bro, I swear, what's going off with my Spotify, mate? Hold on,
So the latitude is angle measurements, and the longitude is angle measurements.
Both angle measurements, yes.
Is anybody going to mention how curvature is measured? No?
Yeah, with a stick.
No, because it isn't.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go into that, right?
You don't
there's been no mention of
something that's not there, my guy.
Yeah, there's been no mention of curvature measurement in the last half hour. It's all to do with horizontal, elevation, sea level, altitude, above sea level, for all elevation profiles. There's no talk of curvature, and that's what you globers are trying to prove, but you keep talking about horizontal elevation angle measurements. That's proving a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, and then
there's no talk. Go on.
There we go.
No, you're right, go on.
No, go ahead, Jedi. My bad.
What I was going to say is when one deck says there's no mention of Earth curvature, up until this point there isn't, because we're all taking horizontal elevation angles. All of the mapping, all of the cartography is going to all start with flat Earth measurements. It only gets turned into a ball when we have a model of a ball of a known radius, and we use the haversine formula to change the latitude straight line distances into curved line distances. This is where the magic begins. So you only have a ball model when you measure a flat Earth and then say that the Earth is a ball, and use mathematical formulas to translate the straight horizontal elevation angle measurements into curved ones.
Exactly, Jedi. That's what the haversine formula is. It turns a straight line, elevation, straight line, horizontal line into a curved line, and you need a formula for that. So it's not actually a physical measurement of curvature. You're actually measuring a straight line from point A to B, straight line horizontal. Then you do some mathematical trickery and turn it into a curved line. Now, if you was actually measuring the surface of Earth, you wouldn't need a formula to measure curvature. You would just measure curvature with a curvature tool measuring instrument. But you don't do that. We use
what's the curvature tool measuring instrument?
Can I add only something? Not only that, this far what Jedi told you and what Beck is telling you, it's not only that they are telling you that they can show you that, demonstrate that you in reality that is not happening. That thing curvature, you know. They are saying you about celestial navigation that it's working with the North Star and everything. You need angles, elevation profile, sea level. That's all correct. But all that things, you can check it in reality. Is that correct or not what they are saying, you know? And that's also
you always make a map.
Not the map, man. That's the surface curving, because there is the size of the Earth. And you can find out if it's Earth really curving on that rate, you know?
Yeah, but you keep saying map. We've already explained how maps are plotted using elevation angles to and from Polaris. That's how you get your latitude. You will need a horizontal baseline to and from it at 90 degrees to 0. That's how we navigate the Earth. The Earth is flat. It's measured like that.
I totally agree. And that it's coming only one time at 3 months now. It's not him.
Latitude is the crucifix of the globe Earth, because globe Earthers used to reference latitude as the proof of the globe, but it's not. It's the actual proof of flat Earth. Because
no, man, you cannot have sea level on the sphere. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can't measure an elevation angle to and from Polaris at 90 degrees underneath it at its zenith in your dinghy at sea level, and then slowly move away from it, and the angle appears to get lower and lower and lower until you get to a point where Polaris seems to be disappearing over the horizon, like the boat disappearing over the curve, but it's actually not. And it's at 0 degrees. That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. There's no curvature involved in mapping and navigating the surface of Earth. And why that is, guys, because the Earth's not curved, it's flat.
How is it sea level when there are tides?
You understand that sea level is a nautical term. So what we're actually saying is mean sea level. The mean being the average between high tide and low tide.
Okay, so you're mathematically making it a straight line, and it's not actually a straight line.
Right.
It depends where this horizontal plane of the water, it's risen or it's gone down.
It's definitely not a curve, mate. It's definitely not a curvature.
Well, it's definitely from what we've just learned. It's definitely not flat, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely not curvature.
But
definitely not flat.
But lakes are flat. They have no tides, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
so with the ocean, you'll go to the dock and you'll put you can put a marker, literally a marker, like some sort of chalk line, and you can put a line there, and then on the other other end of another dock, you put a line there,
straight line,
they're all
straight line,
and then they're all a straight line. But like a bathtub, that's the water sloshing around like the ocean or whatever. But then you can put a straight line there, and that and that'll be the shortest distance between the 2 points.
Yeah, but it's not actually the water that's forming that line. It's an abstraction.
Yeah, it's an average of the sloshing water. Yeah,
exactly. It's an abstraction. It's a mathematical model.
It's just based on the axioms of horizontal and level, right? So if you wanted to find out the bathtub was level, you would get still water, right?
No, we're
right
not
next to the sloshing bathtub.
Excuse me, we don't need to talk about a bathtub, mate. We can talk about the ocean.
I am talking about everything.
We don't have to talk about.
Excuse
me, mate.
I am. Yeah, Excuse you. You're right. Step out when I'll stop. When I'm done talking, I'll stop. Yeah. So, but yeah, just the point. If you want to find out if something in motion is level, you can use water to reference a horizontal plane. Water at rest, and then measure from the vertical change up and down. That would be sea level going up and down, vertical change, and then you get the mean, the average of the up and down moving water. Yeah, level.
All right. Well, I'd love to have some direct observed measurements of flat water.
Go outside.
I got him. I'm gonna post an infrared for you.
Okay. I would like to see the curved water.
Hello. He asked for something. I'm gonna post it for him. There it is. This is an infrared, 696 miles. There you have it. It's the Atlantic Ocean.
That doesn't look like a measurement to me. How are you measuring?
You see the numbers? 1,120 kilometers.
Yeah, that's just a stated distance. It's not a measurement.
Yeah, you wanted to observe flat water. You can go outside, or there's that.
There you have it.
I asked for direct observable measurements.
Guys, hey guys, what about tides? Well, are tides the curvature of the water that would wrap around this water ball as seen on TV, Rich?
No, but tides on a flat Earth would be big bubbles. Because tides on a flat Earth would be big bubbles of water rolling around different parts of the Earth.
Yeah, you need to get out and observe the tides a little more.
So waves, you can't have waves then? Is that what you're saying, Rich? Because tides are long period waves, so we can't have those?
Do waves change the sea level? No.
Yeah, the ironic part is that the reason that we have waves and like the thing that's happening, like it's occurring. If I were to like kind of reify it into having, like what's like a motive.
You're saying that 20 meters
with the tides and the waves, they're trying to seek level. Like that's why we have tides, because it's trying to find rest. And it's,
we have perpetual non-levelness. That doesn't indicate seeking level.
Right.
Wow, man, you're a real concrete thinker. Are you doing it on purpose, or
just tell him about the tolerance
of the flat?
Yeah, very much so is.
No, you're splitting hairs that aren't there.
What we call that sea level? What is that sea level then? What is that? Is that something curved or something what is average and medium and put it like a flat sea level flat, but some kind of scale, or is it curved scale?
I posted tides for him from NOAA's website.
Yeah, there is a tolerance within the measurement. So he's saying, it's a little up. The water is up here and down here. Therefore, but there's a tolerance, guy.
Sea level is horizontal datum. We use this horizontal datum to have vertical datums, so altitude and depth profiles. The horizontal datums, that would be longitude and latitude. So the horizontal longitude and latitude datums are at 0 degrees sea level. You can cite that as well if you want. Those also come from NOAA charts and documents and so on.
And you cannot have horizon on the sphere. You can have something, but you cannot.
Guys, you need to get some order in the room. Listen, we're not talking. We're talking about fucking tides, right? It doesn't matter about the level of the ocean, right? These globers try to get off the subject where we're actually using sea level for the elevation angle measurement. Yeah, tides has got nothing to do with curvature. Yeah, Rich. Yeah, it's not proving curvature.
That's fine. I was still asking how you explain that water seeks its curve but never finds it because tides are completely changing.
Yeah, that's great. I'll ask you a question now. How do you?
Oh, you don't want to answer it?
No. Yeah, let's go on then. Say it again.
You said water seeks its curve, Rich.
Oh, no, it's okay, Rich.
You had a little bit of a Freudian slip there.
It's okay, mate.
You wish.
It's okay. Rich, go on, mate. Ask me the question. Go on, Richard.
How can you say water seeks its level when it's perpetually at different heights compared to the land?
Excuse me. Let me talk.
Due to the tide.
Let me answer Richard. Richard, I didn't make a statement about water seeking level. What my statement is, latitude is measured from sea level, and it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. There's no proof of any globe unless you can offer us any, how curvature of the Earth is measured. Can you do that, Richard, please?
So I just want to confirm, you don't claim that water seeks its level.
I didn't mention water seeking level. I mentioned latitude measurement using sea level.
I know, but I don't know if you realize, but we were talking about tides.
Yeah, well,
are you denying? Are you denying water seeking level?
I can have the conversation, mate. I can have it. Tides has got nothing to do with curvature, has it, Richard?
What? It's still my question.
Well, what's your claim about tides, Richard? Let us know your claim.
What? I'm asking you how
I've not made a claim. I've not made a claim about tide, Richard. What's
okay,
your
then
claim?
why are you talking to me then? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, you're mentioning a claim about tides. What's your claim?
I'm asking how someone who claims that water finds its level can also equally say that tides occur because of the fact that it would be uneven. It would be unleveled.
Do you want me to call you Dick?
Old Haas says water finds its level all the time. Was it Subdued who just yelled it out though?
Okay, so how is Earth curve measured, Dick? Hello, Dick should.
With sticks.
Yeah. So we're not talking about tides, right? I'm telling you, right, as a fact, that latitude is a flat Earth measurement. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you disprove that?
Not too familiar with latitude, in all honesty.
No, you're not. No, because is it part of the globe reference? Is latitude part of the globe?
Yes, latitude is utilized on the maps that show the yes,
and it's a flat Earth measurement, mate. It's a flat Earth measurement.
You'd have to show me that.
Yeah, well, I don't have to show. I can explain it. It's a measurement between Polaris at your zenith at 90 degrees back to the equator.
Then how do we get latitudes very south on the equator?
You use different stars.
No, but he just said you use Polaris.
So hang on, I can answer the question. Yeah. So on your globe model, how do you get a latitude measurement from the south? You tell us.
I can answer his question.
Apparently not. Richard. on the globe model in the south, how do you measure latitude?
Dude, why are you so scared to defend your claim?
I'm not scared, mate. I'm very confident.
Seems like it.
Very confident.
Why are you evading answering how we can get a latitude measurement south of the equator on a flat Earth when we can't see Polaris?
Okay. So on your globe, how did you get latitude in the south? Please explain.
Do I just ask you another question and we just keep asking each other questions without getting answered over and over again? Like, what's the deal here?
Richard,
what's the MO here? Are we ever going to get an answer?
Calm down. Stop getting triggered. Do you live on a globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does it have latitude lines in the south? Yes or no?
Well, that's latitude lines are on maps. There's no latitude line on the Earth.
So, do you have latitude in the southern hemisphere?
Yes. Yeah. Well,
how is it measured? How is it measured?
How is it measured? I'm not sure.
Yes. So you don't know how your globe's measured?
Yeah, not the latitude specifically.
Oh, so you live on a globe, but you don't know how it's measured. Very clever, Richard.
Okay. Do you live on a flat Earth?
Yes, I do.
How do you measure the size of the flat Earth?
Elevation angles using sea level.
That's how you get the size of the flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so how big is Earth?
No idea.
It's flat, mate. And the distance... yeah. 1 degree is 60 nautical miles per degree.
That he asked you for the size of the flat Earth. The answer is nobody knows. Can you?
No. What I said to Little. No. What I'm saying to Richard.
Nobody knows the size.
No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying to Richard is right when you're taking an elevation. It's all right. It's okay. When you take an elevation angle, Richard, using a flat Earth, 1 degree will be 60 nautical miles. And it's a flat Earth measurement.
How'd you calculate that?
Well, you take an elevation angle.
Show me the equation.
It's not an equation. It's an elevation angle
Well, it's a
measurement.
calculation, rather.
It's not a calculation. It's a measurement of an angle using sea level.
So you just having that angle tells you what?
Yeah, do you know what an angle is, Richard?
Yes.
What is it?
An angle is the difference in deviation between two lines.
So it's two straight lines. So not curvature then.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't live on a curve then, do you, Richard?
No, we absolutely could. The straight line could be vertical.
How are you getting your angle? How do you get an angle from sea level?
From vertical.
Yeah. So is vertical curvature?
No,
yes
vertical.
Or no?
Vertical straight to the center of the earth.
Right. So where do you get your where do you get your curvature from then, Richard?
The earth, like the earth, the floor.
So how do you measure it, Richard? What are you measuring it with?
So you realize the last guy you were talking to just pointed out that they didn't. I didn't make a claim that I had measured the curve of the earth,
Richard.
right?
How are you measuring curvature, Richard?
I've definitely observed the curve of the earth. I haven't.
How are you measuring it? I don't care what you've seen. How are you measuring it?
Okay. I didn't say I measured it.
So you've not measured curvature of the earth then, but you think you live on a curved ball?
Yeah, because I've observed it.
So it's a belief system that you're in?
No, it's an observation. How could you say it's reality, bro? I thought you were all about reality.
So you've got no measurements then?
But we have observations that it's a sphere, at least
so
for myself.
You've got no measurements. Let me just confirm this is correct. You've got no measurements.
Me personally, not on me. No, sorry.
No. So
not on me.
So you're in a belief system then?
No, that's not how it works.
So
the preponderance of evidence still indicates the globe, regardless of whether or not I have.
Richard.
The preponderance of evidence still indicates a globe, no matter if I haven't said I measured it or not.
How was it measured, Richard?
I'm not sure.
So you don't know?
I don't exact measurements. No.
No. So why do you think you live on a globe if you don't know?
Because of the preponderance of evidence.
And what's the evidence then, if it's not a measurement?
The stellar rotation. We have boats going over the horizon.
Is that a measurement?
Those ones?
Are they a measurement?
No, you asked for evidence.
I asked for measurements, not evidence.
No, you said, what's the evidence?
Yeah, so is it a measurement evidence or an observation?
Measurement is a form of evidence.
Measurement, so you've got no measurement of evidence, have you?
No, what do you mean by measurement of evidence?
You said you've seen a boat disappear. It's not a measurement. Where's your measurement evidence?
Which distance boat disappearing? In which distance boat disappearing over horizon? That's the question.
Where's your measurement, Richard? Where's your measurement?
What is the distance where the ship going over the horizon?
Well, it depends on atmospheric conditions.
Okay, can you tell me the atmospheric conditions, distance, height, and everything, all that stuff, and say what it is? Let's say 6 foot, 35 degrees, 68 humidity, whatever you want.
No, I don't have a calculator brain like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you are saying the ships are going over the horizon. It must
absolutely.
Be are they going on 10 miles or 1 million miles away?
Well, I'd say probably closer to 10 miles than a million, but
okay. Why is not going over 10 miles? Because we have an example they are not going over.
Because it's curved. The Earth's curved.
No, we see the surface on the 10 miles and doesn't curve.
Oh no, you can see things over a distance, right? Like that?
No. Listen.
Yeah. Listen.
No, this is very important, Richard. You can see, for example, if the radius is 1 million miles, then yes, of course, the drop is somewhere who knows where. But on 10 miles with this radius, you cannot see that 10-mile surface. The flat surface.
No, I don't. I have no idea what you're saying. It's not very clear.
I'm telling you this: you cannot see the 10 miles of the flat surface on the globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. Do you understand that?
Why not? Why does refraction not? Why does refraction not account for that?
I will tell you why. Because that surface with that radius, given radius, it's curving on that distance a lot.
Yeah, but because of the refraction of the light, we can now still appear to see the things that are beyond that distance.
No, man, you cannot see the physicality. You are seeing the physicality of the surface. You are not seeing the phenomena of the light. You're seeing the real physical surface. You understand?
How do you think you see things?
With the light. For example,
light is coming off of an object and hitting your retina, right?
Here we go. You got that derailed pretty good. You guys derailed that pretty good.
Yeah, but if light go away, for example, sun, in the example of the black swan, when it's the dark, are you telling me that that water will not be behind the oil rigs?
No.
No.
That's not my claim. Why don't you try addressing what I say instead of thinking up weird thoughts?
I will tell you what is your claim. Your claim is this. During the day, black swan, it's during the refraction, and we see that surface because of refraction. If it's night,
he doesn't know what refraction is. He doesn't know what refraction is.
I know.
Refraction is the bending of light through a medium.
No.
Right, so how many mediums have you got then?
Well, it's one medium that is comprised of different densities of the same medium.
Okay, so when you're measuring latitude, yeah, to and from Polaris.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, you don't like latitude, do you,
no,
Richard?
You're just one note. Like, we're trying to move the conversation onwards, and you're stuck on
we're
this
not.
one
No, this
thing
is the problem.
that I already said. I don't know how
you guys tried to derail it. Stop.
No.
Tried to derail it. Now you're going to get back on track. There you go.
We're going to get back on track to latitude and mapping and how we navigate the Earth. Now, how is latitude measured, Richard?
When I answered this question 2 minutes ago, why do you think there's going to be a different answer now?
Well, we'd like to expose you again.
Okay.
So how do you measure latitude with Polaris at your zenith? What angle have you got? Hello, Richard?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak with bad faith people.
Yeah. So when you're directly underneath Polaris at your zenith in your dinghy at sea level, what's the angle, Richard? We're talking about latitude, Richard, and mapping and how it's measured. And I'm going to expose you, mate. So let's talk about latitude.
Well, if it's from the center, like he claims, then it would be 180 degrees. Does that sound right?
Come on, Richard.
Dude, did you not hear me?
No, I didn't. No.
Oh, well, the last thing I stated was I don't talk to bad faith actors.
Right. So you don't want to talk about latitude and how the Earth is measured?
No,
then?
I'd love to discuss it with someone who was in so bad faith.
I'm not bad faith.
Rich, I've heard you talk to yourself on here mumbled to yourself a couple times.
I think he's ad hominem me right now.
Oh, I'm not saying that you're wrong about latitude because you're bad faith. That would be an ad hom. I'm saying you're just a bad faith actor, and I have no want to discuss anything with you.
No, I'm talking about measurements. It's nothing to do with faith. It's nothing to do with my personality.
It has everything to do with it. How does a conversation with you have nothing to do with your personality?
Because we're not talking about my personality. We're talking about latitude and how it's measured.
No, but I'm talking about a conversation between you and another person. How does that not include your personality?
Well, I'm trying to talk to you, and you're diverting from latitude measurements, and it's quite obvious.
Yeah, because I don't want to talk to you about something that you're so bad faith about.
Yeah, Rich, forget about your feelings and concentrate on what's being said. Forget about how you feel.
Talk about latitude? I'll talk about latitude. It's a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, someone actually wants to talk about it. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah. It's a flat Earth measurement, mate.
No, it's not. It's a spherical coordinate system.
Explain how latitude is measured then to us using elevation angle measurements. Go.
Latitude lines intersect perpendicular with longitudinal lines that intersect at the poles. It's a spherical coordinate system. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so when you're underneath Polaris in your dinghy at sea level, what's the angle measurement at the zenith?
If you're at the North Pole looking at Polaris, your elevation angle to Polaris is going to be 90. What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, to
90 degrees. You say 90 degrees, mate, yeah.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
Yeah, so are we talking about curvature or a 90-degree angle measurement? Because they're not the same.
And 90 degrees is zenith. What does that have to do with the surface of the
So what's 90 degree got to do with curvature?
I'm saying, what does it got to do with the surface of the ground?
You asked the fucking question.
That's how it's measured. You've just admitted it. What's it got to do with curvature?
What's the definition of 90 degrees, mate, or any angle?
He's asking Jedi. He's asking a really dumb question.
No, he's not. Answer it, Callie. Answer.
I'm not answering a dumb question, mate. No, it's not dumb.
Have a 90-degree elevation angle to Polaris, and that has nothing to do with the object you're standing on. You could stand on a triangle. You could stand on a sphere.
No, you're using. Okay, then. So, okay, how do you measure curvature then? Using an elevation angle.
Dude, acquiring elevation angles to stars is not a measurement of Earth curvature. What are you talking about?
How do you measure latitude then?
You're not measuring deviation from horizontal along a distance on the surface of the ground.
Okay, so that's fine. I agree with you. How are you measuring curvature? How do you measure curvature
you
then?
what I said, so you know that what you're saying is dumb?
Yeah. So how do you measure curvature then?
The dumbest thing.
How do you measure curvature then?
How do you measure flatness?
Elevation angles to Polaris.
How does that show flatness?
Yo,
it's an elevation. It's an elevation angle from sea level. How do you measure curvature?
You know what a co-altitude angle is?
Yeah, it's not curvature, mate.
You know what a co-altitude angle is?
Yes, I do. Explain how it's measuring curvature.
Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's an angle measurement, mate.
Based on
an angle.
A flat plane.
Co-altitude angle is, dude. Just
yeah. So when we're going to start talking about curvature?
So you don't know what a co-altitude angle is. I'll tell you what it is.
Yes, I do. It's an angle measurement, mate. It's an angle measurement from Earth. Yeah. It's an angle measurement.
Plumb is 90. Your altitude
it's an angle. Yeah.
90 and the position of.
Yeah, I love co-altitude, mate, because it's got nothing to do
with the shape of the ground.
You're not letting me finish, mate. I love co-altitude angle measurements.
Explaining something because you didn't understand it.
Okay, then carry on about measuring curvature.
Co-altitude angle has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
So how do you measure curvature then?
Stars decline 1 degree every 16 nautical miles.
Is degree an angle measurement or a curvature measurement?
The cause of stars declining 1 degree every 69 miles.
Okay? It's okay. Don't get triggered. Is a degree an angle measurement or a curvature measurement?
Something. Can you stop bumbling around?
I'm trying to establish what a degree measurement is. Is it an angle or a curvature measurement?
Yeah, you know what 1 degree, you know what an arc minute is?
Do you know what a degree measurement is?
You know there's 360 arc minutes? You know what that's based off of?
Yeah, perspective, mate.
15 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah.
There's 360 degrees, right?
In what? A circle?
If you multiply a nautical mile times 360, you get the circumference of the Earth. Did you know that?
So how did you get the degree measurement in the first place?
Get the circumference of a circle.
You get the angle measurement to stars, and they decline 1 degree every 69 miles.
Yeah, so a degree is an angle measurement. Yeah.
You don't know the difference between a measuring stick and an angle measurement.
I know what an angle is. It's 2 straight lines. You're trying to prove curvature. You've not done that yet.
If you want to measure deviation from horizontal, get a measuring stick. If you want to know the elevation angle to a star, get a sextant. You don't conflate both as if one is going to prove the other.
Yeah, but we're both angle measurements.
You kind of did that. You said a co-altitude angle, right, is the measured vertical change of a star. And then later you're going to say it's the Earth going down. It's the star going down.
But he's not mentioned curvature yet. All he's talked about is angles and co-altitudes and elevation angles. He's trying to prove curvature, but he's not mentioned curvature yet.
I'm not trying to prove curvature. I'm trying to tell you your understanding of celestial navigation and a co-altitude angle is incorrect. You don't even know what a co-altitude angle is. That's all I unmuted for, dude.
Not needed in celestial navigation.
Well, explain it to us then. How do you measure a co-altitude angle? You explain it to us all.
What a dumb question. How did you measure a co-altitude angle? You're an idiot.
Yeah. So, does it involve curvature of the Earth?
Broken?
Hello? Does it involve curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, celestial navigation, the stars, their positions are on a celestial sphere, as based on Earth being a globe.
Yeah. So the celestial sphere has what inside it running through the middle?
Equatorial plane.
And is that curved or horizontal?
That's when you scale it and create a model to represent a terrestrial observer looking at one of the
answer your question.
Celestial sphere.
Yeah, just answer the question. So it's a horizontal plane. Is the horizontal plane curved, or is it a horizontal plane?
Yeah, that's appeal to definition fallacy. Just because they use the word horizontal plane when they talk about an equatorial plane in celestial navigation, that doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth is a horizontal plane. You treat it as model.
Yeah, but you're not working from the. Hang on a minute. Excuse me, mate. You're not working from the surface of Earth. You're working from the center of a globe in hell.
Dude, I could do celestial navigation on an asteroid. It doesn't matter what the shape of it.
Yeah, so how do you get an angle from a curved surface?
Hey, do you think I could get an angle to a star if I'm on an asteroid?
Oh.
And you're being dumb.
No, why?
How are you going to get it from a curved surface?
How are you going to get it from a curved surface?
Asteroid. Can I get the height above the surface?
No, stop being a dumbass, mate. We're talking about the surface of Earth. We're talking about the shape. Excuse me, mate. Now you're running away from asteroids, right? Listen, we're on the surface of Earth. Equatorial planes, horizontal, level. You need to start talking about curvature, but you've not mentioned curvature once yet. Now, how's curvature measured?
What a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, Callie, you can't just take a protractor and just like hold it any which way you want and say, well, I'm getting an angle. You can get an angle, but I mean, you got to hold the protractor a specific way to know, to get the degree change.
Thanks, gets it. If I stand on an asteroid hurtling through deep space, I can get an elevation angle to a star, no problem.
Yeah, but listen, mate, like I said to you before, do you know the mapping system on all maps? Latitude.
And you don't, Deck, because you're dumb.
Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. That's what latitude is.
Just because you say it doesn't make it true.
No, you can Google it. You can research it. It's the elevation angle to and from Polaris, from 90 degrees to 0 degrees.
Tangent to the surface of the Earth in celestial navigation. So what you're saying?
It's got nothing to do with curvature. It's all to do with level, horizontal.
The horizontal plane of reference created by the leveling instrument. Nobody says that artificial horizontal is the surface of the Earth. No one says that.
That's fine. That's fine. We can use listen, I'll give you this. We can use a bubble section. But what I'm asking you is, how do you measure Earth curvature?
It has nothing to do with taking the elevation angle, I can tell you that.
So that's great. So how do you measure Earth curvature then?
Drop over distance.
Method?
No, that's what it would be. How would you do it?
How would you do it? Method?
With the size proclaimed by the globe, curvature would appear
We're making statements and answers questions.
And that is exactly what we observe.
No, we're not asking for observations. We're asking how do you physically measure curvature? How do you do it?
For observations, that's insane. So your whole world's a fantasy.
No. Elevation angles, latitude, it's all to do with mapping.
People believe in the globe because of observations. You don't you want fantasies in La La Land.
No, latitude.
Listen to what you just said, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my
You don't believe in the globe because of observations.
No, we do.
He said
we do.
We don't believe in the globe because of observation.
Rich is back now. Now Rich wants to talk again.
Stop dogpiling and try to have a coherent conversation.
Yeah. So you got Rich and you got the other guy. All I've been asking for the last 60 minutes is how do you measure curvature? Nobody can tell me.
I heard about tides. I heard about
you can measure the angle of objects.
It is. I heard everything else, but you guys telling him how to measure the curve.
How do you measure curvature, Richard?
What the heck, dude? You asked a stupid question. Here's your stupid answer. You can predict the height of an object above the surface of the ground based on a flat Earth model and based on a globe model, and then compare it to what you observe in reality. Tons of people have done this.
That wasn't the question, mate. How do you measure Earth curvature? Who measured it? What method did they use?
Lots of people, dude, anybody that took a picture of drop over distance, that was an observation of Earth curvature.
How did they measure it? Not a picture. How did they measure it? What tool did they use?
Go ahead
what
and
method?
get a theodolite. That's what people do. You get a theodolite, you measure that.
That's an angle measuring device, not curvature.
You don't understand what it is.
3 miles.
People use theodolites every fucking day. They measure the height of objects above the surface. They observe
maximum of 3 miles.
So what are you going to do about it? That's what the globe predicts.
You just got to imagine where the center of the Earth is, right?
What the globe predicts.
Well, and if you imagine where the center of the Earth is, you have a problem because now your angle to Polaris is 180 degrees, and that really fucks you up. So it can't be from the center of Earth.
You can't see Polaris when you move past the equator, so it never actually appears at 180 degrees.
Just dig a hole right to the center of the Earth, dude. Then you'll know where it is.
Yeah, but how do you measure curvature?
Actually, in celestial navigation, if you actually navigate from north to south and you observe Polaris drop 1 degree every 69 miles, and then eventually you don't see it when you get to the equator, you must presume that if you continue to traverse south, that it'll continue to decline 1 degree every 69 miles, because that's what it did the entire time you observed it.
Yeah, just assume it, dude. Well, we get it.
Yeah, just assume it. Don't measure it. Don't measure it.
You know what is?
Yeah, so if you was to measure the Earth, as in measuring the curvature drop over distance, what tool would you use?
Theodolite.
That's an angle measuring tool.
Heard me say it before. Why are you asking me?
Up to 3 miles then, Callie? Because that's all they're good to. Up to 3 miles then?
All right, cool. Do that then. No problem.
It doesn't measure curvature, mate. It measures angles.
No shit.
Yes. So how do you measure curvature? What tool do you use?
What do you think curvature would look like? Like the globe model, right? It has a prediction.
I've never seen curvature, mate. I've never seen it. So how do you measure it? What tool do you use?
I was just explaining it to you, stupid.
Well, bottom-up obstructions can occur before your globe parameters, Callie. It can be demonstrated at small scale. So this bullshit of every time you see a boat disappearing bottom up, that's the curvature. No, bro. You can sit on a beach at a harbor, sit down, and look at the boats all around you, and they're all within a few hundred yards.
And we can know
stand up.
Yeah,
you can stand up and then sit down, and you'll see the bottom up obstructions. So go ahead, just blab. Thank you. Blab on.
You blab on, but you can't name one tool or piece of equipment that measures curvature. You can't do it. You've been asked 20 times.
Satellite GPS.
3 miles then?
Satellites.
So over 3 miles. What's the drop distance you measure with the theodolite over 3 miles?
Imaging of the Earth, satellites flying above.
So listen. I'll ask you a serious question, mate.
The globe model isn't completely constructed off of people using tools and instruments to measure the ground. That's what it's based on.
So before satellites, how was it measured? What tool was measured before satellites?
You know what a trig point is?
Say that again. Your microphone's a little bit robot-y, dude. What do you say?
Well, tell one deck to fucking listen. If somebody's talking, he just talks right through.
Yeah, okay. So let's try and take a breath and step back, everybody, and let everybody else speak. Repeat what you said, dude. What did you say?
I asked if he knew what a trig point was.
Trig?
trig points.
Yeah, it's still not coming through. What's he saying?
I think he said trig. No, I do a lot of hiking and mountaineering, so sometimes I plot out my route on a map using latitude, which is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, and I'll plot my route using trig points, which is a straight line between 2 points on a flat surface.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Not a flat surface.
Not a flat surface.
Dude, they put trig points on the tops of mountains and hills and stuff. There's no flat surface between the trig.
We've got another concrete thinker.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean that would be true. Yeah, it wouldn't be at the same elevation one deck. I don't think.
Okay, why? Okay, no thanks.
When you say elevation, is that the distance above sea level?
Totally lost.
Is elevation above sea level?
Well, I mean, it wasn't like a win or lose. You just brought up. Have you ever, had a trig point? I mean,
yeah, I know what a trig point is. What I don't know, what I'm trying to find out is what tool is used to measure Earth curvature in the first instance.
You asked me that. I gave you like 7 answers. Address one of the things. Do you even remember?
Well, you said theodolite. You said theodolite, and I explained that was an angle measuring tool. So you was
You're
incorrect.
ready to just hand wave dismiss anything I bring up. Like, you're pathetic.
No, I answered it correctly. You said theodolite, and I corrected you. You was incorrect. It's an angle measuring device, not a curvature measuring device. I was correct.
Curvature would appear as drop over distance. The height of objects in the distance, you can predict it on a globe model, and you can predict it on a flat Earth model. There is a predicted height.
I think you're confused. Sorry, no, but I think you're confused. We're not talking about predictions. We're not talking about predictions. Is
why are you mumbling through a coherent response to your dumb question?
No. Well, I have to correct you, mate. I have to stop you in your tracks because we're not talking about predictions because you'll need a crystal ball for that. And we've got a crystal ball. What we're asking for is evidence and hard facts of how you say Earth curve is measured and what tool is used and what equipment is used. You've said theodolite. That's incorrect. It's an angle measuring device. So how do you measure curvature? Second chance.
I literally just answered you.
No, you didn't. You said predictions.
Anybody with half a brain knows I answered you.
Yeah, start ad hominem me, mate. When you've said predictions and you mentioned angle measuring tools, it's so simple.
Ad hominems for how stupid you're acting.
So you can't explain to everybody. You're coming in proving the globe, but you can't measure curvature. Is that correct?
What would curvature look like on a globe with a circumference of?
Well, the globe
What would curvature look like?
Curvature? I've never seen curvature on the Earth, mate. Sorry.
Right, it would look like drop over distance.
Yeah. So how do you measure that?
Height above the surface.
The surface level.
For the flat Earth model, there's a prediction for the globe model.
When you say surface, is that surface level? Is that surface level?
How can you measure height above the surface?
Surface level. Yeah. So surface level or surface curved?
Fucking dumb. You're LARP. That you can't be this dumb.
I'm not being dumb. I'm trying to establish what you're saying. You said above the surface. Is it surface level or surface curved?
Fucking LARPing.
Yeah, so what was the proof? It was drop of what over distance? Drop of level over distance. Level dropping over distance.
He said above sea level, drop over distance.
Fix your theodolite on another theodolite on a landmark.
That's an angle measuring tool, mate. We've already booted that out of the conversation.
Theodolites for angles.
You know what?
What do you stop it already?
Okay,
we booted that out, mate. That's an angle measuring tool, not a curving measuring tool.
I'm still curious. What would be dropping over distance?
The curve.
The curve. What's that? What's curve? What will be dropping over distance?
Well, the curve, if you had any, but there's no tool to measure it because nobody's coming up with the tool that measures curve. Nobody can mention the tool that measures curve. they're coming up with angle measuring tools. Theodolite, sextants, sea level, altitude, horizontal, elevation angles. Nobody's mentioning curvature when they're trying to prove curvature. How bizarre.
Is there like a self-leveling tool on one of these theodolites?
Well, yeah, it is a leveling tool. It's got nothing to do with curvature, which the globers are trying to prove curvature, but they keep mentioning level angle measuring tools.
It's even in the name, leveling tool, and that's not on a
That's
curve.
how you level your line of sight. That's how you level your line of sight. You need a leveling instrument on your station.
Yeah, line of sight.
So you know the angular difference between level and whatever you're looking at.
And surface level.
Right.
It's all level.
Sorry, 2 seconds. What specifically?
No, anything. Any object doesn't have to be the surface, dude.
So any object. So within, say, when we're mapping out the land, we're not just looking at the tops of objects, right? We're looking at a station. Are you saying that we're looking at a total station across the distance? Because we're going to want to know.
Whatever example you want to start conceptualizing is fine with me.
Okay, because at the moment, if we just say looking to the top of a mountain and stuff, there's lots of things that we're going to have to take into account. We can make many measurements over different days with different atmospheres and then take an average. An average isn't accurate, right? It's just an average. So if we're looking at something specific like another total station, that would be more interesting. But those would only be short. But those would only be short distances, right? Those
you use a measuring stick to know the height of the eye above the surface. For both instruments.
Yeah.
Right. They're both leveled.
Yeah, but the only ones
this is what surveyors already do. We already know they do.
Yeah. That's what I'm agreeing with you with. But what surveyors?
Yeah, they measure drop over distance. They never measure perfect horizontal ever.
Okay. All right, dude. If you just want to talk for him, that's fine. I was trying to reach an agreement.
Yeah, he said. So I mean, it's a strange
Just
thing
for
to
one
hear.
deck. I'm still trying to adjust one deck.
But it sounds strange to say that level drops away from level. It does sound like a strange statement. That they've measured level to be dropping away from level. It sounds like a strange statement to me.
Reciprocating zenith angles.
No, I mean just what's dropping away from what's dropping. You're saying the level is dropping away from what? Well, from the established level. So level is dropping away from level. Sounds like a strange statement.
It's all level. It's all horizontal. It's all elevation angles above sea level to get altitude elevations and everything. No, there's no mention of curvature. We've not mentioned curvature in the last 60 minutes.
You know, when I look at the stuff that Main Surveyor and Jesse Klosowski and McToon and all these surveyors, these guys that are going out and they're talking about, look, it's not parallel plumb lines.
Well,
it's
walk
not
that back. Those were not all surveyors that you just named. Like Jesse, maybe the one who dropped out of the whole thing, maybe he was a surveyor, but all the other ones were not surveyors.
Yeah, none of those guys.
And then you look at you look at the geodesy of like all of these like geodetic surveying. They're all talking about what's going on a globe. It's literally like it's drop over distance everywhere. You look this way, it literally isn't parallel plumb lines. Comports with the globe everywhere you look.
Yeah, so then that globe came from latitude measurement, which was established from elevation angles to and from Polaris. And then they got them circles of equal altitude and wrapped them around the ball using the haversine formula.
Anyway.
So the globe is established from a flat Earth. The globe is flat. It was measured like that.
The globe is flat.
Yeah, the globe is flat. The Greeks all knew that.
Pythagoras thought Earth was a globe.
Yeah, they measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal.
Yeah, because they were trying to find out if Earth was a globe or not.
Yeah. So you got all these globers in here saying that we live on a globe. Well, we say, how do you measure it then? Well, we measured it with a theodolite. Oh, did you know? That's an angular measuring
Where's
device.
all these
Well,
famous tests of people proving a flat Earth? Where's that?
Yeah, well, it's latitude, mate. That's how you get around. That's how everybody navigates the Earth. Latitude. That's how it's measured. It's a flat Earth measurement. 90 degrees to 0 degrees to and from Polaris. Using the sea sextant. Flat Earth, sea level, flat Earth measurement. That's how you get your globe.
You need to understand something.
No, you need to explain how curvature is measured.
Do you see my screen? Look at my screen.
No.
Look at this picture.
I'm not. No, I don't look. Listen, mate. I'm not. This isn't me being.
I don't want to know anything. I'm gonna ignore.
No.
Don't make sense.
No, listen, mate.
On a flat Earth.
Listen, mate. I'm gonna be straight with you, like a man to man conversation, right? If it was out having a drink with you now, right? I won't be looking at your screen, mate. I'll be talking face to face with you, right? Like in all honesty, right? And I'll be taking your word and my word. I've had a conversation. I ain't looking at your fucking screen, mate. You explain to me what you're on about.
All right, it's all good. You could probably picture it because you've seen it before.
Fucking man up.
It's basically it's an image of the southern hemisphere, right? Where Antarctica is in the center.
Hang on a minute. You haven't got
it's a hemisphere. Like a bird's eye view of the map.
Excuse me. You're not begging the question in here, mate. We haven't got a hemisphere because Earth's measured flat.
He's pointing out the coordinate system. It's a south polar coordinate system.
Well, go on. Sorry, Jedi. Go on.
Oh, so you understand what Jedi says, but not what I say.
Yeah, go on. No. I get a bit emotional sometimes, but go on.
That's all right. All we got to do is just
explain it, though. Jedi had to explain it. Kelly couldn't explain it.
Yeah, well, I'll explain it right. He was talking. Latitude lines on the flat Earth get bigger, greater distance to travel along the circle. On a globe, they get smaller. Guess which one comports with reality?
That's actually not true.
You sure?
60 nautical miles per degree is true.
Hold tight, one deck. Let Eli come in on this, please, mate.
All right, Eli. Go on, Eli.
I'm all wound up because one deck pisses me off. I'm not trying to.
I'm getting ready for an event, but I just heard that and I had to say that's not true. Like they always try to hijack a flat Earth and then say, now what have you got? Like, no, bro.
Yep. I'm saying that the latitude lines, it's a greater distance on a flat Earth. They get bigger on a
are measured and derived from a flat Earth. That's what you're meaning to be saying, because that's actually.
But we know how long it takes to travel distances in the south, like planes fly distances.
Your butt has nothing to do with the fact that latitude lines are derived from a flat Earth. Measurements to the angle of stars. Angular measurements to the stars, specifically elevation angles. You can't.
How about longitude lines?
You can't undo that.
How about longitude lines? What do you do with them?
Lines? How about
how do you do those?
Yeah. How about red herring?
Oh, so you can do latitude but not longitude. Okay.
How about red herring?
It got brought up a few times earlier. You guys heard about the this? I mean, you may have heard it in the flat Earth discussion. This guy Cook, said that he went around
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
Further away from the fact that this guy wants to say that.
Cherry picking one instance.
They've been on it for
someone claims different from like almost every flight in the south. They use great circle.
The conclusion.
They're navigating the south all day right now.
The conclusion is that no, latitude lines most definitely come from using the Earth as flat for reference. Like
you're saying that if every plane actually looked at their mileage, that every plane that travels in the south, they'd be like, that's weird. It doesn't comport with the globe. Like every
hours on their motors, not miles on their motors. It's hours being flown, not
he
miles
asked me if I'm
flown.
saying that, but I'm not saying that. He's saying that. I'm saying
that would have to be
elevation angles are how you obtain latitude lines, the ones that we use to gain our position and everything on the Earth.
True.
Yeah, it most definitely is true.
It's definitely not true. Definitely not.
Well, so then if that's not true, then okay, what is Polaris for? Like, what if not for elevation angles to it?
Yeah, elevation angles happen on a globe Earth only. You can't get elevation angles on a flat Earth. I've been through this with you guys.
So you just
Might have to
basically
get rid of
didn't
Scott.
respond. He didn't even respond.
I responded.
Yeah,
with
elevation
exactly
angles are only
what you
possible
stated.
on a flat Earth. You can't get them on a globe.
He just baselessly asserted that you only get elevation angles on a globe, which is obviously
Correct.
dumb.
You cannot
You
get them
only
on a
get 1
flat
degree
Earth.
every 69 miles on
The
a globe.
bottom line is we were talking about elevation angles to Polaris because he said it's
Exactly.
not true. He said it's not true. So
And you can't show us how you get them on a flat Earth. No one ever has.
this is the dumbest comment. This is why I can't stay.
If perspective is causing stars to decline 1 degree every 69 miles, then you should know how high they are above a flat Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can only get
the globe
69
they are
miles
then too, right?
linear straight miles on a flat plane. So miles are planar; they're just linear. So when you travel 69 miles, it's a straight line distance. It's flat.
It's so dumb. We always talk about these angles. Obviously, an elevation angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. The adjacent.
I'll stop being mean to one deck. All right, I'm sorry, bro.
The adjacent being a horizontal line. Like that's the bottom line, and everybody's talking about. Everybody's talking about
Nobody's talking
everything
about
else
that, but
they
you guys.
allow. Scott thinks that he should be able to just interrupt and say no, that's incorrect when it's ridiculous. I'm not about to sit here and argue that what I said is wrong because I know it's correct. Like
You're wrong.
that's not something that should be allowed.
You got mod powers now.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna abuse them, but the bottom
Oh,
line
so do
is
you want me to shut you up, Scott? Is that what you're asking for?
No, the feeling
for.
of the room is someone shouldn't be able to say, you know, something about a measurement or something that's actually just a matter of fact, and then somebody go, no, that's actually wrong, and then segue away from the entire premise in the first. That's something that everyone should be annoyed about to the point that people like Scott don't feel like speaking here.
Typical Scott.
Show us how you get a conversion from an elevation angle to a distance.
As you try to divert.
That's it. How do you do that?
He can't answer. Oh, never mind.
He's diverting from the point again. That's what he's doing.
No, we agree that you can convert an elevation angle, or actually a zenith angle, to your distance from your GP. We agree. You can do that.
No, we're not agreeing to listen. I don't care. The bottom line is in this discussion right now that we are having. I'm not saying something that you are then saying, yes, we agree. You're telling me that you don't agree with me saying we use Polaris as a referenceable point with elevation angles from the Earth. You said that's wrong. You said
no, I didn't.
You can only do. Yeah, you did.
I did.
Well, if you're not saying that, then I'm glad that we can dismiss all of the red herrings and the non sequiturs then and just go with that.
No, I said what was wrong was that the distance
Oh my God!
to the GP.
Now you're about to do it right now. No.
Snowflake.
No.
What happened to the thing about the latitude lines getting bigger on A. Gleason?
Longitude.
You're saying that's not true?
Well, what I'm saying is latitude
the
is
circles of
derived from
latitude.
elevation angles.
North Pole is the center on A. Gleason. The
You asked
circles
me
of
if something
latitude
was
get
not true and
greater
then kept
below the
talking.
equator.
I just want you to know that you asked me a question and then kept talking. Mind you, I gave you the answer the first time. And this time I tried to give you the answer again. Latitude lines are got from elevation angles to Polaris.
How?
That's where you begin.
How?
That's where you begin. And he says no but he just said yeah when I worded it a different way.
How?
This is what's
What about when you don't see Polaris in the south?
This is what's upsetting. Oh, okay, that's not Scott. Never mind then.
You can't see Polaris below the equator.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur.
Well, how are you getting latitude lines in the south?
It's a non sequitur.
Well, you could look. That's why I brought it up. You can look into that guy. You guys may have heard it in the flat Earth
But it's just a
discussion
non
early on
sequitur
about.
because what it does is not
Yeah, but
address
it's a
what I
non-conversation.
said was
Yeah.
true. And it's like everything is, and again, it's like
Address
people
Elijah and only Elijah.
people think we're on repeat and shit, but it's like, yo, we're only saying one thing, one consistent thing, and y'all want to talk about everything else. It's crazy.
That's when they start spitballing random shit. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I want to talk about like the early on. You may have heard about this guy, Captain Cook, in the flat Earth discussion. He says he went around.
No. Hold on. I gotta address what he said. What the heck, dude?
Oh, good.
I'm gonna address because you're saying that they didn't actually observe Polaris when they were getting these distances between latitude lines or whatever you want to call it.
No,
that they just figured that would be the case for all stars in the
you're
south.
not hearing.
What?
Because everything
Just hear
you
me
just
out.
said is not. Listen, you're talking about what I'm
You're not
talking
hearing
about,
me
but
out.
what you said had nothing to do with what I said. That's what's annoying. You want me to hear you out while you're explaining that I'm saying something that I haven't said. No, I don't want to hear that out.
This is great, Eli. This is what they like, though. It's like just 2 minutes on this.
No, you're not going to act like I'm not making sense when I'm directly addressing the issue with your argument. You're trying to say latitude is based off of angles to Polaris. I'm saying you can't see Polaris beyond the equator. You're either they base the entire map of the globe off of a few angles observed to Polaris in the north, and then they say, okay, it must be like this for the rest of the globe. Let's just go ahead and. How do you map the south based off of angles to Polaris? That makes no fucking sense.
Yes,
That's my argument. Okay, because you're not in the south mapping the land masses.
Right.
Yeah, you tell us.
Comport with the angles to the stars.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
there
they did.
you go.
You may have heard. Yes, that's what they did. You may have heard of this guy, Captain Cook, right? Earlier on in the flat Earth discussions, right? Now, his job was to go and map the lines of latitude and longitude according to those projections of Polaris onto a globe. So he had to go into the south, and he had to adjust longitudes and latitudes to match the globe. You may have heard the story that he went around Antarctica, around double the circumference of the globe. Right, but that was he didn't just go there for a visit. He went there on like all the Navy's money and all on their dime to go make the Earth a globe. That's what he did. So the story that you may have heard, like, oh, he went around twice the circumference of the Earth, just going around Antarctica. How does that happen? That's just kind of like the kicker to get you interested in it. Yeah, and then when you find out more and read more on it, on the adjustments that he made, he had to keep on moving these longitudes and latitudes. He was out of reckoning.
Yeah, forget about that, mate.
Constantly.
Listen, mate.
Yeah, but that's how he transferred the. It wasn't just one guy. He had a
Listen,
Navy.
mate,
He had a Navy behind him.
You know about it.
That's why he can't stop talking, because he had to change the point. He just had to change the point.
I had to cut in like 3-4 times. Yeah, I had to cut in like 3. I said this like maybe like 15 minutes ago.
you off.
Every time somebody cut me off. I know the flat earthers cut me off every time so far. Fucking A.
So one tech got muted, so you can finish your point, mate.
No, I mean that was really it. Like
I hear your point. I know exactly what you're getting into.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we got an account of a guy that really tried to navigate in the south, and he got a whole bunch of distances that don't comport with a globe. I heard the story before.
Right. Well, that's not just. I mean, but that wasn't his objective. His objective was to take those latitudes that you get from a globe, assume a globe, and then transpose it into the south. And he had to fuck around with a whole bunch of stuff. We had to change them. You had to get the meridian. You had to agree on the meridian. Then you had to change. Adjust the. He was out of reckoning according to latitudes all the time. Like you were asking, don't they get wider? They're supposed to get wider in the south. They were. He had to keep on recorrect. You could look into it and what he had to do to adjust all these things. But yeah, he just adjusted it, assuming Earth globe. So we have his main axiom for correcting these latitudes and longitudes were the Earth's a globe. He didn't test it. He just adjusted for it to be a globe. I mean, you could check it out.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting and worth checking out.
Yeah, I think Callie's concession though was his ignorance.
Yo, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. All right, go
Eli,
ahead.
am I in it?
I
I'm
was
just saying that. Oh, for
no
God's
one day.
sake.
Hold on. Callie's concession was that he didn't know how the latitude is derived past the equatorial. So that was not a gotcha. That was not a him proving anything, even though he tried to make it like it was a proof of something, a gotcha. It was just him acknowledging his ignorance of the topic. He doesn't know anything about cartography.
Yeah, but into the break, what my point is, right, and from Eli's conversation and my conversation for the last 2 fucking hours about latitude, right, and it being measured from Polaris at 90 degrees to 0 to the equator, right? Even when they accept that fact, then the response will be, well, how is it measured in the south? Now, okay,
Exactly.
then, if you believe in latitude and how the globe's measured, you tell us how it's measured. Because
where the land masses are according to the latitude and longitude coordinates.
I'm going to make 2 seconds and I'm out. 2 seconds and I'm out. Excuse me,
You're
mate.
not using Polaris to find those distances.
2 seconds and I'm out.
I'm responding to the dude that insulted me as if I don't know
but
what
I'm not
this is
finished
about.
yet. I'm just going to give you an example. So from 90 degrees underneath the zenith, right, to 0 degrees, we're admitting it's an elevation angle measurement. Yeah. And then it's like, well, how's it measured in the southern hemisphere? So are you telling us it's measured flat from 0 to 90, then we go to curvature measurements? Now, you all agree that we've got latitude, yeah? Now, you're asking us, how is it measured in the southern? Now, you tell us how it's measured in the southern. What curvature
Well,
instrument
not even one that. I mean, because you basically said what I was gonna say about it being 90 degrees from uh Polaris to the equator, which it would be 0. We're talking about the elevation angle, referencing a flat plane. And the only response to that is, what would you do in the South then? Who cares?
Exactly.
You asking me what would we do in the South isn't a justifiable reason for you to tell me no, it's not.
I don't even know why I asked you like that, because you ain't about to do shit for flat Earth.
Here we
Like,
go.
you could be working with me. No, this is it right here. Ready? You could be working with me. You could understand the flaw in the A.E. Gleasons and why celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth. You're not working with me. You're all lining up to fucking insult me like bitches. All right? I brought up a great point why flat Earth doesn't comport with celestial navigation. All right? And you're all just fucking acting butthurt about
He
it.
just
Like I
ignored
just
the
did to you.
point because his feelings are hurt. He didn't hear the point because his feelings are hurt.
He's getting emotional about the southern latitude angle measurements that he can't describe or prove.
That prove a flat Earth.
Is my screen still being shared? Hold on. Let me get this picture up again.
So he agrees that 0 to
Time out. But we gotta look. It's my style to slow a person down, because what happens is when people start talking fast, they want the people around to get flustered because that's their way out of an uncomfortable situation. I'm not talking about
No,
South.
I got 5 people bringing up 5
I'm
different
not
arguments.
talking about South shit. And I'm
You're
not
not letting me address the fucking whack shit. Your argument is whack. Look at the
He's
picture of
short
the South.
circuiting. Let him finish. You short
Look at
circuiting.
the picture of the South.
Let him finish. You short circuiting.
No, it's okay. I finally do have my powers. Like, you're not gonna talk through me though, bro. Like, he's gonna have this uncomfortable moment, have this mouth explosion, complain about how many people there are that are talking, and then think he's gonna go back on to his non sequitur point that was already addressed, like he's controlling the room. That's manipulation. I hope you guys are like kind of pissed off about that too. The way these people try to.
I thought you were done. I was saying
I'm
typical.
gonna
But go
take a
ahead.
dump on you as I ask you to watch my stream. Who do you think you are, bro?
Am I muted?
Not
Yeah, who
anymore.
do you think you are?
Hey, look at my screen, Eli. So these are latitude lines in the south. They get smaller. On A.E. Gleason, they get bigger. Okay, we know the distance that it takes to get between locations in the south.
He doesn't seem to understand the question. Who do you think you are?
Getting greater
Like
in
who is Callie? The real like who is like that's just a
I don't
name. Who is Callie?
I don't need your help, bro. I Who do you think you are? Coming in with this non sequitur point, which I then addressed, which you then exploded into the room, all of your talk about how many people are speaking and how we're not understanding things. When no, you told me no, what I was saying wasn't true, and then began asking me a completely non sequitur point. And you think that you're just gonna basically dump on us and continue with your non sequitur. Who do you think you are?
Are you like muting me and unmuting me or something right now?
Yeah, because I'm asking you a question and you're not going to
All
be
right, so you're a
audible.
pussy. Got it.
So you're not going to be audible to say anything other than what you're being addressed for.
There was a conversation. You're doing some dumb shit.
Okay, so he's not ready to be a part of the conversation right now, guys. I'm sorry.
Feelings.
I mean, the overall point is obviously when we're talking about an equator at all, we're talking about a point. Now, I'm specifically talking about the North. These guys can't tell me that latitude lines aren't derived using elevation angles to Polaris. They can't tell me that and be justified because that's obviously ridiculous. You literally talking about an equator where it's 90 degrees at Polaris and 0 at the equator. You can't tell me that what I just said isn't what I just said and then carry on with something else. That's ridiculous. So I'm going to end that point there. I'm going to unmute him and y'all can talk to him about whatever, but that's where the conversation is concluded for me.
Yeah, well, like again, like it's not a terrible question that somebody who believes the Earth to be a sphere, they should ask that. How then did we derive latitude in the south? But that's it. I mean, should ask the question and then go seek the answer.
Well, listen, if the globers think they've got proof of latitude and longitude in the south, please tell us how it was measured.
Yeah, so I mean that comes into play when people, when somebody might ask, well, where's the flat Earth map, right? So then you'd have to say, well, how did they make the globe Earth map? And then you can look into that. It rings a bell, the whole Captain Cook thing, because people have heard this, I don't know, this contradiction that there's 13,000 mile circumference continent at the bottom of the ball. When some guy went around it, he went around 60,000 miles and never got to the end of it. Well, that doesn't make sense, right? It's okay. Well, what was that guy doing down there anyway? Like, with a royal ship and other ships and ships upon ships and different tons of money. Like, was he just doing it for fun? No, the answer is he was hired to do it. Another guy, Smith, I think, was hired to do it around the same time. And what were they doing? They were trying to map out, according to their prediction, that the Earth is a sphere. So they're trying to map it out and then cut the land up and divide it up a set amount of space. And then you can look into all the, it's not all of it is like just look it up and that's the truth, right? But you can look up some of the magnetic declination issues they were having, that they were off their heading constantly. Why were they off their heading? They were assuming that the Earth was a globe to make these circles of latitude converge to another point. But then why were they always correcting for the compass in the north, right? So how are they making a circle left and right at the same time to make it converge while correcting to the north? So that's something interesting to look into. So that's the magnetic declination. They said, well, our compass must be off because the Earth's a globe. So all these things must be the case. All the corrections that the crew had to make over different years to turn the Earth into a globe in the southern oceans where there's no real land masses to sight and things to be able to confirm that that's what they did. So then we would have to go do what they did, like with to make the map, to correct the map and the distortions in the south. We'd have to somebody on the flat Earth side would have to go do what they did to correct their corrections.
Yeah, listen, Captain Cook's just a story, mate. Just like Eratosthenes' story, right? But Eratosthenes destroys the globe. Their proof of globe destroys the globe.
Yeah, but whether it's a story or not, like even if Eratosthenes is a story, right, it's still something you can do, right? And it'll still prove a flat Earth, no problem. But whether it's a story or not is like kind of, it doesn't really matter that much. I could say all they did was project the north into the south, and that's it. Like all they did was just project it and say, well, we live on a globe, and
we don't even have to go into all that, mate. Listen, all we have to say is latitude, right, is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, and they admit that. The globers admit that now. Then they'll say, well, how's it measured in the south? Now they all agree that we've got latitude. Yeah. Now they ask us, how's it measured in the south? Well, you can tell us then. I'm sure it will be an elevation angle measurement.
Well, it's not. My point is, it's not as easy as the south, as in the north, right? It took teams. In the north, anybody can go out and just measure the elevation angle to Polaris and get the map. In the south, they needed a whole team of guys to make corrections based on the axiom that the Earth's a globe, and they had to keep correcting, keep getting lost. Rum lines had to be laid down. Longitudes had to be squiggly lines instead of straight lines, and do a whole bunch of messed up shit to make it a globe. Yeah, I mean that's just if you're actually curious, and then you'll be faced. That's just if you're actually curious and want an answer. It's not that it proves anything. If you just want the answer, how do they do it? Then go look for how they claim, whether it's a story or not, how they claim they did it, and then next time you ask, well, flat earthers, go make that map. You'll see what they claim in the story that it took to make a map.
The globers are actually flat earthers.
Of course.
Because they're using flat Earth elevation angle measurements to prove the globe all the time.
Yeah, they're using that. They're using a stationary Earth. Right. They're using the moving stars. They're using every flat Earth thing.
All right. They're going to come up with a situation because we explain that from Polaris's point of view, at 90 to 0, we're using Polaris. Then we've got once it's disappeared, apparently disappeared below the horizon. Because we moved far away from it, we can't use it anymore. So then the globers say, well, how do you measure the southern latitude angle measurements? Well, you fucking tell us then.
Yeah, they didn't go to. Yeah,
they can't. They can't explain. They can't explain it.
Right, that's all I was pointing out. Is they can't. They can't explain it. If you want to go look into the explanation that's given,
they're asking us. Yeah. They're asking us. Well, if you've used a flat Earth elevation, okay, we'll give you that, flat Earthers. We admit you will need a flat Earth elevation angle from 90 degrees to 0, but now you can't see Polaris. How are you going to measure it now? Well, you tell us how it was measured in the first place using curvature, because you can't. Don't ask us questions. You fucking tell us how the globe was measured, because you can't. Because the Earth's not a globe. It's measured flat.
Yeah, I agree. It's one thing if they want to use it as like an elephant hurdling, proof of something, or if they're versus if they're just asking a question.
All they do is ask questions. They don't come forth with evidence. Well, how does this work? Explain this. Well, explain that then. Well, how does that work on a flat Earth? I thought you were supposed to be proving fucking globe, mate. But you got no proof of globe, have you? You just keep asking questions about the flat Earth. And, reiterating about sea level and altitude above sea level and elevation profiles established from sea level. All level, all horizontal. No evidence of curvature at this point. But you keep, how does that work on a flat Earth? Well, no. How would you get a globe measurement? Because you can't provide one, can you? But if you do, it's going to involve horizontal, sea level, altitude levels, elevation angle measurements. Latitude is the killer.
Yeah, I mean it is interesting though. Yeah, I mean, who's confirmed? Like he was making. It's almost like Callie was making a statement that, well, these latitudes get smaller and smaller as traveled. Who traveled them? I mean, who's going in a circle? Who's going in a circle to get to their death? Just go in a straight line. Going a run line, going a straight line. Why are you going in a circle? The ocean's a wide open ocean, as if people were traveling in that big circle. Like who's following a line of latitude in the north to go anywhere? I'm not traveling a line of latitude to go to my destination. I'm cutting through that shit.
Hey, Globers, how's latitude measured in the south? Hello, Globers. How's latitude measured in the south? They must know.
They know all about it.
Yeah, I want a Glober to come on now and tell me how latitude lines, circles of equal altitude, was measured in the south. Anybody?
That's impossible.
It's fucking funny. Well, we can measure it in the north.
I did a quick Google search.
Yeah, we'll measure it in the north using elevation angles. We'll accept that. We need a horizontal baseline and Polaris and all that. But how do you measure it in the south? You can't do it in the south because the north must be flat, but then the south must be curved. Come on, Globers. Fucking wake up, man.
Yeah, I did a quick Google search just to see what they would come up with, and it does say that it says they're measuring the longitudes and adjusting longitudes in the south with the sun. That's a quick Google search.
So when they're measuring the sun, are they measuring an elevation angle?
Correct.
Yeah. So will that require a flat horizontal baseline?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're getting
the
throughout the seasons. They need the sun's angle.
So here's a Glober. Here's a dead Glober like dying for his life. Well, okay then. We're going to measure Polaris from 90 degrees under our dinghy underneath it at zenith. And when we get to the equator at 0, we can't see it because of perspective. Yeah, we can't see anymore. What we're going to use then to prove globe? Well, we'll just use the sun and measure elevation angles to the sun using the sea level. Well, so you're measuring curvature? No, we're just using sea level again. But we're not using Polaris, we're using the sun. But it's got nothing to do with curvature. Oh, alrighty then. Fucking great globe proof. Fucking pathetic. I will slap Globers about all day long now. It's simple.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, don't just quote me on all of it. But yeah, if you look, more into it, yes, definitely the sun throughout the seasons, elevation angles to the sun,
elevation angles.
Yep, longitude and where it's they map it out onto the ground.
Nothing to do with curvature.
That was a terrible impression of a glober. They sound far worse than that.
They can't measure. They do not know the name of a curvature measuring tool. They can't mention. They don't know. They don't know the name of one. They haven't got one. What measures curvature? Well, a theodolite. Theodolite. It's a fucking surveying tool. Well, theodolite measured the Earth. No, the Greeks didn't have a theodolite, mate. They had a stick and a shadow. All I can do is laugh nowadays. That's all I do, laugh. I used to get frustrated. Now I just laugh. Anybody got any glow proof? No.
Let me see. Looks like Chris is the only glober in here now.
Chris, give us some glow proof.
And Amish. It's on Fridays. Amish is a glober. So.
Yeah. Any globers in here want to try and tell us how the Earth is measured spherically?
Actually, you know what?
I will not put on a dress for you guys and pretend to be a glober.
Oh, stop! Who was that, Dubay? but it's funny. Yeah, but isn't that what you were going over with lines of longitude and how they are distorted? You were going over that with what's his name? Spinning wobbly tilted space ball.
Oh
yeah. Why?
Yeah. I mean, the sun is not really observed to move at a uniform 15 degrees per hour in the sky.
Well, yeah, I mean, we got to put like a solid number on it. So
yeah, it's just an average. It can actually, depending where you are, it seems to move the fastest, closest to your zenith, and slowest towards the horizon.
I mean, I'd back you up on that, really, because we don't actually know, do we? We've had to to give it some sort of degree angle measurement, but we don't actually know what that sun is, what it's doing. We haven't got a clue, have we?
I've seen some demonstrations of that where guys were just, I can't remember, it was like a while ago, he was just doing demonstrations of it where he would put a stick in the ground with a shadow and then measure the rate of the change of the shadow being faster or slower at sunset, faster at zenith, just like you're saying. That's the demonstrations I've seen. It's like the shadow would like linger at sunset.
Yeah, so you can always tell when people come in, they don't really know what they're talking about, and they're repackaging arguments that they heard from their back chats. And they'll say, well, the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, but I've had globers say to me, well, the sun's moving at 16 degrees per hour. I said, well, according to you, no, it's not. The fucking Earth's spinning it fucking backwards at 15 degrees per hour. But regardless of that, nobody's ever seen curvature anywhere on Earth. Yeah, it's never been measured as a curvature measurement. Even going back to the Greeks, Eratosthenes and Alberuni, yeah, that was all presuppositions, angle measurements, depression angle measurements to the horizontal eye line. It's nothing to do with curvature. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a big non-sequitur.
I can't believe nowadays in this day and age, like, okay, I mean, I'm going to contradict myself a few times here, but I don't want to go too deep and get myself too tangled up. But because I don't believe when you talk about people in the past and ancient people being less educated. I don't agree with that. But what I'm going to say is, so you could say that maybe they talk about the Greeks, don't they, and the philosophers. Yeah, they didn't have the instruments and the tools and the technology that we have now. So we believe. I mean, this is why I said I didn't want to contradict myself, because you could talk about the pyramids, and that would contradict that thing. So what we're saying is, we're told like 2,000 years ago, the philosophers, Pythagoras and all this, looked into the sky and, oh, there's the moon. It looks spherical. Well, we're thinkers. We're big thinkers. So, and circle is a perfect shape, and the Earth must be spherical as well. So, well, that's just a hypothesis, isn't it? It's just a thought that, well, we're in this world and we're talking and we're thinking about things, and we can say what we want. We can actually say we can't prove it, but we can presume that, yeah, the moon does look spherical to a certain degree. That's the only thing in the sky I look at that maybe, it looks more like a physical object than anything else. And it does look, you could say, yeah, it looks spherical, but I don't know. I can only see one side of it.
Funny enough topic to show you guys.
Yeah.
So you know how hot air balloons work, right? They basically have a big flamethrower, and it heats up the air inside the balloon. So what if I said I have a picture from NASA where they took a Saturn rocket, turned it upside down, and used the blast from the rocket to heat up a balloon? There you go. Who says NASA doesn't use balloons?
But what I'm trying to say is, like, if we're saying like people were not as educated as us 2,000 years ago, and didn't have the equipment, and they looked in the sky, and admittedly, you might think, well, the moon looks spherical, the lights in the sky look spherical because we've got no fucking 1,900 telescopes. Everything looks round. We must be round. Now, why are we still holding that view now? Why are still people holding that view now? They've latched. It's like you're stuck in the past. You can't move on. Well, Pythagoras, that's where it comes from. Everything's spherical in the sky, and that's where we are. Everyone's like gone into this like spasticated thought system. We've not snapped. Well, we have. Most of all globers haven't. Well, the moon looks spherical. The Earth must be spherical. The lights in the sky, because the Greeks 10,000 years ago, whatever, that's what they thought. So we can't move away from this now. We can't revisit this now and say this was a mistake. This was due to lack of intelligence, maybe, or lack of equipment to prove things otherwise. We have to stick with it. We can't move on. We're stuck in a grid. And that's where the globers are. They're stuck in a grid. Can't move on. Can't revisit the situation. It's already been made up. The Greeks knew this. Moon's spherical. The Earth must be spherical. So if is a big word. If it was spherical, how would we work out the circumference? Well, we could pretend we're inside it on a straight line, yeah, and get an angle inside the circle that we've not proved we live on, and measure the angle of a distance between one point and another, then do some mathematics. So if we did live on a globe, the circumference would be this wide. That's what Eratosthenes did. It's like we can't break out of it. Let's move on. Let's change. Don't be scared of change. We've got to move on. We've got to advance ourselves. Stop getting locked into the fucking old ways. Anyway, my pizza's ready. I'm going to get a pizza. Then I'm going to bed. Good night. God bless. Peace and rest.
Take care.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Good hearing from you, man.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, mate. Oh, no. Well, it is Speculation Sunday, so if you want to ask someone to speculate, I'm open to speculation. I'd love to speculate on the sporadic meteor complex. Unfortunately, I don't have all my media and papers available at my fingertips to go through it. Kind of wish Jemsy was here because he's got a lot of it too. But it might be worth talking about. Have y'all heard of that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, what's that, Ego?
Well, what if I told you that every night a gigantic cross rises from the east, which spans from the north to the south and covers the whole night sky. And then it sets right when the sun is coming up. And they've known about it since the 1970s. There are 6 points of light that can only be seen with finely tuned electro-optical infrared. You can also listen to it with radio on VHF, about 27 megahertz, excuse me. Been talking latitude so long, guys. Yeah. And it also appears to be the sources of sporadic meteor discharges. For those of you who believe it, you got six nodes, 6 points of origin in the sky forming a cross that's hurling rocks down on Earth. I don't think they're rocks. Yeah, what could it be?
Well, when you say meteor, you mean like bits of stuff?
Well, what is actually measured are electrical discharges. People claim to recover iron from the ground that came from up there as a result of it, but, you know. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, something to speculate over. What could that be? They've known about it since the 70s, so it's only. Do they think it's always been there, or has it just like appeared in the 70s?
Good question. Well, good. Okay, so the Canadian Observatory set up some electro-optical infrared telescopes, and they aimed it at the sky where this appears. And over the course of an entire year, they took pictures. And here's an animation I posted in the chat. You don't see the full thing because you have to be at the equator to see all of it. Yeah, what is it? Next image shows a diagram of each of these points of light where sporadic meteors originate. I oriented it such that if you could hold this image over your head when you're at the equator facing east, right as the sun, I guess, is rising, it forms this gigantic cross, covers the whole night sky. There's a high-res image from the Canadian meteor hunters. They're from a University of Ontario, Toronto. What's really interesting is the remarkable symmetry. Yeah, what could that be, guys? You think it's just, well, like clusters of rocks in space, perfectly arranged in such a geometric pattern? I mean, we can only see it because it's electrical. Is this what's coming to barbecue Earth in the end of days? Yeah, what is it?
Space is real, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Elon's gonna save the universe.
That's right. Just plug your brain into the network. Get your body liquefied. Your consciousness will live on in the blockchain.
I know. Like Neuralink, if you the gematria for Neuralink is 666 apparently.
Yeah. Matches his Satan suit, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta go. Sorry, PMAC. Listen only mode now.
Okay, buddy.
Sleep well, guys.
I will eventually. I think he's if he's not the anti, he's a fucking precursor.
Who's that? Elon?
Yes, sir.
He's a very weird character, isn't he?
Yeah, dodgy, man. Dodgy.
Speaking of weird characters, guess who is, this is kind of old now, but on a podcast hyping up the Neuralink and said, hey, once they get the kinks worked out, I want to be front in line. None other than Mr. Beast. Speaking of the devil, he said he wants the Neuralink chip. Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
The YouTuber.
Yeah. What do you call them? Two brothers that got kicked off the network because they were dodgy as well. Begins with C. He was like, he was interviewing the guy that got the first Neuralink. He said, "This is the most fantastic, super fantastic thing I've ever seen. This is great." And they love it. Like, imagine, like, foreign objects being inserted into your brain, like, crazy. So that you can move your mouse cursor. Wow.
Yeah, not the best idea.
Yeah, transhumanism.
Yeah. To me, I said, I mentioned this about 25 fucking years ago in a forum somewhere. My worst nightmare would be for your consciousness to be trapped in an internal body that cannot die. Therefore, you have to live forever with yourself.
Yeah, maybe they need to re-release Lawnmower Man.
Yeah.
Remind people.
There's no escape. That's you trapped. You're confined to a robot body. Your consciousness is trapped inside, and that's you done, brother. You're stuck there forever and ever. Now, who in their right mind would desire that? And they're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even hiding it. It's so, they're doing all these rituals and fucking stages and shit all over the place. It's transhumanism. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if there's people paying hundreds of thousands to have information downloaded into their brain, then people are going to try and figure out a way to steal it.
Oh, geez, yeah, I never thought of that.
Like everything else.
Yeah, they hack you.
Yeah, your brain gets hacked in the morning. You'll be behind schedule.
You shut down for fucking 3 days because of a Microsoft update.
That's the funny thing, because that was Mr. Beast. His number one reason for doing it. He goes, well, no, just think about it. No matter the cost, you'll be able to use the chip to just make so much money you won't know what to do with it. But yeah, getting hacked and yeah, because you wouldn't even have to have that. You wouldn't even have to have a fellow chip wearer to get hacked.
Yeah, that's crazy. That thought, I mean, just opening yourself up to that kind of stuff. It's like, you not like your own thoughts about you. Do you want people to just walk into your head anytime they feel like it? All because you wanted to control the fucking mouse button? Do you ever hear of trees and do you ever hear of the outside world?
I would be fascinated if there became a technology that could record your dreams.
No, fuck that. Most of my dreams after eating cheese, you wouldn't want to fucking live them. You ever have dreams where you eat cheese, you wake up, and you're breathing heavily, and you're thinking to yourself, thank fuck that's over. Thank fuck that wasn't real.
No, if you're lactose intolerant, maybe. I don't know.
Strange. I was talking to a boy at work the other day. He loves fucking cheese. He's maniac. And I said to him, I used to think it was a wives' tale, But I've noticed every time I eat even if I put a bit of cheese in a burger and I go to sleep, I have the worst dreams. You really do, like. Getting caught in airports naked with your luggage disappeared and nowhere to go. Like them kind of dreams.
Yeah, you're sort of walking around without pants on, but it seems normal. You're just kind of like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, own your dream.
Or I've kind of the same dream over and over every night.
Oh, really? I've never met a recurring dreamer.
Same dream over and over.
Is it a good one?
I used to have those. But I used to have one very specific one when I was young. Wow. Yeah, and it was a completely innocuous dream if told the details of it, but it was a horror show living it. I mean, it was a nightmare.
You had a dream that every night?
No. It was probably a couple dozen times from I stopped having it probably in my mid-20s, early 20s. Yeah, over that span of time, yeah. It was the exact same dream.
You think it was a message from the other side?
It was a dream. It was a nightmare. It was some sort of nightmare.
Some people would say life is a nightmare. Only if you let it.
The weird thing about it, there was something while in the dream very comforting about it, but it was terrifying. Like because I would always wake up out of it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like the dream. The dream would always end at the same time, and I would wake up out of it. But while happening, it was like it was just fine, you know. But yeah, it was strange.
The dreamer awakens.
I freaked a friend. Yeah, John. Yeah, I had freaked a friend out about a year ago, and it wasn't even intentional. But I hadn't seen him. He used to hang out with him all the time. Then probably 5 years went by. I didn't see him too often. Well, I was out of town, and then I came back, and I was talking to him. I hadn't seen him in a while, so we were just talking about some old things that we had done. And I said, "Remember that day? A friend of mine, he was moving drywall up to the second floor of his house, and my friend dropped by that day, and we had some beers, and we burned some shit out of this other house. And part of it was a dead raccoon that was in this abandoned house." So that was like what was memorable about it. And I said, "Hey, remember when we burned that raccoon?" And I said, "Yeah, dude, you picked up 2 giant pieces of drywall. Because we were carrying them up to, you know, we were helping each other carry him up the stairs, you know." And he goes, "Watch this." He grabbed 2 of them, and he just whatever. So he goes, he at first he didn't remember. He goes, "Oh yeah." He goes, and this is what freaked him out. The night before, this is something that happened a decade ago. And we didn't even make plans to see each other until that day. So he wasn't even he wasn't even thinking about anything about me. And he had a dream the night before that he was at this girl's house who he's in love, you know, and not to dox anyone or tell anyone secrets. He's in love with her and has always been in love with her, but has never, you know, they've always never crossed paths. But he was hanging out with her. And he had that day, the reason why he came over to hang out with us while we were working was she lived right up the block from where we were. But he looked at me and it freaked him out. And he goes, he goes, "I had that dream last night." It was weird. Like he just couldn't, you know, it sounds kind of convoluted, but yeah, the dream thing, there's something to dreams. And I think anyways, now I'm starting to think about remote viewing and such things, but I guess it is Sunday. But yeah, I've had dreams where I saw the place I was going prior to going to, and it was all that happened on maybe 3 occasions, but twice, just verbatim, specifically what was in places I had not been prior, and it was. I'll shut up, but it was revolved around stressful situations. Like I was stressed. It wasn't. I was planning to go to this place, and I wasn't looking forward to going to it. Yeah, but yeah, dreams are they tap into something.
I
that's
believe that.
really freaky. The word remote viewer is used in military and intelligence circles to indicate somebody that uses a satellite to view something that they normally wouldn't be able to see. And they also use remote viewer for Project Stargate for all those people that dropped LSD when they worked for the army to try and remote view nuclear missile bunkers in Russia on LSD.
Yeah,
men
well,
who
they made
stare
that
at goats.
movie. You know, they stare at goats. That's what that movie was about, and that was after like a decade of the remote viewers, quote unquote, on coast to coast, telling their tales. That almost of all the outlandish things told on that show, those are the ones that sound the most. They sounded the most sort of like, had to go to the water cooler. Well, yeah, you're explaining that they were in a very unique state of mind. But yeah, I've heard them recount their experiences that sound like the what they were being set out to go look at. It wasn't like anything exciting, you know what I'm saying? It was strategically important apparently, but it wasn't like some grandiose story they had to tell.
I used to work for one, and I have their receipts.
There's definitely something to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like when you know what's coming around a corner 2 seconds away, or the one that's a stretch is someone's going to give you a call and they call you. But yeah, I mean, if you can just have a feeling something's coming around the corner and you better slow down, then who knows what the bounds are.
Sometimes in a dream, or sometimes even in the waking world, you think about now. I think nearly everybody's had this experience where you think of somebody that you haven't seen in 15 years. You walk into a supermarket, there they are. You have that in a dream, and sometimes in the waking world too.
I had a dream about 9/11 before it happened, and it freaked me out. And I told people in the office about it. And I was living in New York at the time, and then it happened, and people were freaked out.
No way.
Yeah.
No way, bro. That's trippy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy
That's
stories, man.
That's a big dream.
Yep.
I suppose there's lots of ways to see the future. I mean, it's another thing to think about a lot. Time. How do people see the future if the future doesn't already exist? It has to exist. That's the only reason why you could see it. It has to already exist. Otherwise, how do you see it? I don't think everything is linear. Maybe secular.
Well, like Steve Miller said, time keeps on slipping into the future.
Into the future. That's a good one. I love that tune.
That is so trippy, man. Like, even listening to it today. I mean, wouldn't that come out like 40 years ago?
Yeah, that would be nice to hear that. Yeah, now we're turning Speculation Sunday into Swade Sunday, or whatever they call it. But yeah, if we could have the radio station of 30 years ago in today's world, perfect.
Yeah, like the old Art Bell from like the early 2000s and 90s.
Yeah, the music, the overnight radio. I want to hear people when I drive by, people listening to a baseball game, just everything. Yeah, from the kingdom of Nye. That's the era I need.
I've been digging vaporwave music because I've got so much nostalgia for like Sparrow Pizza and arcade games. Like Afterburner, dropping 4 quarters in that sucker, like 1989 or whatever. That was a lot of money.
Well, considering it was probably even silver.
You're probably right. $27. Dude. There's another fun game, man. Tiger Heli.
I remember that one. They had those Afterburner, Tiger Heli, and this came later, probably in the 80s, but that game with the handles for the boxer, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good one.
Like, you knew that if you saw an arcade game and you had to step into a booth, it was going to be freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
There was an X-Wing game that was like basic polygons and stuff, but it was on such a huge screen. It was amazing, so immersive. Yeah, man. Lawn darts and Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man at Pizza Hut built into the table.
Yeah, I've always told I need one of those. Every time I've seen one of them on sale, it wasn't,
Yo, I think
wasn't in
Radwin's
the
here. I think
cards.
he got one of those. I was talking to him about this a long time
Yeah,
ago.
years ago, or at least a year ago on here, he's got one of those cool wall mount ones. Those are neat.
He's got
But
cool
yeah, the
freaking
Pizza
toys.
Hut, the Pizza Hut tabletop one. That's
fire.
Yeah, I need one of those.
Pac-Man machine.
Yeah,
yeah, the Pizza Hut table Pac-Man.
I know a guy who sells them. I have a Walver stand-up.
I got to get one of those, man.
Wall mount, actually.
Yeah, you showed it on here years ago.
Hey, look, it's Luca. Hey, Luca.
Conversation was happening.
A Galaga, Galaxian, Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, 2 other ones. Big Doug and something else.
And Tron, the one that would just eat your quarter like no other game.
I actually got this because it had Dig Dug on it. I hated that game so much, I had to play it.
Cubert, another tricky one.
Hey, guys, you got another gold plus from 24/7 in here. Luluca's here. She hasn't been in here in a while, but it's good to see her. All right, I gotta go.
Another one? Why does everybody who starts the conversation have to fucking go? I'm just kidding.
Well, it was you who started us talking about dreams, I think.
Sorry.
The Neuralink. It was someone. That's how the roots of this conversation went back to. The people becoming cyborgs.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, old horse. I have to go.
All right. See ya.
I'm just kidding, bro.
Oh, I missed the joke. Did you see that? I posted that movie to you a while ago. The Congress. We might have even talked about it before. Where people enter in, they enter into the metaverse. I guess it would be.
I was probably high at the time.
Yeah, I'll tag you again real quick.
Thank you very much. Cyborgs. Is that a good show?
It's just a movie. It's pretty wild, but it has to do with what we were talking about earlier, kind of.
Okay.
It's a pretty wild movie.
What would you give it out of 10?
Well, like conceptually, it's I guess a 9 or a 10. It might be a little long, but it's well done. And it's spoiler alert. I guess it shows it switches over to animation, which is pretty wild. There's some interesting little scenes in it, but the concept of it's pretty wild, and it's sort of kind of makes you wonder if that's. Well, I don't know. That whole idea of the metaverse kind of seemed to stall of late, but maybe it'll be more of a we won't even know we're in it kind of thing. It's kind of cool. It's like celebrities start going into this fake world, this computer world, and then people start going there, and then I don't know, more people are there than they are in the real world, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I'll give it half an hour. I suppose I have half an hour to waste, and if I'm still watching after half an hour, win-win.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while. Maybe I'll try to watch it this weekend.
Oh, it's one of them you'd watch again?
Yeah. Because I kind of forget. I remember I've seen it at least twice already. But yeah, I'll probably watch it again.
Just trying to think of movies you would watch again. Like Departed. I've watched The Departed that many times.
The what?
The Departed.
Departed, yeah. I've seen that a few times.
I like that. What a world.
Yeah, I just like that scene where Mark Wahlberg jumps out at the end.
On the lift?
No, when he shows up in Matt Damon's place in The Departed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite little scene in the movie. That's why it's hilarious.
Yeah, very good. Him all dressed up to stop the forensics. I must have watched The Hobbit about 6 times now. Lord of the Rings about 8.
Wow.
No?
Sorry, I walked away from the thing for a minute. Did you say something?
Nope.
I'll try to. This might be my last movie comment, but I heard something from Mark Wahlberg's mouth. He said that The Departed, he was ticked off because he wanted to play the Leonardo DiCaprio role. So they said the whole time in that movie, every time he's pissed off and whatever, he goes, "I was actually pissed off." That's it kind of worked for the movie, but he said it worked out in the end because everyone. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Which movie?
The Departed.
Oh, The Departed.
Well, that's his best performance by a mile in a movie.
Yeah, he seemed pissed off.
Yeah,
it's an all-star
he was
cast,
really good. He kind of steals it.
Well, yeah, but Jack Nicholson's the scene where he smells a rat. I smell a rat. That's brilliant. There were these fucking rats.
Yeah, and I swear that one scene where that guy, he's yelling at that guy and he goes, "This isn't reality TV." I think that guy like breaks character and starts laughing at him. And he keeps going, because it's a good movie.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of movies, fucking The Holy Grail and Life of Brian. Oh, hang on, I forget now. John Cleese, he was supposed to give an answer, and he took that long that your man next to him started to fucking laugh, and he couldn't stop because of the comedical pause that he took to give the answer. It was just, and it wasn't scripted, but they left it in the movie, like.
Yeah, I always thought that's something
I saw
strange.
That was funny.
Yeah, it's strange in movies. In real life, people laugh all the time. Well, I don't know, not as much as they used to, but in movies, no one ever laughs at stuff. It's weird. I mean, maybe funny people with Seth Rogen, they're laughing every other line, but it's kind of funny that scripts don't have, okay, now laugh because he said something funny. It's weird. I guess in Pulp Fiction, when they're talking about Burger King, they're sort of chuckling to each other, but
oh yeah,
it's a rarity.
What they call a cheeseburger, friends. Fuck a cheeseburger.
That's right. Metric system screws it all up.
We do like stories as humans. We do like being told stories, don't we? Because I suppose in the campfire days, that's all we had was stories and music. No TV.
You still are in the campfire days.
Back in the campfire days when we lived in caves and had hairy feet.
I don't know about your feet. My feet ain't hairy.
You shave them?
Nope. Don't need to. They don't grow hair. Except on the small part of the toes.
Aha! So they do grow hair.
They grow a couple of follicles here and there.
Yeah, that's what I said. You have hairy feet.
I suppose if you say it in that sense.
Yeah, it'd be nice to work in a movie where the main actor just makes everybody laugh all the time. Just they can hardly make a take because he's just making people piss themselves.
Well, yeah, even like the movie Patch Adams, which was the character's goal. I'm never going to watch that again. But people just got pissed off at him. They didn't laugh at him.
That's Will Smith, is it?
No, Robin Williams.
Patch Adams, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Robin Williams, man, what a genius! His manager says that, he did like fucking 3 shows a night for like fucking 3 months in a row, and he says like nearly every show, 40 to 60% of the material was something he never heard before.
Well, it's funny. Yeah, I'm not going to deny Robin Williams' genius, and I would like to think that he's somewhere having a margarita right now. But I heard some story. You know how there's all these podcasts of these stand-up comedians. They said that back in the 80s that he stole a joke from some comedian at the Comedy Store, and it ended up on Mork and Mindy. And they said, well, he was partying out of his mind, hyperactive. Maybe he stole it on purpose, maybe didn't. Everyone knows he can come up with anything. But a joke ended up on Mork and Mindy. So that comedian, who's remains nameless, well, known within the comedy circles, but no one knows him mainstream. He punched him right in the face, according to legend. I think, I don't know if on stage or right off stage, and Robin just pretty much took it. He's like, yeah, maybe I did steal your, But yeah, he was living. They were those comedians back then. That was an interesting world because that's where the NBC people would go for their TV. It's very strange. Like because the comedians, when they're on TV, they're presented as ha ha ha. It's weird. But then they're even Bill Cosby. If you listen to his records, there's some edgy material in it. Well, I mean, the Cosby Show, I guess, was an edgy show, but the comedy records and the show, pretty much apples and oranges. It's strange.
Wow.
But like Bob Saget, Full House, it's like when I found out that Bob Saget was a comedian, and then back then they used the term he's a blue comedian, and I was like, what the hell does that mean? And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense because on the show it's the most dully written show in the history of the world. How could this guy be some edgy dude? I don't get it.
Man, I remember living in South Africa, and the only thing we had was Bill Cosby records, and we thought he was the bomb, right? And I just remember listening to the record, and Bill says, he was referring to Noah. Yeah, I don't know if you remember this one. Imagine Noah, he's building shit. The voice from heaven, Noah, yes, Lord, I want you to build me a ship by 40 cubits by 60 cubits. Okay, Lord. What's a cubit? I pissed myself. Just the way he said it, Okay, Lord. What's a cubit?
Yeah, it was sort of like radio theater, the way where he would ask and answer. But I had a friend who had all the George Carlin records, and even he'd buy the CD when the Brain Droppings. I remember when that came out on CD. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting the things that end up in TV. The minds of the people who produce, or anyways.
The best laughter was the best laughter was medicine. Must be speculation Sunday. I'm getting my words mixed up here.
Yeah, and that's since it's. But I don't even think this qualifies as a conspiracy series. The story with Cosby goes he was about to buy ABC or he was about to buy one of the big ones, NBC, CBS, or ABC, maybe NBC. And that's when his whole thing, which he's now basically been exonerated from or released.
Oh,
but
yeah.
that's when all that happened, when he was basically a good guy Oprah. But yeah, so there is probably forces of good and bad trying to fight for the TV, and I think we know who won. But
what do you mean probably?
What's that?
What do you mean probably?
Probably won. Well, there's still Antiques Roadshow.
That's an old show. You didn't get that? No. The Antiques Roadshow is an old show. No? Okay.
Oh, wow. I guess they don't make it anymore, huh?
Right over your head like an airplane.
Yeah, I guess it is an old show. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Loud and clear. Carry on.
Good point. Well made. Well made. Gene Wilder and what do you call the black comedian? Died of MS.
Silver Streak with Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor. Yeah,
Richard
Silver
Pryor.
Streak. Silver Streak's one of my go-to gifts.
Fucking genius.
Stir crazy.
He had a fallout. Richard Pryor had a fallout on a talk show with one of them other great comedians, the white guy, and he's like, "Pick your spots, baby." You know, oh, okay, darling, or something like that. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, Milton Berle.
Was it? Good man.
Yeah, and Richard Pryor.
That's right. That's right. We're back. That's right. That's right. Fucking genius, eh? And do you know when he walked out in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with a cane? Do you ever see that? And he walks out with the cane and he kind of drops the cane, but he walks properly. He made that up. Gene Wilder made that up, and he said to the director, "If you don't let me do this, I'm not doing the fucking film." And he said, "You have to watch that part." Yeah, do you remember that? It was Gene Wilder spitballing.
And the reason so the audience wouldn't know whether he's lying or telling the truth.
Yeah.
And it's like that in the movies. Like, it's very unpredictable.
Yeah. He wanted people. Yeah, he wanted to give the impression that how can you trust a guy if he's walking with a cane, yet you don't. It seems like he can walk without the cane. Because it's all, it's like a comedic mind game. Well, what did you call the comedian I had a fallout with on the TV on the interview? Daz.
Milton Berle.
How do you remember that?
I don't know.
You fucking walking encyclopedia.
Yeah, I sometimes freak my friends out with my memory. Like I'll remember a moment from a party from in the 80s and remember all these details and stuff.
Saying you're like a computer.
I guess I'm in the spectrum somewhere, possibly.
Are you a human caught in a cybernetic body?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Not that I know of.
Here we go.
But I like trivia. I'm pretty good at trivia. But that clip still is pretty tense.
Can you tell me how is the Earth flat?
All right, sweetheart. Oh, sorry, I thought it was darling. He says sweetheart, yeah. All right, sweetheart. That's fucking brilliant. Pick your spots, baby. All right, sweetheart.
Hello? Someone here?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, you're here. Welcome to the channel.
Oh, thanks. I don't think I'm that welcome, but I'll try again.
Yeah, I was just having a piss.
No, you're
Hello.
welcome. Oh, maybe you're not welcome. I don't know. I would say you're welcome. You're here, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Am I
For
welcome
how
here,
long?
old hoss, or?
Of course.
You feel
Why
welcome?
not?
Well, I'm here, so.
No, why not?
Are you sure you're here?
I know. Am I here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you
I
certain
don't know.
that you're here?
Are you?
Okay, should we do a brain in a jar check? Are you certain that you're here, Rich?
Hey, Daz.
Here, there, and everywhere.
Daz.
I'm
Is
super
Daz here?
positioned.
Hey, Daz, are you here?
Yes.
Did you hear the one about the guy who never made a sound?
No.
Yeah, neither did I.
No one has.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bad joke.
But
I made this.
If a man's alone in the forest, is he still wrong?
So, I have a joke for y'all.
It's a good one, bro.
That is a good one, isn't it?
How do you call a fetus hanging out of the back of the train?
good thing no one could understand you. But yeah, this isn't the comedy workshop channel, Nixel.
It's like if a man is alone in the desert and there's no woman around to hear him. Hang on. How's that go?
Is he still wrong?
Of course
That was
he
a joke
is.
I said, yeah.
Yeah, I made that joke about 30 years ago, I swear to God.
Oh, wow. It made its way over to me.
I'm telling you. Everywhere. Sorry, who had the joke there?
Your best friend.
I have a best friend?
No, that was Nixel, and it wasn't a good joke. But I'll end the joke hour with this bad joke. A pair of jumper cables walk into the bar. The bartender says, "Hey, I don't want to see you starting anything in here."
Yeah, don't start anything in there, yeah.
I would open Nixel's mic and ask him if he thinks he's on a ball, but I don't think he can compose himself. Do you understand that joke time's over, Nixel? I'll unmute you.
I'll give you the emotional popsicle, and I say I do think I live on a ball.
I live on a ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the first part sounded sort of like you were paraphrasing Fifth Element when Bruce Willis said he was a meat popsicle. But yeah, you think you're on
Today, Junior.
Yeah, so you think you're on a ball, huh, Nixel?
Yep. Absolutely.
Feelings, he said. He has feelings that he lives on a ball.
No, I said I'm gonna appeal to his emotional popsicle that he requires, right?
What? It's just the server topic, bro.
What that means is I'm gonna give you that little feel of the
Emotions.
power
I would go to a
high.
comedy club if I wanted
You want the power
comedic
high,
stuff.
and it's apparent.
Living on a ball, emotions is what he's talking about.
Your gaslighting game is really bad. You need to step it up.
Oh, Nixel,
Well, in order
do
for there to
this?
be a gas to light, you'd need a container.
Oh, fuck off.
That's
Yeah, can't start a fire. Can't start a fire without a spark.
Sorry,
But anyways.
sorry. I'll stop. I forgot it wasn't joke hour. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Nixel, no, I'll go do other things. I don't need to have a power thrusting event here. But yeah, I didn't know you were here to troll.
I'm not here to troll, but I get muted for the most ridiculous reasons every single time.
Well, yeah, your joke, it sounded like you used your joke was bad. It started bad. Let's just move on. Okay,
what kind of 1984 totalitarian state is this?
Well, it's
bad comedy.
Yeah, dude.
Bad comedy
You're
is
not
good
a
comedy.
radical, you're a communist.
Okay, well, sure, whatever. I'm a joke fascist. Sure.
At least you admit it.
Yeah, we were off topic for a while, and Nixel's here.
What's up?
So do you want to get into this ball thing, or do you just want to say, hey, I'm absolutely on a ball, and you guys are just here for some power trip? Is that the point you wanted to make?
I mean, that's one of many points, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Give us a point, and then we'll go from there.
Alright, so another point is, what you guys are getting at is that the government is corrupt, and there are 1001 ways to prove that point better.
Oh. Holy crap.
Yeah, the globe existed far beyond the story of the government existing, so the US government.
So, what's the world trying to cover up for? Why would they say that the Earth is a ball when it isn't, right?
Well, they don't want a paradigm shift. They can't afford a paradigm shift. They think they
People
can't.
start thinking for themselves, and they can't afford that.
And you think the object of a planet is gonna be the center
Yeah,
point of that?
it would upset. They believe it would upset the apple cart, and for their narrative that they've worked so hard on weaving, it would be bye bye. So they have a big shiny thing that they've inherited to continue on down on the road, and now apples are falling off the back of it, and they don't want a paradigm shift.
I would understand if you guys came from a religious angle that they're trying to cover up for some god or something, but a paradigm shift, and they're failing at it miserably because the status quo is crumbling apart.
I think you're saying the silent part's allowed, but go on.
No, the status quo is falling apart.
Yes, and
people
now
still
we're doing
believe the
improv.
Earth is a globe, right? So the
no,
object,
no.
the shape of this object has nothing to do with it.
You're talking to people who don't. So most people still think the Earth is a globe. Some people don't. And yes, the world is falling apart. And
His whole claim is that they can't have people thinking for themselves, right?
of course,
That's already problematic because people are already in rebellion against the status quo.
yeah.
So regardless of whether they believe that the Earth is a ball or flat, they're doing a very piss poor job at it, if that's why they're doing it.
What, making people fight against each other? Ideologies fighting against ideologies. What are you talking about? It's what they do all the time.
Not like this, dude.
Yes, they do.
Do you want me to show you like the time lapse of nuclear testing between 1950s up till up till the 2000s when the internet became more mainstream?
Why?
Because it proves that we're living in a digital age when people can be held accountable way better than any time in the past, right? And the governments are. What that has to do with this is that
you
the
said
governments.
held accountable to who?
Have you heard any of the news lately at all? Like what's happening in the UK, what's happening in Venezuela, what's happening around the globe?
Yes, this is why I brought it up. Ideologies against ideologies. Far right versus far left, which is what's going on.
It's not a left or right issue anymore, dude.
We're
already a decade past
brought
that.
up the UK. You brought up the UK. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm from the fucking UK, son.
There's a whole race war happening in the UK right now.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I've been watching it all day, actually.
Far right versus far left. You know what far right means, right?
No, I just thought that meant you're gay.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm so proud of my city, though, Sunderland. They fucking made a mess last night. And now fucking, what is it today? Rotherham? Who else?
Oh, you guys get sloshed over there.
We're going to have to fucking smash the establishment.
Right.
Anyway, this is far off topic.
Have you seen them Australian Sasquatches?
Yes.
We're in the room with one right now, actually. Not nice to point out.
But the point I was making here is that you claim that they're saying that the Earth is a globe because they don't want people to think for themselves. But people are already thinking for themselves, right? There's a reason why there's this huge public outcry in many different ways, uprisings, and in many places in the world, there's going to be a civil war within this year or the next.
Yes.
So the object of the planet isn't going to stop them from thinking for themselves or getting out and kicking the government out.
Yes, it would.
No,
Yeah,
it
dude.
wouldn't.
But listen, the controllers like uprisings.
And who are the
Okay?
controllers?
It would just the powers that be. Now,
We'll
it would
we'll
just
make more money where I work. That's for sure.
And who are those?
yeah, it would perhaps it would give people a chance to realize the things that they're bickering with each other over in their personal lives and between societies are just inconsequential.
I think the ethnic cleansing of many people is way more
Oh,
important.
dude, what are you even talking about?
What I'm talking about is that protecting the innocent is more important than the object of the world, right?
Can we get this? Let's get back to the
Unless you
flat
want to
Earth.
claim a high ground over ethnic cleansing that's happening over the world right now.
It's not the
right?
subject of the room, dude. The subject of the room is the flat Earth, and we are starting to run off into the weeds.
No, like the whole point is why would they lie, right? And you can't hold up this line of reasoning at all.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking? You ask why would they lie? It's not
Yes.
a very easy answer. It's not going to be one word. At best, it's going to be speculation. And those speculations can go on for hours and hours because we're talking about how the shape of the Earth and primarily how the replacement for the shape of the Earth, the one that they gives us, controls a narrative. Not every narrative, but most narratives. You brought up hiding God earlier. Well, they do come with their own creation story. That does come with a big bang. That is nature creating itself. That would be a good way to say that God isn't needed to create anything because we've created this system through natural means. So it could be one reason why they're doing it. But I say one, control is one. They might be hiding things like resources and lands. There could be a multitude of reasons of why they are lying. But it's a hard question to ask because we don't really know who they are and we can't go and ask them.
But Jedi, in my opinion, I think that question that the Globers ask, why would they lie, is that issue with the cognitive dissonance, because the important question doesn't have to why would they lie, because if they ask that, it means that they understand that there is lies there, so they just want to see or to know why the lies. Because they understand that there is lies there. Because
that's extrapolation. That's not what the claim is. You're having a leap of logic right there.
No.
Asking a why question doesn't imply that people concede to people lying.
No. The issue is that all the Globers ask why would they lie. They never ask show me a lie because they know that there is so many lies. So they ask why would they lie because they know they lied. So they just want to have a reason. That's the cognitive dissonance issue that put that question in their mind. Just ask yourself why it's a common question on the globe side. Why would they lie? And no glober ask us to show them the lies. Ask me to prove the lies to you, then you can ask why. Because now you asked why would they lie. So it means that you understand that they lied to you.
Listen, let me give you a simple lesson of logic, right? When someone asks you a why question, that doesn't mean that they're conceding to the what, right?
Yep.
We're entertaining the idea if they would lie. Why would they lie? We're not saying that they are lying or not lying, because it's impossible for any group to be 100%
Well, we know they're lying.
truthful to reality. NASA lies, of course, but it's a matter of the shape
Oh, you
of the
answered your
Earth.
own question then.
Hold on. I can answer to why very clearly, right? But you guys clearly can't.
Already
Because it
did.
doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter for us. The important thing is
If
we
it doesn't
found the
matter,
lie.
right?
We found the
Don't hold a
lies.
high ground.
No.
You want a
We
low
found the
ground.
lies because there is so many reasons. People can kill, not just lie. Can kill
Red
for
herring,
money.
non
No.
sequitur.
Stop your bullshit. People can kill for money. Not just a lie, a stupid lie, or just an animation on screen. That's something, just the least of the things that they can do. You can go to them and tell them, thank you, you just lied to me. You didn't kill me, you didn't rape me or something like that. They just lied to you. But people can kill for money. So now they are lying and they are having millions of dollars for day from your money, from your own money. They don't have to take a knife and put it on your neck and tell you, give me your fucking money. So they just have to give you a simple lie. You will give them the money, hands off.
I've worked with the law before, right? In a court, the why is very important, and so is the intent. If someone is asked, right, why they committed a certain murder on someone, right, in a trial, what do you think will happen if they can't give a believable answer or anything that's coherent?
So now, in the
No,
law,
answer the question.
no.
Answer the question.
Now you're telling me. Now
We're
you're
going off
telling
about
me.
raping and murder. That's off
No.
tangent.
Now you're
So
telling me.
entertain me
No,
the same way
you're
and answer.
telling me that if they caught a killer, they have the proofs that he killed someone. They have videos, they have witnesses, they have all the proofs that that person killed that other person. So they won't put him in jail because they don't have the reason why. They didn't tell them why.
That's not what I
No,
said.
no. That's
That's
what you
exactly
said.
what you said.
What I said
That's
is
what you
when the
said.
why the
I
accused
don't give
cannot
a
give a
fuck
coherent.
why. I
Shut the
found the
fuck
killer.
up. Let me
No.
finish. Why don't you
No.
mute yourself? I'm not finished. Thank you. What I'm saying here is if the killer or like the accused cannot give a proper why or explanation, it gets the worst punishment imaginable, right? In the
So
same reason.
if he give them the reason why, so now you're telling me that the laws you will give me the article from the law that tells me that if a killer tells you why he killed that person, if he give you the reason why, you will just lower his sentence.
No, like the reason
Yes,
has to
that's
be
what you said.
congruent. Don't put words into my mouth.
That's
What I'm
what you
saying
said.
is, first of all, if the reason given isn't congruent with reality, right, and there's enough basis to see it as a lie, yeah, the punishment gets doubled. Secondly, if there's no reason
Is the
given
punishment
at all,
is the punishment relevant to whether he did it or not?
I'm working towards something here, right?
Yeah, it's not working at all.
It is working because if you guys have such a fucking
It's
massive, if you guys have such a high ground over all these people, right? You have all these evidence. Why didn't you take this to court?
Some people have.
We did.
There have been some court cases that have happened with regards to demonstrating that the surface of the Earth doesn't curve. Two people went to court several times, and it always came out in favour of a flat Earth. But this is like maybe, like I said, 3 or 4 times. Other people have tried to approach educational institutions. Some here in the UK, they've approached the government for Ministry of Education. It hasn't gone anywhere.
I'm just saying that if you guys have such a massive high ground and you can prove that they cannot give you a proper reason why, right? It's a burden on them, right? Quote unquote. If we presuppose that the Earth is flat and they're lying, if we entertain that, and you guys still haven't taken the shot, it means a few things. You're either
You said that already. He already addressed that.
you're either not confident in your claim, right?
Dude, you just said that. He already addressed that.
I want to see these court cases that he addressed because I don't believe any of it.
Okay, I'll see if I can find the Zen. See if I can find the Zen Garcia one. If anybody else has got it at hand, that'd be appreciated. But I'll see if I can find it.
Furthermore, in principle, even if we didn't, so what?
Then it shows in action that you're not putting your money where your mouth is, as a figure of speech.
So what?
So what?
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? What are you doing? What have you done?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Let me get. Hang on. Let me get to the point with him. So what? And your point is?
So if blatant hypocrisy is not outrageous to you, yeah. Says a lot.
What does hypocrisy have to do with us?
If you don't believe, hypocrisy is not believing what you claim, right? Someone who believes what they claim
No,
put
it's
their words
not.
behind it. Yes, it is.
That's not hypocrisy. No, you're wrong.
It is.
So you don't even know what hypocrisy is, yet you're trying to accuse people of hypocrisy.
Gregory Greenwood III, right? Come on, man.
It's not my name either. Okay, so
Gregory Greenwood
just stop,
II.
dude. Just stop. You don't know what hypocrisy is, so you don't have a point.
What's the hypocrisy then?
Hypocrisy is to behave inconsistently with your professed opinion.
Yeah, not
or to
believing what you
contradict
say.
your professed opinion.
Not believing what you say, dude. What you do, you're a
Just
sesquipedalian.
believing what you
Listen,
say is not the same as hypocrisy. You're wrong.
You're a
Dude, stop
sesquipedalian.
talking. I'm correcting your error. Okay?
Can't talk
You don't know what
plain English,
hypocrisy
please?
is. Hypocrisy is to assert an opinion and then contradict it with your behavior. That's hypocrisy, not to disbelieve the proposition you spoke.
It's the other way around.
You don't know what hypocrisy is.
No, you don't know what hypocrisy is. It's the other way around. Self-contradiction is a symptom of hypocrisy. When someone doesn't believe what they preach, right? They'll self-contradict. Their actions will contradict their speech, right? Contradiction is a symptom of hypocrisy, not hypocrisy itself. Perhaps you need to go and educate yourself on this.
Okay, so I'm about to embarrass you on this point here because you're digging in your heels to try and save your pride. So you're either going to acknowledge that you're wrong, or you're just going to remain stubborn. So look in the open chat.
How dictionaries work?
Merriam-Webster,
I've worked together
stop
with
talking.
people who actually
Stop
write
talking.
dictionaries.
Stop speaking. I'm correcting your error. Okay, the refutation is in the open chat. Read the Merriam-Webster entry on
feigning to
hypocrisy.
be
What I said is
one
what
is or
hypocrisy
not,
is, and what you said is not what hypocrisy is. So you're refuting it. Stop
the very
interrupting me. Stop disrupting. I'm refuting your error. So that's what hypocrisy is right there in the open chat, not what you said. So you don't even know what a hypocrisy is, yet for some reason you're sitting up here trying to presume yourself to admonish us and think you're going to convict us with your stupid indignation.
The same link that you gave proves my point, right? Not yours, dude.
Feigning to be what one is not, or to believe what one does not.
Yep.
Whether behavior that contradicts what one claims to believe or feel.
Yes, someone who doesn't believe what they preach. In simpler terms,
that's not the same as hypocrisy. That's not sufficient. Hypocrisy is to contradict what you're saying with your behavior.
Have you read the link that you sent?
What you said is not sufficient. It is not sufficiently distinct from simply contradicting yourself. You can believe contradictory propositions. Just believing contradictory propositions is not actually an instance of hypocrisy. One can sincerely believe two or more contradictory propositions. So just saying contradicting yourself is not a sufficiently specific definition of what hypocrisy is. You're wrong.
Have you read the link that you sent?
Yes, I did. I just read it to you verbatim.
You're going off semantics and you cannot hold up what you preach.
Stop trying to dig in your heels. You're just going off with deflective ridicule. You're wrong. So you didn't know hypocrisy is.
No, you can't.
The way you define hypocrisy is not sufficiently specific. Stop trying to dig in your heels and try to dominate the channel because you are trying to sit here and
you can't handle the elephant in the room, so you go off nitpicking and you even then
you're bullshit. I'm going to keep admonishing you and embarrassing you every time you come in here.
You're not embarrassing anyone but yourself.
You don't know what hypocrisy is, and you sit here bringing up hypocrisy like it has anything to do with what we're talking about concerning geodesy. That's all it is. Be quiet.
Faith is dead. Why are you speaking?
He made him understand that motherfucking shit.
You don't read your own links and you think that you have the high ground?
Dude,
When
stop
you don't
speaking. You've been
believe,
embarrassed.
when you
Next
don't
subject. You
believe
don't know what
what you
hypocrisy
preach,
is, and
what
hypocrisy
one
has
believes,
nothing to
what
do with what
one
we're talking
truly
about here.
believes,
Yeah, that has nothing
gets
to do with what we're talking
portrayed
about here.
by
So
their
stop digging in your
actions.
heels to try and talk about hypocrisy. There is no hypocrisy on our part. So your point about hypocrisy is not even relevant to us, and you misdefined
If you
hypocrisy.
believe
You're
what you
done.
say, if you believe what you preach, right, there would be actions to show for, right? And I don't see any.
Your blindness can't refute anything. You're done.
Ironic.
No, I am.
He doesn't know what irony means either.
Listen,
Evidently.
first of all, what I want to say, like these dictionaries change week to week, right? Day to day to accommodate for different meanings politically or whatever, right? They don't follow a certain set of grammar, right?
So what? What's
Hold
the
on.
point?
Dictionaries nowadays want to claim that men are female, female are men, blah blah blah, right? What you
So
actually
what?
need to look at is the rules of grammar, the etymology, because language has rules, right?
Oh, now here this nigga
And
go trying to give us pedagogy about
even
linguistics.
according to
Anything
the
to
link
anything to
Yeah.
that you
protect the
Did
sent,
fact,
this
anything to
did
protect your
this guy
pride.
come in and prove the
you
globe
made
today, or
this a
what?
derail,
Yeah, anything
not
to
me.
protect your pride, right?
You wanted to die on this
Right,
hill. Don't
right,
cry
dumbass
about it.
hypocrite, right? Anything to
You
protect your
wanted
pride, trying to
to die
digress
on
and
this
trying to give
hill.
us condescending lectures about pedagogy and grammar, right?
You,
Anything to do that,
Gregory,
right?
Gregory,
Right,
you
because
wanted to
everyone
die on
here
this
wants to hear
hill,
you lecture
not
us
me.
about grammar, right? Right?
You wanted to
You
die
gonna get
on
a clue?
this
You
hill,
gonna knock it
not
off
me.
now? Are you gonna get a clue and knock it off now? No one wants to hear you lecture everyone in the channel about grammar
You're a
because you
hypocrite.
got embarrassed
You're a
about your
hypocrite,
own
dude.
stupid
Can
contempt.
we
You're a
try and
hypocrite, Gregory.
can we try and get back to the subject?
Thank you.
Yeah, like I didn't want to die on this hill, he did. So let's go back.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying here is to rewind a bit and make it a bit more clear. What I was saying before was that if you have such a high ground over the status quo,
You
right?
said that already.
I'm just rewinding to make it clear where we left off.
No, you're just
Alright?
repeating yourself.
Stop.
It's already been clear.
Yes,
We already
repeating to make
clarified.
it clear for
We
everyone.
already clarified. You
Don't
don't need to
speak
repeat
for
that.
everyone else.
We
Shut
already
up.
clarified that. Everyone was
I would have
here.
finished by now if you
Jesus
didn't
Christ, shut the fuck up.
Fucking
start
ridiculous.
again.
We already clarified that. We went through that thoroughly. You don't need to repeat it.
Why do you keep yapping?
Why do you keep yapping? We already clarified that.
Yapping.
You sit up here trying to build up to this case like you're trying to
I'm gonna
accuse us.
rewind, make
That
things
we're being
clear again so we
hypocritical,
can
and we're
continue
not
the
being
back and forth
hypocritical.
that
You haven't
you
exposed any
interrupted.
hypocrisy on our point. You haven't exposed any hypocrisy on our position, so you don't have a point. Shut up
You're
about your
so
stupid
impulsive.
indignation and
Jesus.
hypocrisy
Control
accusation.
your impulses. Wait
Next
your turn.
page. Next page, dude. Not gonna sit here and listen to you try to dominate the channel
Uh,
with your tedious
I'm gonna.
extenuation of your unfounded accusation. Shut up.
So, Jedi, let's continue.
Yeah. Go on.
Have you found the links, by the way, of the court cases?
Zen Garcia ones. I'm trying to find them, man.
Right. I'm interested to figure out why this is a standard that you've arbitrarily set. That because we have a claim that we come back with evidence, then we should be going to court about it. Okay. Yeah. It's some kind of arbitrary standard. No, because this system actually
I asked him
works.
that
And
already too. He talked
I've
about
done so.
hypocrisy. So just to be
I've
clear,
done so. I've done so in the past 4 years, right? And I've actually brought international change, right? If you want to compare our fruits, let's compare our fruits. My system works. So if you have the high ground here, I'm asking you, why do you not enforce that high ground?
because
What's
the
your
only
system?
factor for enforcing the high ground, as you so put it, is to simply have an argument, right? You don't need a whole apparatus of means in order to do the entire procedure within the judicial system of human society, right? Am I right?
Nope. I mean, when the judicial system is corrupt and you can prove it to be corrupt, right?
Am I right? Yes or no? What did I say?
You're making.
You're so busy talking and not listening. Let's see if you can
Listen,
track
can I
again.
finish, please?
So the
I
only
haven't
thing
even
you
begun.
need
I haven't even
to
begun
complete the
talking. You ask
procedure.
a question
Why are you
and then you
talking when I'm
interrupt me when
talking? You
I'm.
have plenty of time
Why
to
do
speak.
you talk? I was going to give you an answer to your
You
question.
had plenty of time to speak when I wasn't talking.
Dude.
Yes, I'm talking now.
Let me finish answering. Jesus.
No,
You
not
asked the
finish
question.
your answer
Stop
through
dish
my
galloping.
answer. Not
Stop
finish
dish
your answer
galloping.
while I was
Let me
speaking.
finish.
Because I began
You asked
speaking
me a
before
question.
you, give you plenty
You
of
asked me
time
a
to
question.
speak.
When I
Stop
started to
talking.
speak, you started
Stop
talking.
talking. You stop talking. You're not
Can I
listening.
finish
You're talking too
answering?
much.
Can I finish answering, please?
Stop talking.
shit.
I will repeat the question so you actually have a chance to say the question clearly. Let's see if you can track with the dialogue now.
You
So
mean
the
safe
only
answer?
thing you need is to have a sound argument. You don't need a whole apparatus of means in order to complete the judicial procedure in human society. Is that it?
So your insert right there is a judicial. Courts aren't necessarily only done through a judicial system. Have you heard of
That's not
the
what I
public
asked
court?
you.
The civilian court? Any of
That's
these?
not what I asked you, boy.
Yeah, then stop. Hold on. Who are you calling a boy, boy?
Boy, that's not what I asked you. Can you answer the question I did ask you now?
Don't call me a boy, coon.
Boy.
Keep acting like a boy. I'm going to treat you like a boy. Answer the question now.
Keep acting like a nigger, and I'm gonna continue.
Answer the question.
Treating you like a nigger.
You just said that hard R. Censure him.
You're done, Nixel. Started with a bad joke, and you ended up being a joke. Why, dude?
Everything I did was deliberate. I'm exposing him. Sitting up here acting like he's so intellectually robust, trying to press us and interrogate us about our fruits. And you listen to him. Can't even answer a simple question, but he's supposedly been successful in court.
Just a quick bit of moderation, Nick, so you've been muted for 40 minutes. Server-wide rules, dude. You're not going to be able to drop the M-word like that, I'm afraid. So 40 minutes and you'll be allowed back in the conversation. Unless a moderator decides to unmute you before then. But that is with a stern warning. There are certain slurs that can't be used in any channel on this server, and they will get you removed.
So, like I said, Gregory, their question is just showing everything when they ask you why would they lie. They understand there is a lie, so they don't even ask for showing them a lie. Then we can talk about why the lie. And they ask you why would they lie. They don't ask you why would we lie, because they understand that they just believe that the earth is a globe, and they just believe something that were said to them by the others that are in the question. So they understand everything. They understand that there is lies, and they understand that they're just believers. They don't have anything to show or to say about that globe Earth and that spinning Earth in the space. They just ask why would they lie? Because they are not considered from the group who knows or who says who talks about the information about the globe. They are just followers. So their question is just showing everything. And it's not 1% of the Globers. They all ask the same question. I never heard someone ask me to show him a live from NASA because they know that those photos are lies. They already went through that.
People like Nixel in society should not be suffered. They should be engaged, but they shouldn't be suffered. They should be rigorously pressed and hasten to their conclusion. Make your point now. not tediously extenuate your pretentious lectures. This is exactly why the world is the way it is, because people like them try to dominate whatever form they find themselves in. They speak the most, they speak the longest, and yet make the least points, let alone logically sound points.
Oh my god, the projection is so crazy, bro.
Yeah, the irony on that.
You have an argument for that accusation?
Yeah,
You
the
have
irony.
an argument for that accusation, Collie?
Someone else agrees. That's funny.
Do you have an argument for that accusation, or just appeal to common belief fallacy?
Appeal to
Yeah, as I
common
thought.
belief fallacy.
Gregory, how is the Earth flat?
What do you mean, how?
What's your argument?
Oh, let me show you. Very awkward way to phrase that question, but now that you specify what you meant. So there's that. You can't miss it in the open chat. In addition, with all these.
Yeah, the way you people ask these questions, you truly are in disbelief, aren't you?
All right, so a very simple trio of deductive arguments. Right. So the first argument, very simple, establishing clear geometric facts that we all know full and well, but it's helpful to clearly state some very simple facts to clarify the issue, as usual. If the surface of the given solid, liquid, and/or object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and/or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and/or liquid object is level. Here's the next one. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Here's the dilemma for the person who wants to assert the premise that the surface of the Earth and oceans are curving. The first horn. If the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon. Therefore, the horizon is not the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball. However, if the person wants to insist still that the horizon is the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball, then they're impaled on the second horn. If the horizon is the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball. And so those videos below that trio of deductive arguments is all the demonstration that falsifies the premise that the horizon is the sum of a water curve wrapped around a ball, and falsifying the radius, and demonstrating that the surface of the Earth and oceans, especially the oceans, are indeed horizontal. So at this rate, now I'm just anticipating the ad hoc retort appeal to either refraction and or their supposed space cosmic vacuum operations where they need the ad hoc rescuing device of universal gravitation. So I'm willing to play that dance with any scientist zealot that wants to play that dance with me. Unless I don't have any hands to play this dance this evening.
I want to hear the answer to the refraction. Like, I don't, but. So if someone brought up refraction, what would be the response?
Well, I'm just anticipating someone might want to take up the dance with me, just trying to make the ad hoc appeal to refraction. But let's see if anyone wants to do that or not. Unless you'd like to.
Sure. I mean, I'm not going to really argue it that well. I'm not a scientist, but I am curious because I have seen people talk about refraction, and I'm curious what the response is to refraction. Like, I mean, I feel like I'm going to disappoint if it means like I want you to argue with me and give me an answer that can convince you. I don't think I have that, but I am curious.
It means,
I want to hear it though.
Yeah, if you're going to be chanting a refraction, it means you've convinced yourself that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there.
What do you mean?
That's pretty far out.
Well, what he means is that it's an ad hoc rescue device. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what chanting refraction would entail.
Again,
Yeah,
my
so
understanding of refraction.
Go ahead.
I would say my understanding of refraction, don't know, like, happy to be corrected here. My understanding of refraction is that it refers to basically the way light can be bent by the things that are objects. Like if you put like a straw in water and you look at the water, it doesn't look like it's matching up anymore.
Yeah. Yes, you've been fed a pill about refraction. Yeah, you're talking about Snell's law. Hold on, you're talking about Snell's law. They're using it in the context of why we're seeing things in the distance beyond the geometric limitations of the 3959 law. They've taken advantage of your well-meaning fullness or whatever you would like to call it. Well, yeah, I've seen a pencil bend in a glass of water. Well, they're using the term refraction, quote unquote, to explain why we're seeing things way in the distance. And if you're going to claim refraction for that, you're telling yourself that everything you see in the distance, in the far distance, isn't actually there.
Sure,
so you're probably late to the game, obviously. So, yeah, you've been sold a bill of goods with this refraction chant.
So, okay, my understanding, because when I've seen like the picture, they say like this is refraction. So, like if you look at like the image that was, what was it? Like oh, it's the farthest image ever taken, where it's far beyond, and you can see like mountains. If I recall correctly, but the mountains don't look like mountain. It's not something you would say like, oh, that looks like a mountain. You'd say that this, like they look like wander, like kind of like they look wobbly. So it's not what not actually seeing the mountain.
No. Sure, they look like mountains. Yeah, you're late to the party, and you've been fed a lot of damage control pills. Yeah, I think you're speaking of Canigoo, and those are like 225 miles away. Yeah, they definitely look like mountains. There's no wobbling going on.
No, so they look like weird shadow. Like, so if I look at the mountain, an image of the mountain, or if I look at
you're referring to something that's like an infamous now oil rig. Are you aware of that?
No, I am not.
Okay, well, there's an image that's a zoom in of a film that's a video or whatever you want to call it, of someone who was in Santa Barbara looking outward at these oil rigs. They had their camera on a tripod. Okay, and these are things this is what you can do for yourself. This is just an example, and it's used because the oil rigs are of known demarcations. And long story short, the implications of that image are the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, which is almost at 10 miles. So this whole idea that the Earth is curving away from you at the rate that the 3959 ball, the ball they show on TV and talk about in books, that's just not happening in reality. So people say, well, refraction, light bends. I'm seeing things in the distance that are actually curved over because the Earth is a sphere. They're no longer they're no longer I see them, but they're actually below me and curving away from me. That's the position you're left with this refraction chant.
So you said that oil rig. There's a photo. Is there a way? Because if I just Google oil rig photos, I'm getting a lot of them. Is there one that you can like? Is there something specifically note about them? Or something, the name of it.
Did you see one of the links that I posted under my trio of arguments?
I don't. Yeah. Sorry, I don't usually have chat opened.
The title is 9.41 mile Earth curvature.
And I didn't mean to shift from your original thing, but you were talking about mountains that are wobbly. Well, the excuse is usually given that the oil rigs are wobbly. I think you're obviously late to the party.
Sure. So what I mean, like, because the ones I'm thinking of off the top of my head are like, there's ones where it goes across the Great Lakes, something like that, and the buildings are like translucent and pink, and they don't show the whole building.
That would be Chicago.
Yeah, but I should be able to see them like, as just normal buildings.
Yeah, you see them.
Not just see them. See them like as if like if I got closer, they'd stay the same color. They'd same there should be no difference between closer and further, right?
No.
Why not?
No. What do you mean? Why not?
Depends about the atmosphere.
What is it like? What like you have to appreciate this. This is a bad argument. Why? What makes you think that the orientation of the surface of the Earth is going to change the nature of light and the nature of optics? Is it sinking in?
No, sorry. Like, I don't mean like no. Like no, it's not mean like no. I'm not. Can you clarify a little further?
This is the problem. This is the problem, right? So we have to terminate this pattern of thinking that you're stuck in. So you believe you live on a ball, in addition with all the other things of the world. Okay, we have optics with our naked eyes or with other instruments to aid our visual perception out of our eyeballs, right? And then we have light, which our eyes detect, right? That doesn't change just because the surface of the earth is flattened out, as it were, so to speak. That still remains the same. So what makes you think that you're supposed to have 20/20 clear vision, that there's supposed to be no visual distinction between being 5 feet away from something as opposed to 50 miles away from something?
Well, do you know what the thing that's causing that? Well, no, I'm saying like, so if there is one, there, I need to know what is the reason.
Answer the question. You have to answer the question, not persevere to interrogate me, right?
So what is the question? You said I didn't respond. I feel like I did, but if you
think, what makes you think that flattening out the surface of the earth is going to change the nature of light and optics? What makes you think that you would see no difference between the object that is 5 feet away from you as opposed to 50 miles away from you?
Because absent a reason for it to be different, it shouldn't be.
That's not what I asked you.
That doesn't make sense. You just said, why would I think that? I just told you why I would think it.
Listen. Okay. Listen, I didn't ask you, should there be an absent reason? So you just shoved in that caveat to make your reply seem more intellectually credible when it obviously isn't. There is no reason to think that the nature of light and the nature of optics all of a sudden was radically reformed to operate in some different nature just because the surface of the earth is flattened out.
Hey, dude.
I don't feel like I said that. But okay, I think I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying that, like, I'm not saying that light would be different. I'm saying, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, get it. You're being kind of defensive. Listen, we know the Earth's flat. Okay, so you don't have to like try and worry about that part of it. If you're holding a cereal box in your hand and you want to read the ingredients, why do you pull it closer to your eye? It's the same damn thing. It's the same print. The box is the same. I mean, you're being really defensive about this, and for you to insinuate this is because we're seeing what we see because the Earth is curving and the light is bending is insane.
Yeah, no. So what I'm saying, so let's go with the box. You said, why would I move it closer? It depends. And you go, so at least from my standpoint, because of your eyes' ability to focus, my eyes would be the reason why.
Do you see it differently when it's closer to your eye?
All that you're about to go into, that's all the same with the Earth being horizontal.
Yeah, but so then there are things that, like, where moving it closer doesn't help me see. In fact, there's times where moving it closer doesn't.
There's a reason why. Come on.
Yeah, Gregory spelled it out pretty clearly to you. That
you just told me that, like, why would I change based on, there's a reason, like, there's an explanation as to why.
Listen, you're too busy retorting. You're obviously in defense mode. That's why Old Hoss just said that to you.
You're surprised that you see it closer,
right? That still applies whether the Earth's surface is horizontal or not. The nature of light and the nature of optics didn't change because the surface of the Earth changed. So why does it look different at the distance, at the further distance and the closer distance? For the same reason it looks different at the further distance and the closer distance when you believe the Earth was a ball.
Unless you have a reason why it would change if it's a ball. But
I think
there's no reason why.
Sorry, so you're saying that, make sure if I just maybe repeat it, make sure I understand. Saying that basically, if the nature of light is like that, there's no reason to think that goes, if it's pink and wobbly or whatever on a flat Earth, why would making it, if I say it's round and it's flat now, why would it cease to be pink and wobbly? If there's no reason to, then why are you even asking the question?
Yeah, but the funny thing is,
not necessarily pink and wobbly.
Hold on, let me get this.
You phrased that deliberately.
The example that he had, though, of refraction was Snell's law with the pencil looking like it was broken and one end of it is fatter than the other.
See, now we sit here bogged down on this we're sitting here about to overcomplicate a very simple phenomenon that we all observe, right? There's nothing about the observation that strongly indicates, let alone necessarily indicates, that the Earth is a ball. Your appeal to refraction, principially, on its face, is nothing more than an ad hoc retort. You haven't empirically detected, let alone measured, the Earth to have a curved surface, let alone a specific radius whatsoever. And so when we appeal to the observations and measurements that falsify the premise that this horizon is the summit of water curve and the supposed radius, then you're rescuing device is to appeal to refraction, in spite of the fact that the premise of the horizon being the summit of water curve and the Earth having a particular radius as a sphere has been falsified.
I don't know what summit of water curve is.
I know you don't. You people who don't usually talk like that because they don't really think about their doctrine. But it's very simple. When you live on a ball that is supposedly wrapped in water, then the horizon is, as it were, the summit of the water curve wrapped around the ball. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean, like, I'm not saying like no, please, like, haha, say repeat it. I'm saying like,
if the ball they show you at the beginning of a movie during the opening credits exists in reality, then the water would also be curving to complete this big water ball.
Yes.
Like Zetsu, why would you say? What's the reason that we can't see France from America or something? Like, why can't I see it? Like, what's blocking my view?
From the ball, it would be the curve of the Earth, and then also I expect even if it was flat, I wouldn't expect to see it because you'd go the amount of things there between there and like fog and clouds, etc., would eventually obscure your view. So I wouldn't expect to see it either on a flat or a ball Earth.
All right. Well,
the air is not transparent.
I agree with you, but at some point, I didn't have to use France or New York or something, but at some point, right, you would say that it's the Earth curve blocking it. So I guess that would be like the summit of a water. That would be the top of the ball. The horizon would be like, blocking things that are below it. So it would be the summit of a ball. Okay.
Okay, that's what you mean by summit. Okay, sorry, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't certain, like the summit of. So when you're saying, so if we're on a ball Earth, the curve where the point where you can no longer see beyond that point would be the summit. Okay, I understand.
Very simple. There you go. So that's what I mean by the summit of water curve. It's a very poignant, apropos moniker for that aspect of your perspective if you were to live on a ball. So there you have it. So the premise of the horizon being the summit of water curve has been falsified, including the supposed radius. It's been falsified. And to rescue the position being refuted, it's been falsified by the observations and measurements, like the Black Swan, like the Chicago skyline, like those mountains more than 250 miles away. You can see the clip right there. I tagged you underneath that clip. They all falsify the premise that the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball and the supposed radius. And so to rescue your position from that savage refutation, you then appeal to refraction. No, it's because of refraction that it seems that the objects 10 miles away, 50 miles away, 250 miles away, etc., seem to be apparent, even though they're really obscured behind Earth curve.
We agree, like, as you mentioned before, the same, like, the nature of light and everything applies on both. So things like this, where when something's beyond that point, you can't always see it, and so then how does it falsify? So if we say the nature of light somehow allows us to see to a certain point, we don't know what. Like, I'm not saying that it refutes either what says one or the other, but to say that it refutes one, there's times when we can't see that far, and there's times when we can. Therefore, something is allowing us to see that far. Correct?
It's a red herring.
How so?
Logically, a red herring. My retort is not a dodge; it is a red herring. You're whistling past the fact that we do see it, and we could not and would not see it if we lived on a ball, especially the ball of the particular radius that it supposedly has.
He doesn't understand the ridiculousness of the refraction chant.
Well, you're right, because I don't understand. You're right. Refraction isn't something I have a great knowledge of refraction.
Where did you get? I'm not blaming you, but anyways, you're not the only one that chants it. You're late. I'm guessing you're late to the party, as if you've now started. You've just now. When did you learn about this whole flat Earth conundrum?
Just from YouTube videos. Basically, they pop up every once in a while.
When?
Probably years ago would probably be originally. I think some celebrity mentioned it on TV, and that led to certain videos being made. Basically, people arguing about it.
Well, then, if you've come back recently, that's the excuse. Oh, refraction, and I mean, you're just going to have to sort it out for yourself if it makes sense that the reason why you're seeing things that aren't actually there is because of refraction. It's absurd.
So let's just say it once again to let it sink in.
There's a guy who. Okay.
Yeah, just to let it sink in. So Like we said repeatedly, one last time, let it sink in. The appeal to refraction is a ad hoc rescuing device. It's a fallacy. Just type in AD space HOC.
I know an ad hoc. Yeah, I know what you're
right?
saying. Because basically,
Okay, just in
you're saying
case.
you're making up something new to explain something. It goes like it shouldn't make sense, and since it's there, you're coming up with some rather than saying, okay, therefore my position was wrong. You're going, no, I'm still right. There must be some, and then I go, and therefore I add in refraction. Okay, now I'm still right. Like that you.
There you go. You know exactly what an ad hoc rescuing device is. So that's what the appeal to refraction is. That's what the appeal to refraction is. In spite of the premise of the horizon being the sum of the water curve being falsified, and in spite of the radius being falsified by the observations and measurements, the scientist zealot wants to be devoted to a controlling premise, which has been falsified, like I just said. And so they appeal to refraction as the rescuing device from the falsification of their globe geodesy. But it's nothing more than an ad hoc rescuing device.
There's an interesting Zetzer. There's an interesting like, so if you were watching this stuff years ago, you may have heard like the Chicago skyline. They see the cities, they see the whole skyline of the cityscape in the distance, further than the geometric horizon would allow. And then somebody said that's a mirage, not a mirage, because it would be inverted, etc. So it must have been refraction. So there was a guy named Rob Skiba who said, well, let's test the ad hoc excuse of refraction. So he got on a boat at the one point of the of the lake or whatever it is to get over to see Chicago. Now he videotapes Chicago the entire time. It doesn't move, it doesn't get higher, it doesn't get lower, and he sails right to the harbor on the other side of the lake, and debunking the idea that refraction was lifting the image up into the air. He stayed with his camera on it. He just said, forget all these excuses, all the math. I'll just do it. Like, there's nothing to it but to do it, right? Like, the city's right in front of me. I'll point my finger at it and go in a straight line the whole time. It didn't move, unless you were to believe something like refraction automatically, I guess, adjusts for Earth curve, no matter where you are and when you are.
And cities like Chicago produce lots of steam, heat. There's lots of stuff going on. And over water, you see what you've been by the water and see what things look like in the distance over water too. I mean, you can look out.
He distorts things as well. Obviously, behind
you can
a
look
jet
out
engine,
the
you'll see
hood.
things all wobbly.
Yeah, you can look out the windshield of your car and off your hood see things wobbly.
So the thing I guess I would try and if I said if I go, let's see here, I see something that I shouldn't be able to see. So I go this and people are saying that's refraction. My thought in my head would go, the thing I'd want to do is, let's say I could see a window that's 200 feet in the air. That's not, they're going, oh, that's refraction. It's not actually there. It's a mirage. Well, then you would be 200. If you could take something that's 200 feet in the air and then shoot something directly at, then it should hit. Like where you go, if you have something pointed enough.
Yeah, that's what Rob Skiba did. That's what I just told you he did. He went to the one side of the, and he kept the camera on the skyline the whole time, and went in a straight line, the shortest distance between the 2 points. He went in a straight line, and nothing went up or down, and he hit his target. Yeah.
I tagged you in the open chat to talk. Sitsu.
Yeah, there he is. I liked Rob Skiba because he was like one of those guys who were like, let's just do something. Like, he's like a doer, not like a talker. He did things. Yeah.
What was the guy's name you said?
Rob Skiba.
He put it in the text chat. Gregory put it in the text chat.
Oh, sorry, I didn't scroll down enough. Sorry, I was like, Rob Skiba, gotcha.
So we played that dance, right? We played the ad hoc refraction appeal dance. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, the refraction is to explain why we see something too far in a horizontal line, like in a straight line of sight. Like, why is this thing now adjusting to a straight line of sight off in the distance when it's supposed to be, 2 miles lower, right? So, like, well, somehow it's just, the air density is changing, and the powerful light is, going towards towards the, I guess, more dense medium, and then refraction is lifting it up to stop at eye level. It represents a illusion of a flat Earth or a horizontal straight line of sight to the object above the surface. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty. I don't know. It's pretty far fetched, right? I mean, on its face.
Hey, Zetsui. I always get the name wrong. Not your name, but there was a famous. It's a famous instance now, but a famous globe refraction chanter, one of the early refraction chanters. He was asked. He said, "So if you had a high enough ladder, a clear enough day, and a powerful enough lens, would you be able to zoom in on your own, let's say, back of the head?" But he basically said, "Yeah, I'd be if I had a high enough ladder, clear enough day, and a powerful enough zoom, yeah, I'd be able to see the back of my own ass."
Rumpus.
I mean, do you think that's do you think that's a reasonable thing, Zetsui?
No.
Okay, but that's in the same vein of the refraction chant.
That is one of the
They're just ignorant.
apologetical points of scientist zealots. Not many. So,
But like, yeah, I'd give it to him though in a way. Like, if you measured the Earth to be a sphere, and this was happening, then that might be like, hey, let's figure out what's going on here.
Well, yeah, I think it was asked what he would expect, and he said, "Yeah, I would expect to see my own ass."
Was that Rumpus or somebody else?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe so.
RUMPUS. Now, the next point of apologetical retorts is usually, but Gregory, we have photos from very far away from the surface of the Earth. The men have left very far away from the ball that we're flying through the godless cosmic vacuum of, and they've taken stills and photographic stills and videos of the Earth being a ball, something case both. Problem is all that hinges upon universal gravitation, so-called. So, if anyone would like to play that dance with me, rather than just me monologuing.
Well, what else, Zetsui? I mean, since you found out about this a few years back, what has you still thinking? I guess you're thinking that we're wrong, or we haven't accounted for everything.
It's not so much a matter of right or wrong, because in terms of like saying, if I want, let's say that I said, okay, I want to try and make a proof, then I'd have to say things like where I mentioned you, where I go like 200 feet up, can I launch something 200 feet and do that? There'd be things you could try and do to demonstrate it. The other thing I was thinking of is, I don't know if you know what a log post is, where if you can get two objects that point at each other at all times, and you go, okay, so then if you saying one far enough, it should point towards the ground, basically, if you are truly on a curve of the Earth. But because I'm like, do I care enough to go do all those things? And the answer is probably not. So it's not a matter of
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make it, but I guess I was trying to see what still has you convinced of the globe. I guess without asking.
Convinced wouldn't be the so in terms of convinced, am I it's convenient, I guess, is the best way to put it. Is they say that like what will be the like. It's like trying to think how to express it.
You're still interested in the topic, and most people are here to troll. So I guess it's rare that you're here asking legit questions. So yeah, go on.
You wouldn't do anything differently on a flat Earth versus the globe that they give you. You know, for every 100 square miles, they say that planar surveyors just use the planar Euclidean surveying, just two dimensional. You wouldn't do it. Airplanes. There's no pitch data saying they go down. They level out. They nose up, and they fly point to point as best they can. Nothing would. The globe is just an explanation of why you wouldn't need to account for the Earth being a globe. It's just too big. There's just too much refraction. Nothing would actually. You wouldn't do anything different. You would do everything as is. Which is flat. Yeah, I mean, out of convenience or.
Let me guess. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to just be beating the air, essentially.
Sure.
Are you still strongly convinced that humans have played around in the cosmic vacuum?
Do I believe like we went to the moon? To my knowledge, we have, but again, it's not something I've been like, oh, I've looked into it to verify it. It's more of again, there you would be absolutely correct in saying, why do you believe it? It's because I was told that's what happened. But there's a lot of things, I guess, because I've been asked that question before by someone saying like, well, why do you like? How do you know we did something? How do you know we went to the moon? And the answer is from knowledge standpoint, I don't. It is like it is within the realm of reality that if something came out and said, actually, guys, the government has just released a file, we totally faked it, it was bullshit, I wouldn't still hold on and go, no, that's a lie, we absolutely did. I would update it. And so in the same sense, there's a lot of things just because you go, if you think about your own life, you go, how much time can you spend on the number of things you know? Because I've never been to other countries outside the US, but I still believe they exist despite not being there. All the photos technically could be fake. There's a lot of like, and the moon landing would be one of those things. It would just say, to my knowledge, we were in a space race with the Cold War. And then if it was faked, then my thought would be, why wouldn't Russia have I guess the Soviet Union at the time have a strong point in pointing out that like you can't actually do it, like that, calling the other side a liar. So if you try to say you did something that's impossible, rather than conceding it goes, yeah, we got to the moon first, that they go, no, the moon doesn't exist or something.
They were faking it right along with them. I mean, who knows what the real story is? That's the story they were telling that are in the U.S. history books. I mean,
yeah. But even then, again, like even the response of it, remember, my knowledge of the response is also from the same book that told me that it happened to begin with. So it's not like even if they had told it was a lie, if technically they didn't, they had said that, and the book I read proved it.
I've used this analogy, and maybe this is a bad analogy because I've found some fans of the vehicle. But say everyone wants the Tesla Cybertruck, then some guy gets it, and the guy goes, well, I'm going to keep up with the Joneses. He gets it, and he goes, this thing's a piece of shit. But the guy he goes to a family reunion, one of his cousins sees it, and he goes, I got to get me one of those because he's got one of those. So everyone has to keep up. Hey, I got a Cybertruck, and no one's proud enough to say, well, this thing's a piece of junk, and I got my finger chopped off in the trunk on it. You know what I'm saying? They just keep going until the next thing comes. I don't know why they don't just buy Ferraris, these people.
Yeah, so the Cybertruck in particular, like, because of like from what I've seen of it, they're crap. Like I think the most recent thing I saw of it was like the frame got torn off in someone trying to do just like a single toe.
And look at that tweaker shack they put on the moon. Piece of junk.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it is.
You kind of have to really
go relative to us, because it would be like, what was that? 80 years ago?
Yeah.
I don't know when it was.
No, not 80, but 50. That should have raised a red flag, because about several years ago it was the 50th anniversary, and I don't even think they made a stamp. I could be proven wrong, but there was no celebration. There was no remembrance of it. Anyways. Yeah, you can go into the whole, that's a whole nother, if you're knocking on the flat earth door, still holding on to the space travel films of the 70s.
This one was 1968, which is a year before the supposed moon landing. And the BBC states that they're going to America and Russia are going to fake moon landing. I mean, that's just because I only put this up because it's up to your criteria. That's where you said if they told you they were going to lie to you, then you'd believe it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I said, this isn't something that I'm. No, sorry. No, go ahead. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was about to ask you, just so that we don't lose the heart of the matter, because there's a number of critiques that we can make that refute this pseudo-historical doctrine, to categorize this doctrine, pseudo-historical doctrine. This happened, or didn't. So, would you like me to take you through it? It's going to be concise, and it will be pithy, I promise.
For the moon landing? Or something else?
It will be very much relevant to the moon landing.
Sure. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Behind the moon landing, all other supposed cosmic vac operations, artificial or not.
Yeah, go ahead. Hang on. Just opening up a Google Doc. I want to be able to write down things. All right, go.
So firstly, here's the citation. Why the citation? Let us just be very precise about what gravity is. When you listen to Rob Skiba, when he did his analysis, he was doing his critical consideration. He noticed a pattern of thinking from the scientist devotee devotee to scientism, with the repeated appeal to gravity as being this thing, this mechanism or whatever you want to call it, that is responsible for damn near the vast majority, if not all, of the connectivity and functionality of the entire world. And the most microscopic scale to the most macroscopic scale. And then you get into the nuances of their own rhetoric, and they say that MAM, for my convenience, mass attracting mass, is not sufficient at this scale. And then the recent update to gravity with TGR, theory of general relativity, is also not sufficient at that scale. And so even they are saying that their gravitation theories are not sufficient for this or that, but rather than being honest and saying it's false, they'll just say it's incomplete. But let me not digress. So this is the citation. Gravity is a built-in property of mass, quote unquote built-in property. Whenever there are masses in the universe, they will attract via the force of gravitation of attraction. The more mass there is, the greater the force of attraction. Here on Earth, the largest concentration of mass is, of course, the planet we stand on, and its pull dominates the gravitational interactions we experience. But everything with mass attracts everything else with mass anywhere in the universe. To be precise, so what's the point? In a sentence, gravity is an intrinsic property of matter, supposedly. This is the metaphysics. It's a metaphysical doctrine. It's talking about the fundamental nature, basic nature of any and all material entities, which is categorically metaphysical. So this metaphysical doctrine is asserting that ipso facto of matter being matter. Appreciate this. Ipso facto of matter being matter, that is to say, matter possessing the property of materiality, is going to pull other matter to other matter, all other matter to all other matter. Some pulls being stronger than other, proportionate to its massiveness, the supposed quantity of matter that they possess. Okay, so that's the idea, that's the doctrine. So let me show you this now, which is the problem with this doctrine. If the premise is true, if the premise were true, you couldn't know it to be true. Why? As you see here with this rather large body of text, I can read it succinctly. If the sheer existence of matter, matter being matter, matter possessing materiality, if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in the hypothesis test, that is to say, then the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. The sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test. Therefore, the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. And the same thing with the hypothesis of mass curving spacetime. And if so, if that's the case, then there's a glaring discrepancy in their cosmological doctrine as to how everything stays together in the cosmic vacuum. We all remember this as children. How do things stick to the ball, teacher? Gravity, my boy. Right?
Yes.
I'll let you digest this for a moment. I don't want to overload you.
Yeah, I'm reading at the moment. Can I ask what sheer existence means? Like the sheer existence of matter. What does that refer? Like, what are you referring to? The sheer existence.
Yeah, that's why I phrased it in three semantically equivalent phrases: the sheer existence of matter, quote unquote, or matter being matter, quote unquote, or matter possessing materiality. Just matter being matter is the cause of the effect. Supposedly, that's like causation hypothesis. Hence the citation. So the citation is defining what gravity is, and so to succinctly say it in a causation hypothesis form, some sort of proposition that is an if-then proposition concerning what it's causing. What is the cause? What causes the matter to be held together and to pull matter into matter? Matter being matter causes other matter to be pulled into other matter. So if matter is matter, then matter is pulled by other matter to other matter. Sounds redundant. Sounds silly almost, but that's their doctrine. That's a succinct, not trying to caricaturize it, not trying to make it seem something that it isn't. That is their premise. Hence why I gave you the citation. The ipso facto of matter existing, that is to say, matter being matter, that is to say, matter possessing materiality, is the cause of matter being pulled, or not matter moving to do something. You know, when I want to pull the door shut, I have to actually move my arm, grab the door, and pull the door shut, not just exist, or the door just exists. But the cause of everything sticking to the earth in a cosmic vacuum is just the sheer existence of the earth.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
See? That's the doctrine. That's the doctrine. If that premise were true, even in principle, even if it were true, you couldn't verify it because you can't manipulate the independent variable. So they can chant it all they want to, but they can't act as though they know it to be true because they haven't done the test to verify it. They haven't done what is logically required to verify, to demonstrate that they know the proposition is true, and they couldn't, even if it were true.
Don't get too excited. Zetso, did that actually make sense to you?
I think I understand what you're saying. So again, let me try and repeat it back, and you tell me if I'm understanding correctly. Is that so? The universal law of gravitation is basically saying that mass in and of itself, just the existence of mass on its own, causes this force. And since you're saying anything that you have has mass, if you're just saying the existence of mass causes it, you can't have something that doesn't have mass, and therefore you can't even tell me if it does or doesn't, because you can't show me like a mass that doesn't have mass. And so because of that, you can't be, again, you said it's not falsifiable because you can't have you need to have mass that doesn't have mass, basically, to go, okay, this mass that doesn't have mass doesn't produce gravity, this mass that is mass does have gravity. And so since you can't have the former, then it's non-falsifiable. Is that my
not quite correct? You're almost there, though. Not that you can't find me a mass that doesn't have mass, and they can't do that either. If they said that, then that would also render their position unfalsifiable. So we can just do away with that right there, right? But the point that I said initially is that they can't manipulate the independent variable, which is to say, to change the independent variable. Now, what is that? What is the independent variable? You have the causation inquiry method, aka scientific method. You need a phenomenon. Then you have a hypothesis as to what caused the phenomenon that you saw. The phenomenon is ever just perceived. That hypothesis is a causation hypothesis. And so it's a hypothetical statement. If this happens, then that happens, to try and account for the cause of the phenomena that you saw. The supposed cause in the causation hypothesis is the independent variable. The supposed effect is the dependent variable. Okay. So there's that. So you manipulate the independent variable to verify the hypothesis or falsify the hypothesis. And hence also with the hypothesis, you have a null hypothesis. Right? If this happens, then it won't happen. Right? The hypothesis, if this happens, then this will happen. Null hypothesis, if this happens, then it won't happen. Okay. So you have the hypothesis test. The hypothesis test concerning this causation hypothesis is going to require not to be funny, to be strict, logically strict, an act of God. Why do you say that? Because the independent variable is the sheer existence of matter. You have to manipulate the sheer existence of matter. That is to say, cause matter to exist and then cause it to discontinue existing, and then cause it to resume existing again, and repeat this experiment, the manipulation of the independent variable, to see what the effect is, the dependent variable. You can't do that. So you can't verify the hypothesis. So because you cannot manipulate the independent variable, that is to say, cause matter to exist, and then to discontinue existing, and then to resume existing and repeat, you can't verify the hypothesis, even if it were true.
I see you went on mute. I just wanted to point out that Zetsu got it on like the first try. Rich, who just went on mute, and others like over and over and over. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just wanted to point out that Zetsu gets it.
Well, no, he didn't quite get it the first time.
Yeah.
That's like a 1.
So if I'm being 100%, I'm still not certain. I wouldn't go like, I totally get it. I'm like, I I think I do. I'm
Don't
writing things
embarrass me,
down. I'm making
Zetsu.
notes. So
Don't embarrass me. I just stood up for you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just don't want stolen valor.
Just let me know when you are ready for the next stage.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Done writing.
Okay, so that's just the unverifiability, even if it were true. So, that's a powerful pattern of argumentation where you grant the premise to the opponent and then still reduce them to absurdity, even if you grant them the premise to be true. But then they don't even have that in principle. So not only is it unverifiable, even if the premise were true, it's not true. Well, why do you say that? Given these arguments, let me show you.
Come on, man.
Computer's being slow for me. Yeah, the computer's just refusing to function quickly. It would probably help if I stop using the phone. It's charging. Of course, this is the time that it chooses to be on. Check my check.
Yep, can hear you.
All right, good. Okay, so now the computer's deciding to work for me now. So there's that argument, and then there's this argument. I'll go one thing at a time. So refutation of mass attracting mass, MAM, for my convenience. The premise, like we just thoroughly went through. If matter is matter, if matter possesses materiality, if matter exists, then it causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. That's the causation hypothesis. Succinctly put, rarely do you hear the scientists actually say it with such precision, but that is the premise once you actually clarify their position for them. So, if matter being matter, materiality, doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Matter being matter, materiality, doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, matter being matter, materiality, cannot cause any locomotion. Or, and this is because they usually try to dance between the two primary senses in which they say the word mass. So I'm refuting both senses in which they say the word mass. If quantity, which includes distance, right, doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, quantity cannot cause any locomotion. Chubbs, I have the science.
So I think I understand what you're saying. Basically, that if matter doesn't like doesn't have any again, causal power or is causal power, then the idea that anything would be pulled towards it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Not only does it not make sense, it's false. The proposition is intelligible. I'm being almost pedantic, but precise for a reason, just to eliminate any possibility of misinterpretation or abuse of my words, right? So, if matter being matter, if matter existing, if materiality doesn't generate causal power, doesn't make matter begin possessing causal power, right? Nor is causal power the property itself, then it can't cause any locomotion. Now, I want you to appreciate this. I don't want it to seem like this is just highfalutin jargon and nuance. It's just so lofty and high-minded that no one could dare try to challenge this doctrine. It's really simple. I'm bringing it down. I'm bringing it down from its pretentious high tower of of fact, right? This doctrine is not sitting in the high tower of scientific fact. It is down in the ground, in the squalor, as it were, in the shit pile with all the other pigs that pretend to be facts. Okay, just to be very clear. Imagine you're Isaac Newton in the 17th century, right? There's a glaring discrepancy in your idea of the cosmos. How do things stick to the ball, Isaac? Simple. The Earth exists. Pause for dramatic effect. That's what this doctrine is. I mean, how simple and rudimentary is it? You need something in the world to keep the objects not linked or wrapped or taped or glued, right, to the Earth, right? Especially the oceans and the air, right? Especially the air. You need to breathe, right? How does it all stay around the ball in the cosmic vacuum? Oh, the Earth exists. That's what causes the things to stay near the Earth, the sheer existence of the Earth. That's the doctrine. That's supposed to be scientific, quote unquote. That's supposed to be such rigorous, robust, complex, wise thing. That's bullshit. Existence is not causal. Matter itself, materiality, is not causal. You need to do something in order to cause any locomotion, whether it be internal, external to the object, whether it be the internal initiation by your volition or some external cause, some exogenous cause. The billiard ball crashed into the other billiard ball. So then the second billiard ball moved across the pool table. Simple shit. But no, everything is pulled to the Earth because the Earth exists. But this is what has been passed off for centuries as lofty, robust empirical fact. Why? I mean, I'm not. I defy the idea that I'm the first one to ever think of this. I'm not.
No,
I
you're
defy.
not.
Don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that I'm so clever or everyone else is just so gullible. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that we're just missing something because something else is at work. People are well capable to understand what I just articulated. At least understand it, let alone articulate it, but at least understand it. It's not because everyone is just so stupid. At least I don't want to believe that, like I just said. So what else is at play that such doctrines can be passed off in the highest, most prestigious halls of academia? Just to really appreciate the doctrine, but let's not digress. So there's that. Even if the premise were true, it's not verifiable, and it's not even true. It's falsified refutation.
That wasn't a bad rant. I enjoyed that.
Thank you. So there you have it. That's mass attracting mass. The same problem for the update to universal gravitation, quote unquote. TGR, theory of general relativity. Unverifiable, even if the premise were true. And that it's false given the deductive refutation below the refutation against MAM. I'm going to give you a little insight to my pattern of thinking. I deliberately speak boldly to provoke a response. Not necessarily from you, but from anyone, especially the scientist zealots that we encounter.
Yeah,
It's
people propose
deliberate.
that
It's to
things
provoke
are
them to
attracted to
reply. I
Earth
want you
because
to
it's what
reply.
they
I want you to
observe.
try and refute this.
Yeah, people propose that things are attracted to the Earth because it's what they observe. Everything falls to the Earth at the same rate, same average.
Why are you so
Okay, so
foolish,
listen, watch how I handle him. Watch how I handle Kali. So you said it's what they observe. Did you hear the argument that I just gave? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's why I opened
What
my
did I
mic.
say? You don't have to repeat me verbatim.
You
I want a
did give
succinct,
a soft
charitable, accurate
argument.
summation of what I said to you.
You want people to sympathize with your position that, just presuming mass attracting mass can't be tested, hasn't been tested, like we got Cavendish. I heard what you said.
I didn't say anything about sympathy. Sympathy has nothing to do with this.
You're not seeking
Of
sympathy
course
with all
not.
that sophistry.
Of
You're gonna
course
give
not.
Oh, okay.
Callie. You're
With
just
that
gonna
loaded
give the
question
call. You're just
fallacy.
gonna give the cause of of the effect. Go ahead. You were just gonna give the cause of it.
So let's be clear. Yeah, that's not what I was doing. I wasn't asking for sympathy whatsoever at all. And with your loaded question fallacy. Now, Setsui, listen to him. Listen to his rhetoric. Let's see. I'm gonna challenge him very clearly. Let's be very clear. Can he refrain from ridicule? Can he refrain from ridicule when engaging me? Let's see. So that's not what I said to you. I will clarify since you got it wrong. Had nothing to do with sympathy. Had nothing to do with sophistry. Nothing to do with trying to be persuasive with sweet sounding words. No. It was very strict, very plain, very straightforward. Deductive refutations, exposing it to be unverifiable, even if it were true, and
Dude,
exposing that it's
you
not
claiming to be
verified, that it's
straightforward.
false.
You are the opposite of straightforward, bro.
See? Couldn't refrain from it. Now let the
You're
audience
not
decide.
straightforward.
Notice he has to
I'm
keep talking to me.
straightforward.
Notice he has to
Right?
keep
We
talking to me. See?
observed
You hear
mass
this?
attracting
You hear
mass
this?
in Cavendish. We
See, he's
tested the
still being disruptive.
hypothesis.
You hear that? He cannot help himself. This is what I call the
I'm saying
scientist zealot.
something, dude. You gotta listen.
This is scientist
I'm being
zealotry.
straightforward.
All of this here.
You're
Now the
not.
mods are deliberately not muting him so as to prolong them, to maximize the amount of time that he embarrasses himself. He does this every day.
No, you're filling up
think they're
all the
just trying to
airtime with meta. I'm
they're just trying
responding
to
to your
catch
thing.
up, bro.
Yeah, that too. Right.
Yeah, you need meta fluff. I need to
He's
be
still
direct.
doing it. Right. He's not concentrating on the subject. He's still persevering to ridicule me. Does this every
Mass
time.
attracting mass is what we observe. We test the hypothesis.
No,
Does
you
Earth's
don't.
mass
You don't
cause
observe that
attraction
shit.
towards Earth?
Okay.
Let's
But
try
No,
it
you
with
don't.
when he
Why?
Cavendish.
begins,
Cavendish
he's
works
gonna
everywhere.
this is one of Callie's tactics. He
Everywhere. We
continually
observe the
chants and
same
barks
effects
from
of
the
Cavendish.
channel. And he's still doing it, right? So I'm going to bring order now. So enough with the chanting and barking and all the disruptions and all that garbage, right? So to concentrate on the subject. I
You
asked him
weren't
to
listening because you're dumb
charitably,
as
and he's
fuck.
still doing it, you see? He's still doing it, right? I asked him to
You weren't
charitably,
listening.
he's still doing it, right? I've asked him to charitably and succinctly
That's why you're a flat earther.
summarize, and
You
he's
still
still
don't
doing it. You
understand
see, he
Cavendish.
cannot help himself. His only tactic, his best skill is to just disrupt. This is what he does. This is what people
You
like him
still
do.
don't understand Cavendish.
And he's still doing it. Right? He's still doing it. He
No one
cannot
cares about
handle
your
a
medicine.
discussion. This is what they do. Right? So I asked him to charitably summarize what my argument was, and he distorted it as being just a sophistic attempt at trying to make you sympathize with me. Oh, I'm just so poor little Gregory. I need you to sympathize with me,
I didn't
Zitsui,
distort
right?
it.
I need
You
you to give me
asked me
some
what I thought you
sympathy,
said. I told you what I
right?
thought you said.
And he's still talking to me for some reason, right? We know
You
what the
never
reason
shut
is,
up.
and he's still doing it, right? Because I'm not done, so I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let him, right? Just try
You're
to
never going to be
hasten me
done
to a conclusion just because he
because
doesn't want
your
to hear it, right?
tactic
This
is
isn't his
to fill up
channel,
all the airtime.
but he's still doing it. So though it's the same antics, right? Just disruptive.
You got
Right?
nothing to say. Shut up.
I'll finish eventually. I mean, I will finish eventually. He's delaying when that completion is arriving, but I'll finish eventually.
Oh my God! Will you please say anything of substance?
And he's still doing it, right? Rather than not speaking, right?
We observe
So
mass attracting mass on
he's
Earth. We
still
test the
doing it.
hypothesis with.
Right? He's just at this. Thank you. Right? At this rate, like we had enough of the content to demonstrate he's still belligerently and invincibly ignorant. So now that he's muted, I asked him to succinctly summarize, not verbatim, not going to play the verbatim game, not going to play the verbatim fallacy. No, you don't have to quote me verbatim. I said quite a few words, right? Just succinctly summarize what I said, distorted as me just trying to sophistically persuade you to sympathize with me, right? No, it was a succinct, deductive expose of its unverifiability and demonstrating that it's deductively refuted. Deductively. That's what I said. Now it's literally an open book test. That's we appreciate this. It's literally an open book test, like with what I just gave him. He can look in the open chat and read the arguments that I just explained to you. But no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep chanting that we observe mass attracting mass. We observe mass attracting mass ad infinitum, ad nauseum, whistling right past the issue that he hasn't done the hypothesis test and cannot do so to verify his interpretation of the phenomenon of things falling. You see that?
Yeah, I understand. Because it's just saying that if saying Cavendish experiment isn't enough, that he would need to you would actually need to say refute the things that you said, and just saying the word Cavendish experiment refutes those things. The idea that it even would be convincing, like there'd be need some follow through that actually says your position, your point is this, this, and this, and my refutation would be like 2 point A is this, and it can't just be the word Cavendish.
Right.
Something with substance.
Just invoke his name as though he's the god of gravity. Lord Cavendish, demonstrate the sacred truth of your gravitation. No. He wasn't even trying to verify, in principle. Let me watch how I say this. He wasn't even trying to verify the premise that we just discussed. He wasn't trying to verify the causation hypothesis of mass attracting mass. He wasn't trying to do that. He was presupposing it in his operation. He was trying to measure the density of the Earth. That's what he was doing. So they're wrong about Cavendish's own intentions and purpose for the operation. And then even if you appeal to it as the hypothesis test, the experiment, still erroneous. Because he didn't manipulate the independent variable in the operation. Well, yes, he did. He increased the distance. Okay, so you're either going to ascribe causal power to the matter. I hope you heard me smacking my car when I said that. Either you're going to appeal to the matter, or you're going to appeal to the distance between the matter. Either way, I refuted both.
Distance makes the heart grow fonder. I don't know. Distance has some kind of effect, apparently. Space.
And in fact, it would be the inverse of that, right? Distance make the heart grow less fonder, as it were.
Well, that is the truth. That is the truth of it. But
so there's that, right? We observed it. We observed it, Gregory. Didn't do the hypothesis test. And even if you appeal to an operation that wasn't designed to verify the hypothesis, it still doesn't verify the hypothesis, obviously. Shocker. The thing that was designed for A didn't accomplish B. That was so difficult to ascertain. Oh, woe and behold, the hammer didn't blow up the balloon. So there's that. So that's the refutation of MAM, the mass attracting mass. Are you ready for the final course?
Yes, I am ready. I have notes. So I'm done taking notes from that part.
Usually, the common person is going to appeal to MAM, mass attracting mass, because that's what they know. Rarely do you find the common person reiterating TGR, theory of general relativity, because that's a more highfalutin and arcane doctrine. All right. TGR. Let me show you this. Just so you really appreciate that I have done some research on the matter. Meager little me. This is Einstein himself in his, as it were, seminal work, his initial work that started it all. This is where it begins. Right. 1905 on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. I posted both screenshots, but it's not both screenshots I'm going to read. I'm going to read the second one. Why am I going to read the second one? Well, for obvious reasons. As highfalutin and technical as this language is in this paragraph, even if you don't understand it, you don't really need to, because I'm going to summarize it after I read it. So I'm going to read it very quickly. In accordance with the principle of relativity, the length to be discovered by the operation A, we will call it, quote, the length of the rod in the moving system, end quote, must be equal to the length of the stationary rod. The length to be discovered by the operation B, we will call, quote, the length of the moving rod in the stationary system, end quote. This we shall determine on the basis of our two principles, and we shall find it differs from L, length. Current kinematics tacitly assumes that the lengths determined by these two operations are precisely equal, or in other words, that a moving rigid body at the epoch t, span of time epoch, may in geometrical respects be perfectly represented by the same body at rest at a definite position. I'll make this very simple right now. The moving rod is the same length as the stationary rod. Obviously, if I get a ruler, if you get a ruler, we both have two rulers now. If I start walking or even running or sprinting ahead of you, the length of the ruler will not change because I'm running, right?
Yes.
Right, very simple, right? Yeah, Gregory, yeah. Hold on to your butts. We imagine further that at the two ends, A and B of the rod, clocks are placed, which synchronize with the clocks of the stationary system. That is to say that their indications correspond at any instant to the time, quote, time of the stationary system, end quote, at the places where they happen to be. These clocks are therefore, quote, synchronous in the stationary system, end quote. We imagine further that with each clock there is a moving observer, and that these observers apply to both clocks the criterion established in section 1 for the synchronization of the two clocks. Let a ray of light depart from A at the time, let it be reflected at B at the time, and reach A again at the time, taking into consideration the principle of the constancy of the velocity of light. We find that where denotes the length of the moving rod measured in the stationary system. Observers moving with the moving rod would thus find that the two clocks were not synchronous. Notice my emphasis. While observers in the stationary system would declare the clocks to be synchronous. What does he mean?
I think it's the whole, if you're moving at the speed of light, like time, like old time and space is relative type thing. It's my understanding of it, what I would guess what he's referring to.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can put this as pithy as possible. It took longer or shorter, however way you want to slice it. Time dilation. It took longer or shorter for one of the two rods to arrive at the given point because it was moving. Time slowed down or sped up because one was moving and the other was not. That's the idea. That's the idea. So what's the point? Theory of general relativity, the curvature of space-time, because matter exists. So let's put this pithily. If matter exists, then it curves space-time. That's the hypothesis. Now, even if that were true, what did we just establish with the other supposed causation hypothesis with the same independent variable? Unverified, because you can't manipulate the independent variable. So there's that. Now here's the refutation. This is where some might tune out or struggle to keep up. Not to condescend, not to gas myself up. This is my experience when talking about the subject.
Oh, not at all. No.
I'm just describing. Okay. So scroll back up. Scroll back up to refutation against Einstein's theory of general relativity, TGR. I'm going to explain, of course. If space and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Space and time are immaterial states of affairs. Therefore, space and time cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape.
Did they just say immaterial?
Say again.
Immaterial. Space and time are immaterial.
That's my argument. That's one of the premises of my argument.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I suppose I'm getting it then. I don't understand that. How is everything to do with matter and the way the universe works immaterial? If space and time is immaterial, what the fuck are they talking about?
No, they're not saying that. Einstein is not saying that space and time are immaterial. He's not acknowledging that fact. He's trying to argue that they are concrete, ontologically, concretely real entities that can be contacted by other matter, that can contact other matter, and can have a geometric shape.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah. Wow.
That's his premise. To really be clear, again, I hope you notice a pattern with me. To be clear, that's Einstein's doctrine. Space and time, or not space and time. That's another error of his. But I don't want to confuse you. So let me say this way: space time is not space and time according to him. Well, what's the difference? There is no difference. If he doesn't specify further, just on its face, space time, space hyphen time, that's just a portmanteau, a combination of two words with a hyphen in between. He's using the monikers that identify two categorically different states of affairs, which are immaterial, to identify a supposed distinctly different, concretely real substratum, which is, of course, confusing. Instead of calling it something else other than space and time, he's calling this other entity that is not space and time, space and time. So on its face, it's a misnomer. It's a misleading misnomer at best.
At best, yeah.
Right? Then we go deeper. Here's the next level. So let's give him his misnomer. He is either referring to space and time or not. If not, then again, it's a reification of space and time, or it's again a misnomer. If he is referring to space and time by space time, quote unquote, then it's a reification of space and time, because space and time are immaterial states of affairs, not concretely real entities. Right? They cannot contact matter, nor can matter contact them, nor can they have any geometric shape. If he's not referring to space and time, then again, it's just a misnomer. And he hasn't specified an unidentified, unspecified, unknown, unverifiable, supposed, concretely real, omnipresent substratum identified by a misnomer. I want that to digest.
Yeah, thanks. How do you change something that is abstract into something that is real? It's incredible.
Simple. Ipsy Dixit. At least according to Einstein's thinking, right? Not just by sheer say-so. Then actually empirically detect the matter that is space and time. Space or time. Or space-time, quote unquote, right? Just assert it. And then dress it up with mathematical garb, right? Which is nothing more than the invisible cloak around the naked king.
Also do need to step away, but I did take notes and wrote down what you've written and things like that. So I'm going to read through it a bit more when I get back. But yeah, so I just didn't want to like dip out and not say anything.
Oh, thank you for your courtesy. Thank you. My pleasure.
Right. Very polite of you. Take care, buddy.
Thanks.
No. It's fairyland, isn't it? Like fairy tales and Snow White and fucking Seven Dwarfs and shit.
Lord of the Rings is factual comparison to this. Lord of the Rings has historicity compared to this.
Somebody actually wrote Lord of the Rings. You can prove it.
It's a documentary.
All right, just a little bit of moderation. Katha, you have been unmuted. Not sure the reason why you were muted. Maybe you have been unmuted.
I don't even know, bro. I just said the Earth wasn't flat. and I got muted because I was just talking, bro, about it, and I was giving my reasons.
Okay.
I
Well,
think
you've
you
been
might
unmuted.
have said a little more than that.
Well, you can start again, Katha. You've got control of your microphone. You can say the Earth is a globe and give your reasons.
I already heard you talking about the Earth being flat, and now I believe with you guys. So I don't have anything to talk about right now.
Alright.
Oh, he knows it.
It was very disingenuous.
What was that, Zindia? Unless he was hawk micing. Again, I speak as boldly and emphatically as I do because I'm trying to provoke the scientist zealot to say an argument. I want you to exhaust every argument that you have to try and refute these arguments. And rarely do I get what I want concerning that effort. I get a bunch of non-arguments, which are persistent, aggressive, belligerent, disrespectful, deplorable non-arguments, but not arguments.
That's got to tell you something.
And then the ones being told got to actually discern what's being said. I mean, the man, the belligerent zealot, Callie, he had plenty of opportunity again, yet another day. We had plenty of room and opportunity, none but space and opportunity in the channel to actually say an argument. Refused to do so every time he spoke. Refused to do so every time he spoke. I can't help but notice, Raiden, you're in the open chat again. Would you like to actually say the refutation against my argument in the microphone for everyone to hear?
What was that again? I couldn't hear it, Gregory.
Do you have a refutation for any of the arguments that I've just said so far?
No, I'm not really interested in arguments. I just satellite images are in direct contradiction to everything you're saying. So that's the problem I see.
Well, you just contradicted yourself. You said you're not interested in arguments, and then you just made an argument appealing to something to try and prove your premise.
Gregory, if I wanted to, I can make an argument that a 3-year-old created the sun yesterday. But that wouldn't line up with reality, right?
Okay, so thank you for that truism. Would you like to actually say an argument now? Because evidently you do, even though you just said before you said an argument that you didn't want to. Kind of confusing, giving yourself contradiction.
If you want to talk philosophy, we can go to a one-on-one if you want to, but I'm talking about reality.
Okay, I'm talking about reality. So it's not as though you're talking about reality, I'm not. I'm talking about the same subject, right? That was just real reality. So we'd like to say an argument to refute the arguments that I've said.
I'm not interested in your arguments, Gregory. Can you show that satellite images are not real?
Yeah.
Well, given the arguments that I've already said, that would falsify any supposed how do I finish the sentence? Any supposed acquisition of stills or video photographs of the Earth being a ball in a cosmic vacuum.
Okay.
So are you going to address that? Because that's what my arguments directly address. You appeal to supposed artificial operations in a cosmic vacuum to supposedly get stills and video photographs of the Earth being a ball in a cosmic vacuum. You said no, so as usual. So there's
I don't
that.
have anything to say against that. I'll just patiently wait for you or someone else to debunk these images. And if you can do that, I'll change my mind. We don't have to argue about
Okay,
anything.
Raiden, I don't think you heard what I just said. Given the deductive argument I just taught to Zetsui,
all right,
that undermines the fundamental presupposition of your position, which your appeal to supposed photographic stills and videos of the Earth being a ball in the cosmic vacuum is logically contingent on. Are you following?
What do you mean supposed? No, you have to show that.
You don't assert that there's universal gravitation, either MAM or TGR, to keep the world held together so that you can leave the Earth and supposedly get photographic stills and videos. You don't believe that?
Yeah, I do believe there's a downward force holding you.
So
Sure.
there's my proof. Just to be clear, so there's my proof. So then, do you have an argument to refute my deductive refutation against that?
I'm not. No, I don't, because I'm not trying to.
Okay.
I don't care about your arguments.
Okay.
This is what you don't understand.
So not only do you not have a not only are you without a refutation, you don't even care to do so. So you don't even care to demonstrate that you know your doctrine is true and that my refutation is false. Okay, thank you. Next. Very conspicuous, rather transparent, and
Well, we'll
mildly
have to agree to
moderate,
disagree.
mildly honest confession to invincible ignorance and bigotry. Very well. That's it.
Okay, we'll just have to agree to disagree. Thanks anyway, though, for the engagement.
Whatever that means, agree to disagree. Not just a conflict of mere opinions.
No.
As though this is just a conflict of mere opinions where none can be verified nor falsified. It's obviously not the case.
Some people you just can't help.
Because they refuse to accept it and or even attempt to help themselves.
And they won't even entertain the thought. There's a blockage.
Just like the ancient Pythagoreans. Irony of ironies. The whole history of the Earth supposedly being a ball did not begin. It did not begin with a phenomenon that was observed. It didn't begin with empirical detection. It began with a aesthetic preference. Well, the Earth must be a ball because the gods know what a perfect shape is, and the perfect shape is a ball, and the Earth is very important. It's very precious. It's very beautiful. So of course the Earth is a ball, given how perfect the sphere is. That's where it began. That's how it began. It did not begin with an empirical observation, which is redundant. It didn't begin with empirical detection. It began with a preference to believe it. And not even a ethical preference or epistemological preference or any type of sort of systematic kind of preference like that. It was just an aesthetic preference because it's prettier that way. Prettier that way. Not to demean aesthetics at all, but supposedly the history of the Earth being known to be a ball is this robust, strict, and rigorous attainment of empirical fact, and it's not. It's not how it began, and it's not how it's ever been up to now. Like you just heard from the mouth of someone like Raiden, he spoke like a true Pythagorean. It's not a compliment; it's just a description. The floor is open, of course. Anyone else?
The Earth must be a ball because it all looks like a topographical plane. Therefore, it's a ball. And because I want to stay in my denialism, because I want to deny obvious reasoning, logical reasoning.
Right.
So, if something looks like a banana, must be a apple, right?
Exactly. Logically sound deductive proof.
So if the water is sea level, horizontal, then it must be curving everywhere, right? It's just, isn't that logical? I mean, even a kid will understand this logic. We see a flat stationary Earth everywhere. We don't utilize the Earth as being a globe. Never will be doing that. But still, yeah, it must be a globe. Because I have a toy on my desk that shows a flat map wrapped around the toy. Therefore, globe. I mean, it's so easy. It's so obvious.
I want to see if I can deepen anyone's appreciation for the psyche of the scientist zealot. The scientist zealot has this self-perception that they are just the benign, innocuous, zetetic researchers of the world. They just want to know the truth. And not so long ago, in a continent across the Atlantic Ocean, the big bad mini church of Christians, Romanists, who falsely profess to be disciples of Lord Yahusha, they were bigots and tyrants, and they were just trying to sustain their dominance of the world. They wanted to exploit the people, the whole shebang, the whole nine, which is not too far from the truth. But as it concerns their relationship with the church, it is not their propaganda that is the truth, of course. They are not just good-hearted, altruistic, benign, innocuous, zetetic researchers. They're not. They're not then, they weren't then, and they're not now, and never have been. Notwithstanding some few exceptions to it applies to. And the irony is that they ridicule all these other institutions and the cultures in which they are established as taking their worldview for fact and not being critically considered the critiques against their position and not scrutinizing themselves whilst they do the same thing now. The same thing. We hear it every day, especially from the laity, the zealous laity that comes in here. Not even the clerics that have any ordained position in the institutions, but it's mostly the deceived laity that come in here and do their work for them, their dirty work for them. The irony. They presume that they're so virtuous that they are the critically considerate, self-scrutinizing, zetetic creatures that just follow the facts wherever they go.
Wait, are you telling me that? Wait, Gregory, are you telling me that after a Reformation, where people could read the word for themselves, the same guys who hid that word and even furthermore, the worst thing, perverted it and put people under control through their perversions? You want to tell me that the same people came up with the heliocentric idea, like the Big Bang and the heliocentric model itself?
Uh-oh. Don't get scandalous now, Clay.
Oh,
Don't get
sorry.
scandalous now,
Yeah,
Clay.
sorry. That's
Keep going.
conspiracy theory. That's
Right.
conspiracy theory, right? Like that is something you can't figure out at all in history. Like that's 100% a conspiracy. Like as imagine like
It's
they
okay for us to say
failed.
that about the apostles and the disciples of Jesus in the first century. It's okay for us to say, oh, they just conspired to lie and that's it. There's nothing more to it. It's not okay to say that about the scientists, though. No.
Oh yeah. So like the Vatican Church, like and the Jesuits that kind of failed with the first attempt of perverting, you know, the obvious truth about the creator and the scriptures and the sun. So they failed with that first mission. So you want to tell me that like Satan, who secretly controls these people, has came up with a different idea to do it, and somehow he perverted creation and attacked creation to make people believe in a fairy tale, therefore to get rid of the first position, which is that people would understand through creation itself that there's a creator. You want to tell me that they came up with a second idea to to lead people astray? I mean, that is insane. I mean, no one can think that such an evil plan would ever be done. I mean, you can't tell me I can read it somewhere like some Jesuit came up with the Big Bang, for example, or like 36 moon craters named after Jesuit priests. Like that stuff must be a conspiracy.
Let me
100%.
finish the previous point. It's very true as everything you just said. So there's the hypocrisy with their presumptuous self-perception. You're just a bunch of deluded, bigoted theists with your backwards medieval, Iron Age, Bronze Age, Stone Age, blah, blah, blah worldview. We're the enlightened modern people, where we critically consider arguments against our position. We self-scrutinize, and we're just static researchers that just follow the facts wherever they go. No, they're not. Committed the very same error that they presume to admonish and exhort others for doing and to repent from, with a worldview that, according to the most consistent of their intellectual leaders, in a worldview where the consistent intellectual leaders say knowledge is not possible. It's conventional. We don't really know. Yeah. You're so wise with your worldview that reduces to absolute skepticism. Yeah. You're so virtuous with your worldview that reduces to absolute skepticism, where someone the likes of Richard Dawkins will acknowledge that if he's being logically consistent, however the hell that's possible, in his worldview where there is no laws of logic, when you're being logically consistent with his worldview, reduces to everything just being read in tooth and nail and claw. Everyone just dancing to their DNA. Mother Teresa and him.
So just to make it straight, like it must be an insane conspiracy to believe that the Earth is stationary and a topographical plane just as it is perceived, and then to also look into the history of where does actually the ball come from, you know, like the heliocentric model, and then you see the connections with you know, the Jesuits and the Vatican and how it actually originated from there. And right after the Reformation, actually, right after people could actually read the Word of God, it's almost like another replacement story to get people into disbelief, or furthermore, to obey a golden calf, to obey something, some narrative that is full of contradictions. So just so they can avoid biblical scripture. I mean, is this far-fetched, or does this I must be crazy, right? I must be crazy. Like, this is definitely something you
So
can't
this is a flat
objectively
Earth
look up.
chat. Why are we talking about scripture? I have a real question. If anyone wants to answer that.
But you could have waited till he was done. You didn't have to interrupt him for that.
Okay, but we're talking about scripture in a flat Earth chat. That just
No.
You could have waited till he was done.
No, sir.
He's been talking for the past 3 or 4 minutes. How much longer do you need?
No, you're wrong. If you would have listened closely, you would understand.
Okay, finish. Sorry, go ahead. I'll ask my question when you're
I haven't even. If you would have been correct and consistent with your argumentation right now, you would at least tell me that where I said once something that is out of the scriptures. If we would talk about scriptures, we would talk about something that is within the scripture. But I'm talking about
Instead of
I'm
defending
talking
your position,
about.
just try to make the point you were making before, so I can ask my
Spaceman's a science
question.
denier. He shouldn't really
Hey,
worry too
Mr.
much because he's
Spaceman.
going to deny that and he'll deny
I have a
something
Mr.
real
else.
question to
Spaceman.
ask. So finish your question to
It,
the other guy, and then I'll ask my question.
instead of getting triggered, next time just listen to what
How
I
am I
say.
getting
Therefore,
triggered?
so you
Well,
wouldn't
dude,
make
keep talking.
false
Look, this is
Keep
so
conclusions.
talking.
easily
Okay.
resolvable. This is so easily
Finish
resolvable.
your question. I
Let
want to ask. You
Clay
just talk to the
finish
other guy.
his statement, or
Yeah,
what
he
you could have
can't
did,
listen.
or what you could have
So what?
did
Come
was
back
be
in
much more
30 minutes.
respectful. Look, listen, you're just being disruptive now to finally
Ooh.
terminate this contention. You could have let him finish, or you could have politely, respectfully interjected. You just interjected with contempt and irritation.
Yeah, next time just listen to what I actually
So
say.
please finish so I can ask my question. Thank you.
Well, I still think you haven't listened because you came up with a false conclusion. Therefore, I gotta think you just
I'm asking
didn't
you to
listen.
finish the point you were
Finishing
trying to
now.
make. Can you
Don't you
do
get it?
that or no?
Is it so difficult? He's finishing now. The sound of him speaking is him finishing.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yet he's
Just
still talking to me, not you.
yeah. I want to finish. I'm gonna finish real quick, just for the for the persons who probably don't have a huge attention span, which is understandable these days. So so again, there's a history to the ball. There's an originated thought of someone who wrote down this must be a ball. Therefore, it is coming from somewhere that is human. And the question is, what was before that thought, and why did it came right after a special event such as the Reformation? You would agree that me and you talking in the Western world, that there's a big deal about this whole event of the Reformation, and then the coming up of the heliocentric model. And historically, what I'm saying is something you can look into if you care for the truth. But I have the slight, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I have the slight feeling you don't really care much about it. But that's just me, so I wish you can correct me on that. Maybe you do care about the truth. Yeah, now you can speak, Spaceman. I'm
He has
finished.
no duty to truth.
Okay, so if we're done talking about theology, can any of you explain why air pressure is a thing in the flat Earth model? I'm just curious.
The same reason there's air
I'm talking
pressure
about.
when you believe. Hello? Is there a lag?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The
Air
same
pressure at
reason there's
different
air pressure.
altitudes is what I meant.
Is there a
Sorry, I
lag?
just wanted to clarify.
Okay. The same reason there's air pressure if the Earth were a ball. You know what the reason is?
I think you're referring to the
I
gas pressure
do.
gradient. So gas pressure is represented in
You're
algebraic
kind of
form
stomping on my question
by
again, dude.
x, and delta x
You're kind of
represents the
stomping on
gas
my
pressure
question again.
gradient.
Can you answer my question?
But were you talking to me or the other guy that was just talking?
Yeah, the other guy. Spaceman, go ahead, please.
Well, no, I was just curious. So, air pressure exists at different levels. So, at sea level, air pressure is more dense than air pressure at 15,000 feet above the surface of the Earth. So, explain to me
I
how
think
that
you.
doesn't.
Hang on, let
Explain
me
to me how
pause
that
you.
works under a flat Earth
Let
model.
me
I
pause
guess.
you because
Gas pressure
hang on.
gradient. It's a pressure gradient. The same thing exists in the ocean with water. There's a pressure
Hey,
gradient in the
Saying
ocean.
the word gradient
Can I
doesn't
finish my
refute
reply to
your
him?
point. Explain how that makes sense.
It's
Okay.
not a question of if it makes
Can I
sense. That's
finish
just
my
how
reply
it
to him?
is.
Can I do that, please?
I can barely hear you, Gregory. You got to speak up or do something with your mic.
Okay. I hope you can hear me now. Okay. Do you hear me clearly, Spaceman?
I can hear you.
Okay. I think you forgot your question. Say your question to me again, because you asked me, how does it work on a flat Earth? My reply to you was the same reason that it happens if the Earth were a ball. Do you know what that reason is?
No. Explain it to me.
Okay. Was it not analytically obvious on the face of the term gas pressure?
Look, you can't just ask these rhetorical questions. Just fucking explain it to me.
I want you to appreciate how unchallenging this question
I'm not
is.
here to appreciate. I'm here to have you explain it to me,
Look,
not to
we don't need to
appreciate
bicker.
the nuance of your
Listen, we don't
argument,
need to
dude.
bicker. Listen, we don't need to bicker about it.
Then explain
If you
it to
don't want
me.
to agree,
Don't give me fucking
just
rhetorical
listen,
arguments.
dude.
Just explain it.
You're just being disruptive. If you don't want to appreciate and critically consider what's being said to you, then that's your foolish choice. Very well. That doesn't give you the right to be disruptive. You can be silently bigoted. That's an option, which is more helpful. So what I was saying to you is these deliberate rhetorical questions to demonstrate to you how unchallenging, right? How undisturbing your question is. Right? There's nothing that is incompatible with the horizontal surface of the Earth, and there's gas pressure. Nothing at all. It's the same reason. It's the same reason. You have gas pressure because there's a solid container to contain the gas, so that the gas is pressing on it.
What's the solid container in the flat Earth model?
The
We don't need to get into
antecedent to
that.
the gas pressure, the antecedent, as an antecedent, like what he just said, what you experience, the gas pressure, the antecedent to that will be the container. That's the answer.
Yeah, we don't need to get into that just yet. It's a worthy question. It's a very good question, but that's not the heart of the matter right now. So, concerning your question, what is the reason in the sense of what is the cause? The same reason, the same cause if the Earth were a ball, right? Or if anything else were any other shape, right? There's a solid container for the gas to press on.
As an antecedent.
But does that really
the gas
make
pressure.
sense? Because in a globe Earth model, gravity is the thing that causes air pressure.
Which
That
is
will be the
analytically
nonsense.
false. Yeah. Jim's
Can
on
you
the same
explain
page
how
with
it's
me.
analytically false?
It's gas pressure, not gas being pulled.
Yeah,
I
but
want you to digest that.
gas is multiple elements, and the heavier
but
elements get pulled closer to the surface of the Earth.
So if you're going to make the claim that gas pressure is caused here on the surface of the Earth by gravity, then do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container caused by gravity?
Yeah, because every time we see
space where everything
If too many people interject, he's not going to appreciate anything that's being said. If too many people interject, he's not going to appreciate the good question that Charles just said and the point that Jim Z is saying and agrees with me. Okay, look. It's analytically false. So just cut to the chase because you're obviously not really cooperating with the rhetorical questions. However, gas pressure, not gas being pulled. So if your account for gas pressure is the antithesis of pressure, that's analytically false. Do you get it now?
No.
Okay. When I
Charles,
push the
please
door,
with this one.
let's see if you can grasp this example. When I push the door closed, am I pulling the door?
No, but something is pushing the door closed.
All right. So when the gas is pressing, that's not an instance of something else pulling the gas, right?
Well, yeah, something is pulling the gas.
That's not what I asked you. When gas is pressing, that's not an instance of something pulling the gas.
Then what's it pressing against?
I already told you, but
your skin,
hang on.
your earth.
Just hang on. Hang on. Pause. You're not tracking. I want you to confirm that you're tracking with me. When the gas is pressing, that's not an instance of something pulling the gas. Yes?
No. So, what's your distinction between pressing and pulling?
Is there no distinction between pushing, aka pressing, or pulling?
Well, there is, but we're talking about in this context. You can't just make a
so we
broad
don't need to go through
generalization
that
about
truism, right?
pressing
We
and
know the
pulling.
difference. Right? We don't need to go through that truism. That's trivial. We already know the difference between pressing or pulling.
With gravity,
with the door.
heavier elements are pulled toward the gravitational source, and it might
You're
have
talking through my
distinction of
sentences.
pulling.
You're not really tracking. You're not tracking with what I'm saying, so I don't know why you're talking through the sentences that you're not tracking with.
All right, real quick.
Because
I
you're not
posted
explaining
definitions.
yourself
I
very well.
posted I posted references and definitions for spacemen for him to look at. So maybe he has a like a reference to look at from how it's observed and demonstrated that the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of his container, and the pressure is caused by the gas molecules hitting the walls of his container. You see, so read the references. Go ahead.
That's all very
Okay,
good.
so
Please put
before
your
I
thumb
read
on
that,
that. Don't neglect.
jump the
Just
gun
listen,
here.
listen, listen, listen. Dude, you're
What's the
talking too much.
container?
Dude,
What's
you're
the
talking
container in
entirely
a
too
flat
much.
Earth? You're
You're
talking
talking
more than
entirely
I
too
am,
much,
bro. What
dude.
the fuck are
You're
you
not
talking
tracking with the
about?
dialogue. Stop. You're talking
I'm
entirely too much
listening.
for someone not
You're the
tracking
one
with the.
talking too
Just
much.
stop. Just stop.
Maybe you should talk less, bro.
Just
Jesus.
stop, dude. You're obviously not tracking with the
Good
dialogue,
point.
and you're talking through the sentences being said to you, and you're talking entirely too much. That's ridiculous. You're not tracking.
I think you're
Okay?
projecting super hard right now.
It's just stop being disruptive. Stop. So those references that Jimsy just gave you, all very good. Keep your thumb on that. But before you can even digest that meat, you need to be able to swallow milk first. So let's see if you can swallow the milk first. The milk that you're obviously spitting up is a very simple logic sequence. Just as the instance of me pushing the door closed is not an instance of me pulling the door open, same thing is with gas pressure, and same thing is with everything else that is either pushing or pulling or being pushed or being pulled when it's not both simultaneously. So, if the gas is pressing, hence the term gas pressure, then that's not an instance of something else pulling the gas, correct?
Is there someone smarter than him that can talk? Because
Correct.
he's
Okay,
He's
some more
saying
deflection.
please stay on the same page, bro. Just say correct. Agree. I mean, concede or have a rebuttal to what he said. Like,
look. I'm just saying. Just because you think you sound smart doesn't mean you actually are
Okay,
smart.
more
Does anybody else?
defectivity. Good
Can
job.
they
Listen,
Good
you
reason
know,
job.
with
Good
me
there's
job,
for
Lord.
the
45
room
minutes
is
before
filled,
you
and
try
we
to
know
make
what
me
time
go?
it is. We know what's going
This
on,
is
and you are
getting goofy at
disgracing
this
yourself,
point.
sir. You are a coward and a pathetic. Yeah,
So
I'll
what?
leave it at
That's what
that.
Okay, let's
Gemsy
go
Yeah,
back
said.
to
you
the
need to
previous
do
question
better,
I had
sir.
before.
You need
What
to
is
do
the
better.
container in a flat Earth model?
Okay,
What is
enough
the
with
container?
this. Let's give him one more chance.
I agree.
Let's see if you
Greg,
can
can I just
actually
jump in for
not
1
reply
second?
What?
with ridicule.
So wait, you can't answer my
Just to,
question. What's the container in a
Stop.
flat Earth
Just
model?
stop. Just stop. I'm literally being very gracious to you right now in spite of your flagrant and brazen disrespect. Track, please. Let's
I
see if you
want
can
somebody
answer the.
besides you to talk.
Stop
Can you
talking.
please
That wasn't
stop
your cue to
talking?
begin speaking.
No, you need to
Literally
stop
trying to give you
talking.
an olive branch, and you're slapping it away. You want to drown. Okay.
Greg, I just
Let's
wanted to
see.
jump in with you when
Go ahead.
you said it doesn't really matter the push or the pull, the pressing or the pull. It does matter. The applied
Yeah.
physics with pressure gives you the vector that the thing is derived from, like where the force is coming from. So it is
Yeah.
important to push or pull. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Very important. Am I coming or going? Am I pushing or pulling? Am I here or not? Very simple law of non-contradiction. So yeah. Let's try one more time. The instance of gas pressing is not an instance of gas being pulled, correct?
spaceman, that was for you. Earth
Oh, I'm
spaceman.
sorry. I thought I was
Oh, he
going to get
said
muted
no.
for asking another question.
I said
He's
what?
I said
he's not
oh, but
listening.
not
He's a
no.
waste
Okay.
of time. He's a waste of time. He ain't listening anything.
Well,
He's
that or I'm
a
Okay, let's
trying
try
to
one
get
more
a
time.
intelligent
Let's see.
response, and I keep getting muted.
Sometimes we
he
miss
is
it. Let's try
a
one more
he is a
time. Let's try
TikTok
one last
attention
time.
span.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try one more time. Spaceman. The instance of gas pressing is not an instance of gas being pulled by something else, correct?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Okay, yeah, you're done.
Oh no.
Yeah, a typical waste of time TikTok attention span glober. There you go. That's what the globe got.
So with his
TikTok
pattern of
attention
argumentation,
span.
right? Because he's obviously disengaging now. So with his pattern of argumentation, well, we don't need a solid container for gas pressure. We have gravity, quote unquote, which pulls the gas. So that's like saying, I don't need to push the door closed. I can pull the door open to push the door closed.
So, Spaceman, are you arguing that when someone can demonstrate gas pressure utilizing like a container or some type of system that gas is being pressed in a container, you can remove the container and do it with gravity? Is that what you're saying? I can go to the propane guy and say, "Hey, don't let me get some propane here, but
Oh,
I don't need a container.
look,
I need just
and
give me some gravity."
before I answer the question, can you
That don't make
pretend I'm
sense.
older than 5 years old? What is the container in a flat Earth model? I'm not retarded.
I
Just
told you.
answer me that
Listen,
question. What is the
listen.
container in a
Hello.
flat Earth model?
Hello. I have the answer for that question. It's in the
Okay, well, can
antecedent.
this other guy shut the fuck up? Whatever his name is, fucking
The
Gregory. Jesus
antecedent.
Christ,
your place in the
Gregory, talk
dialogue.
less, bro.
You
Jesus
have
Christ.
forfeited your place in the dialogue with your
Then
deflected
why am I not
ridicule. You
muted?
No, he
forfeited.
added because
Gregory,
Why am I
he's
not
speaking
muted?
about a
let's
container. There's no
point this
container.
out. Let me
The
just point
fuck?
this out. Let me just point this out. So
Gregory, shut the fuck up. Let Gemsy talk.
it's okay. Just so I gave you this answer already. It sounded like you didn't hear it. I told you what it was. It's the antecedent, which is a thing or event that existed before or logically preceded another, right? So you have gas pressure around you, right? You're breathing air. The antecedent to that is the container. There you go.
Okay, so you forfeited
Oh
your
my god,
position in the
Gregory,
dialogue when
literally.
you
Can you shut the fuck
refused
up, dude?
to
I'm trying to
engage
talk to
a
somebody
very
else.
simple scrutinizing question. You
Gregory,
forfeited,
talk
right? Not
less. Holy
talk through
shit.
this, right? Not talk to this. So be quiet.
Jesus
You
Christ.
shut up. You forfeited your
Ugh.
participation in the dialogue with your dishonest retorts. You shut the
This
fuck up.
kid's got diarrhea of the mouth. Holy shit. He just
Yeah,
Hey,
doesn't know
you
what
Gregory,
shut the fuck up.
Gregory, don't throw your purse before swine, man. Remember
I
that.
know. That's what I'm telling you. He's a swine. He forfeited his participation in the dialogue. You shut up.
Okay.
It's not like you have
Alright,
anything
I think I get it.
to the
you guys
dialogue.
have
You be
fun with
quiet.
whatever.
Gemsy. Isn't the antecedent the container?
Well, that's one.
Or no,
That's
wait.
the within. Let's say right. That's one of the antecedents, right? Because you need some things to have the other thing to happen, right? So the container is one of the causes of the gas pressure, right? It causes, right? Because the gases are pressing on it on the walls of the container.
Or it would be like if pressurized gas, then there's a container. There's pressurized gas, therefore there's a container.
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
the cause. I mean, it's part of the demonstratable way of the way it's demonstrated, right? It's always that way.
It's a necessary antecedent.
It's a
So,
necessary
given that it's a
antecedent right there.
necessary antecedent, then you can phrase it in a modus ponens to make it very clear. If there is gas pressure in the Earth's atmosphere, then it's contained by a solid container. There is gas pressure in the Earth's atmosphere. Therefore, the Earth's atmosphere is contained by a solid container. So, what
I
I
just
said to the other gentleman earlier, everyone heard my very precise and poignant scrutinizing questions to Spaceman. It's not as though I'm lost my mind. Yeah, I told him, no, you be quiet. You forfeited your participation in the dialogue. So, what makes you think you have any logical warrant or any ethical warrant to try and continue to presume that you're going to scrutinize us like we don't know and you know better?
Gregory,
No.
Gregory, do you still remember how the guy opened his whole discussion with crying about something that wasn't true? Me talking about scripture. It just took a half of one verse to get him
Yeah.
to flee. Isn't
Yeah.
that something? Half of
Yeah.
one verse got him to flee. That is amazing.
Yeah. So
see how powerful the word is.
So there's that. So next person. All right. Very simple issue. The gas is pressing against the only thing that gas can really press against. If you go with a liquid, that's just going to create a bubble. It's just going to continue to traverse through the liquid, whatever it is, or whatever have you. So
There has to be containment. It's containment, right? Yeah.
if you go with gas, and the gas is not going to contain the gas. So if you go with light, then light's not going to contain. So the only thing you have left, deductively, is a solid container to contain the gas, so the gas can press against it. Hence the term gas pressure.
What do you think about that, Carter? Because you asked me a question about that. So what do you think about the gas pressure.
I think
And the
the better implication would be if gas pressure, then there's a force acting on the gas.
Where what do you mean?
From where
Wait,
to where?
what do you mean better implication? What does that mean?
One that would adhere to both theories.
In what sense is that better? That don't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think that's a true. I think that's a true proposition.
No. Hold on. Ball, horizontal.
No. You guys hold on, because I was trying to ask him a question and have a follow up, and it's like, come on, guys, please.
Go ahead.
Like, hold on. All right, let me get this in speaker. Okay. So, Carter, you're saying you your reply was that there must be a force. So you're saying that there's not a container as an antecedent, because if there's a force, there is no container required. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if it only requires a force, there doesn't have to be a container.
That's your argument against the.
That's not really an argument. It's just what I think is true.
Okay, so let me put this possibility, and then I'm gonna pass it to the other guys, because they're gonna ask you about your reply to me. So can it be that there might be a force and a container? Both? Can that be the case? Can they be a decontainment as part of the construct in place, and there are also forces implied, and all of those are the cause of what we experience? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, a container applies a force. Sure.
Go ahead, guys. I'm just.
Can you demonstrate your idea of a holding down gas force by putting gas in an aquarium and it stays down when you dig a hole and put the aquarium in the hole? So you dig a 4-foot hole or go get in a hole, sit your aquarium there and fill it with gas. It stay in there, right?
Yeah, if it's heavier than the surrounding air.
No. The earth is supposed to be the thing pulling the gravity, the gas with gravity, magic gravity. So it's supposed to be pulling the air down into it and to the center of Earth. Now, can you show us that with your aquarium, please?
No.
No, he's not gonna do it. That's a good reply.
Yeah.
Gregory, can you ask him the same questions you asked the other guy that he ran away from? Is Gregory here or no?
I'm here.
Do you remember the question that the guy got stumped and it's not the same thing, pulling, pushing, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Because he's saying force, gravity.
You like that question, don't you?
That's what I just showed him, bro.
Yeah. So Carter.
That's what I just showed him.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
no.
Dean Locke's exemplar in his scrutinizing question. So
yeah, I'm saying
this is the way I'm going to phrase the question in the general way. Right. The instance of gas pressure is not an instance of something pulling the gas, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Here's the follow-up question. Not a question. It's a rebuttal. Even though what you just said it's not an argument, it's just you saying your opinion to contribute to the dialogue, so that's fine. It's a red herring. Yes, in order for there to be gas pressure, the gas must be pressing, but you can't press against anything if you're not contacting something. I can't be pressing the door when I'm not touching the door, so the gas can't be pressing against anything when it's not touching anything. Right? So that means, given that there's gas pressure, and the gas is obviously not continually expanding omnidirectionally so that we soon suffocate to death and cannot have this debate, it's stayed in a fixed position and it's pressing, so then there must be an object that it can press against whilst not continuing to move elsewhere.
Medium.
Simple, right?
Sure.
Medium.
My initial thing was that there doesn't have to be an object, there just has to be a force.
Yeah, time and space, but that doesn't work because time and space don't have
a pusher or pull is a force. It doesn't really matter which it is.
Time and space don't have physical attribute.
I just addressed this error, right? You need the thing for the gas to press upon, otherwise it's not pressing. To call an instance gas pressure, or to say the gas is pressing, when in fact the gas is not contacting anything, is either a lie or just a false proposition. At worst, a lie. At best, a false proposition. Just like my exemplar. To say that I'm pushing the door, even though in fact I'm not touching anything, let alone the door, is a lie and or just a false proposition, and is analytically false. All right.
Then how do you demonstrate space-time hold stuff down? So you can't demonstrate gravity in your aquarium hold the gas down. Can you demonstrate space or time hold the gas down? Where's your force, and what value can I put on the force of gravity? That's usually zero, right? Stuff free falling is zero, right? Zero force, correct?
What value can you put on the force? What does that mean?
Yeah, the value. If I want to write down the equation or the number or do an attribute of math, right, to find out gravity's force or the amount, I can only put zero for the value of the force of gravity. I can only put zero for the force of the value of time. It has no physical effect. It's not crushing your head. It couldn't, right? Now, space isn't crushing your head either. So there's no physical attribute that you can apply, no value of a physical attribute of a force to space, time, or gravity, not either one of those fucking things. So where do you get your force from?
So let me say it again, because I think D-Mock added a bit too much spice, even though what he said is true to you. What he said is true. Okay. I just want you to digest. So just as the instance of me not contacting anything is not an instance of me pushing anything nor pulling anything, right? Nor any, right? Just the same is with every other object whatsoever, including gas, right? So the instance of gas pressure necessarily, to assert that there is gas pressure, implies that the gas is pressing against something. Right? It is pressing. It's not motionless. It's not idle. It is moving. It's pressing, and it's pressing against what it is contacting, not against what it's not contacting, especially not against nothing.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is both the gas to actually move, to push, to press, and for it to be contacting something, so that there really is an instance of gas pressure.
Okay. So you're asserting that it has to be a push. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's a
Let me
part of
parse
it.
out
It's
the
definitely
question to clean it up. As in,
The word
it's
press.
absolutely necessary? Of course not. In the sense that it is happening? Of course. The instance of gas pressure is an instance of gas pressure.
Remember, the word pressure starts with the word press, like pressing up against something else.
It sounds condescending, but it's not. At least not from me, right? We're being analytically rigorous with what is being said. The gas is pressing, so it's pressing against something, not nothing, or it's not pressing. Right? It's very simple, but we get all mixed up and jumbled because we have this controlling premise. For in this instance, there is no solid container for the gas to press against. We live in a cosmic vacuum. We live on a ball in a cosmic vacuum. The gas and the water is wrapped around a ball in a cosmic vacuum, and there's this force, quote unquote, that is pulling the gas. Hence, that's gas pressure. See how fucked up we are?
That's another reason they did away with mass attracting mass in a pulling fashion, because there's no pulling forces anywhere. It's all pressing. Everything's a pressure. There's no pull.
Yo, Charles. The word press begins with PR, like public relations, and hence this is the cause of bending. Space-time bending. It's all PR. It's all propaganda.
Okay, so there's that, right? So it's obviously necessarily true that then one of the two necessary antecedents to gas pressure is not only the gas to be moving, to be pressing, to be pushing, but also that it is indeed contacting something, so that it is pressing.
Yeah, so like to say that it's just pressing on the Earth in one specific vector could be debunked by just lifting something in the air. The pressure is equal on the object.
All right, there's that.
But
See
no,
how precise. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I just what happened to Space Boy. I went on. I put my
Oh,
phone
he
down.
ejected. hmm Emergency eject because he obviously saw himself in a spiral down to his peril. So couldn't fly this channel where he wanted to.
Yeah, I got the impression that the space guy had never really even gotten into the topic before.
You see
Maybe
what he did
Carter
was
has.
this. He introduced himself with a question. Explain gas pressure on a flat Earth. Please, can someone explain gas pressure on a flat Earth? And you heard my answer. After I gave what was really a humiliating and deflating answer to a question that seemed to be so stinging and difficult and challenging to our position, I exposed just how unchallenging his question is, how trivial his question is. Right. And so I have to
I gotta.
not just concede explicitly in the microphone. Oh, okay, that's a good point. Never mind. He has to deflect to another question about a different subject. Now I'm not talking about how do you explain gas pressure on a with the surface of the Earth being horizontal. Now I have to immediately digress to an irrelevant issue such as what substance is the solid container made of, as though they need to answer that question in order to verify the very simple answer that he just deflated my previous scrutinizing question with. See how that
Any
works?
resi- anything that can resist anything that actually is a physical attribute that you could write as a force. So resistance, right? Resistance isn't gravity, is it? It's not a gravity's not a force, right? Temperature. I can take water, pour it in little plastic things, pour it in a bag, pour it in a balloon, make a spherical shape, pull it out of the freezer. The force of cold outdoes gravity every fucking day. So does the force of hot. The force of hot will take the solid thing and turn it to a gas. It'll take the gas and turn it back solid. Hot, cold, high, low, positive, negative. What you don't have is any fucking force of any physical attribute of anything. You just have a fucking imaginary word called zero gravity, zero time, and zero space. And neither one of those, my son, can make a fucking ball out of gas or water. Because if they could, you'd be doing it every
My
day.
son. Space time, spaceman, my son.
Yeah, it goes back to like what I said earlier. Like, there's no difference. Like, there is a difference. There would be a difference in reality, but the excuses for the Earth being a globe and what you experience on a flat Earth. One is just trying to explain a flat Earth. Like, so we have pressure, being exerted on an object in space. In just in 3-dimensional space. Throw it up in the air. Pressure's on the object. That's in all directions. Gas pressure is moving in all directions from a point, all directions, not just one specific direction. And then you go. I sent him the little Google explanation. He said, "Well, why is there gas or why is there air pressure gradients on the Earth?" And the explanation is temperature. On the globe, the explanation is temperature. I mean, that's how would that be different on a flat Earth? Same thing. I don't know.
Well, it's because
What
they
magic
want,
he's looking for.
yeah, gravity. They want a word called gravity to hold gas into a shape. But in the lab, it's not doing that. So, too fucking bad, so sad, Charlie. It's not happening. You're not getting water to hold a shape. You're not getting gas to hold a shape. Those are the two fucking things you need that you will be calling those planets out there and stars and anything else. Even a pile of sand needs to be able to hold a shape in the vacuum. What you think you're standing on? A pile of dirt, earth with water, a water dirt ball that a vacuum put together. A dirt water ball that vacuums and space and time put together for you, but you can't put one together in a lab. But somewhere, nothingness did that. Put it together neatly in a package. Just made a solar system. Some nothing did. Some nothing outdid this guy I'm talking to. That's the attribute of a smart globe component. They gave him the answers, but they didn't give him, the reality. They just gave him answers to stuff. If answers are what you're looking for, I mean, shit. Banana peels, cornbread, flat tires. I mean, but if explanations or demonstrations are what you need, come to Flat Earth. We'll show you how the freezer works. You know, cold and hot. How cold can hold a ball of water into a shape, but your gravity can't? In a fucking lab. So
the floor is open. Anyone who wants to?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You know?
I thought Carter had a question or a statement, or maybe he thought something was contradictory.
Nah.
We addressed that already. Unless he has something else.
Nah. Wait, so you're saying you can explain a freezer with flat Earth better than globe Earthers? Or what were you saying about that?
I said I can take water and put it in a freezer and freeze it into a shape called a sphere. What you and gravity and all your buddies from a fucking globe can't do. Okay. Well, when you get in a lab and hold water into a shape with gravity or space or time, let me know. Until then, you got my flat Earth freezer, brother. You're more than welcome to use it to show your other gurus that gravity's it's a joke, and your freezer just outdid all of them, all of their science.
Flat Earth freezer.
Yeah, without a joke, without a vacuum chamber, without magic.
Without a joke.
Right. I'm just saying, like real water holding the shape, brother. You never seen that before till you saw an ice sculpture, right? Come on, give me an amen.
Or the liquid water being in a container.
By sound. Or an actual container, yes.
A solid container.
Right, but you'd have to fill it totally.
Amen.
Amen, that's right.
Amen.
And you'd have to fill like the 2 liter all the way up to the lid, like with a syringe with the last amount to fill it, to make the 2 liter shape all the way. Because the top part wants to lie horizontal across the top and cut itself off no matter what container the bottom portion of the water fills. It's always going to fill the bottom portion, right? And fill out the bottom of any container. But the top it's going to be horizontal.
Right. You gotta fucking fill the top. The top is what matters.
Right, the top. And then if you want to show gravity's real, you just show water stick to the sides and the bottom of the ball, not the top. And if you want to show gravity's real on Earth, you pour water on the top of the hill and it should form a even layer and hold itself there. Whether it's flowing or not, it should always have an even layer of gravitational equipotential fucking water, hydrostatically equilibrated across the spherical surface, if that was a real thing. Do you understand?
Yep. It's got to be spread out across the surface.
Yes, perfectly. And hold an actual amount to an amount. So like if you poured it out and there's 1 inch here, it's got to be 1 inch everywhere.
Yep.
That's
what men don't understand. Men think it's okay to spread that shit out willy-nilly.
That shit ain't okay. That shit unacceptable.
How could you not have an even amount of like film of water around a sphere if gravity was the thing forcing it and squeezing it and holding it down and compressing it the way it doesn't like to be compressed to the earth, compress it to the earth, and then try to push it to the center or pull it to the center through the earth. And water doesn't like to be compressed. When does water start boiling?
You gotta suck sometimes too.
Yeah. Vacuum sucking it one way to compress it that way, and gravity's pulling it this way. Why isn't all the water just boiling the fuck out? Everything's compressing it, right?
Look, man, when it's about to explode, here's the thing: you gotta know when it's about to explode, and that's when you go hardest.
So what happens to a big ball of water that's bigger than our planet? Gravity has to grab it and squish it and compress it and hold it into a shape. And you know water doesn't like to be compressed. What starts happening to that water once you start compressing it with gravity? Doesn't it boil?
You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it in.
Turns into Neptune.
I mean, if gravity's squeezing it and trying to make the water go to the center of itself, right? Like the Big Bang Theory, right? Remaking that particle again. It's inside Earth, that little focal point of gravity, I guess, that's there but nowhere, but going to the center, but doesn't stop at the center, goes out away from the center and goes back to the center from the center. I don't even know where the fuck gravity's coming from or gravity's going.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows how many licks it takes to get to the center, right?
Right. So is gravity
Nobody
coming
knows.
to my house, or is it going to your house? Is it
Just
going to the
say-
center and stopping? Does it stop in the center of Earth like gravity stops here? No more gravity nowhere. Or does it just go everywhere back again, like against itself? So gravity's pulling down, and then it pushes out and down. This isn't making any sense, guys.
No, but I mean, it makes sense when you're there. Like if you're face deep, it makes sense. But you gotta get face deep into it in order to make it make sense.
Don't be a retard, please.
I mean, if gravity was real, you could literally stand under, like, if you're 5 foot tall, you could stand under 4 foot of water and stick your right arm out the curve of the water, and it'd be dry, and your left arm would still be in water, and your body would be in water, and your head would be out of the water, and your right arm, but the rest of your body would be underwater. That's how water would be in a pool or outside, or if you're on a curved Earth. Little old Billy, microscopic nothing Billy to the big Earth, would be able to stick his right hand out the side of that water like a waterfall. Exactly like a waterfall.
Can you draw this? Because no one understands what the fuck you're talking about.
Draw a circle, retard bitch. Now put your fucking retarded ass on that fucking circle. Now put yourself on the circle, retarded bitch.
What the fuck he's
Now
talking
put
about?
some water 8 miles high on that circle, bitch. And now put yourself on there and see how tall you are to that 8 mile high water, bitch, that gravity holds to it. Show us how gravity's on the fucking outside. Don't dig no holes. We want gravity to hold water to the dirt. We don't want dirt to be holding the fucking water. Stupid. And we want to see how your fucking waterfall globe curve edge is. Where's that at? Where's your Niagara globe curve? Dumb fuck. That we can go skinny dipping in and stick our right arm out. Or our selfie stick, like off your dog's ass. Your dog's ass is curved, right? So if I sat there and had a little Billy sit on the back of your dog's butt, he's on your dog, but his right arm isn't. And his selfie stick isn't. It's away from the dog, not looking at the dog no more. It's looking down at the ground now and looking that way. So now, do you have that camera spot where we can look not and see the Earth in front of us or down below us? Dog ass Earth.
Once again, I don't think
that was very
clue what you're
very easy
talking
to
about.
understand, Kalam. I mean, please, Kalam, that was pretty simple. That's about as basic as it gets.
Basic, yeah.
Super basic.
You weren't listening, boy.
Yeah, you got the water, right? You got it. It's a globe. It's a circle. Now draw a straight line. Yeah. Now draw a straight line through the circle.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a chord. Yeah.
Yeah, one part of the line will be dry, one will be wet, retard. Do you understand?
So should I get water to do this?
No, get your fucking hand and stick it out your pool, the right side where gravity's pulling. Just keep your right side of your hand dry, and the rest of yourself wet.
I need a pool.
It's like like a tangent. Like you know what like a tangent on the top of the sphere. So it's a straight line touching the circle at one point.
Water.
So the tangent touches the circle at one point and one point only. So now you can either do it that way and measure the water to be you can hold out your hand and be like, oh, the water is getting lower and lower as it gets further. Or you can submerge yourself into the water, and then your hand should stick out of the water.
Yes.
Either pick one. Yeah.
Yeah, just pick one, brother.
Should I get resting water or moving water?
Resting water always.
Resting water. Okay. It has to be resting. Okay.
Yeah. That's what water usually does when it's not moving on a non-moving Earth.
Yeah, he couldn't have made it any easier for you.
Couldn't have made it any easier. Just swim your little bitty microscopic loser ass out there and stick your arm out. Show us the video.
I am ordering a pool.
Fucking idiot.
On Amazon right now.
Yeah, fly your drone out there too. Drop that bitch down about 8 inches.
I need a drone
You'll
too.
get
See,
wet.
I asked you what else I needed. You fucking liar.
No, you retarded whore. I
You
said
just
do
can't
that
listen. I
also.
don't think.
And plus, you retard. Apparently, you can't fucking listen. Go do the water thing, bitch. Come back and talk to us when you're done.
So,
Yeah,
other than those five things, do I
drop
need
that shit
anything
down
else?
8 inches.
Water,
And
bitch.
see what the
Stick
fuck
your
you
arm
gotta
out.
Yeah,
say.
Let's
that's
do
already
it.
on my
Let's go,
list. That was
retard.
number
Come
3.
on.
You need
Hurry
a
up.
drone.
Drop that shit 8 inches, bitch. See what the fuck he gotta say afterwards.
I mean, he dumbed it. Sagan, he dumbed it down for you big time. I don't know how much simpler it can get. You can perform this test anytime you want. Just go get a ruler and bring it into the bathtub with you
A
tonight.
ruler?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a ruler.
stick it out
6
the
things. We're up to
water.
6 things.
Stick anything out of
Damn.
your water and keep it dry while the other half is wet horizontally out the surface, dumbass. Let's see the curved water. Do you know what a fucking dirt hill is in your backyard? Stick your finger in it. No, act like that's water.
Number
It's going to be
7.
the same way, dipshit.
Dirt
A
hill.
pile of shit. Stick your head in it. Your body would be wet like water, but the rest of you is dry.
I think
Out
I'll
of
be
the
alright with the dirt
shit
pile.
water. Yeah. Yeah, pile of water, pile of dirt, whatever you pick, Gravity Glober.
Pile
Either
of
one
water.
you got. Yeah, that's what you need to show, a pile of curved water, brother. What the fuck is wrong? Why is it so hard for you, curved water with no walls? Yeah, you should be able to show a bathtub without a container, too.
He's not one. Yeah, he's not going
I
to
am
be one of
not showing
those
you my
that water
bathtub.
needs a
No
container
matter what
guys.
you do. You could buy me dinner, I wouldn't show you my bathtub. Sorry.
Why do you have a bathtub?
Intimate
Shouldn't
place.
Gravity be holding that water in place, stupid?
Where can I buy gravity at?
I don't know, since it doesn't exist.
Then why do you keep bringing it up, you fucking stupid ass?
Because your mom's dumb.
This is what they do. They change the subject.
I wouldn't say him.
We're waiting for you to stick your fucking pinky out of water, retard, or go stick your fucking head in a bubble of water.
I wouldn't say she's dumb. She's just
In a
horny.
bubble of water?
She's just horny, bro. She's
Come
not
on,
dumb.
man.
Number
Just
8.
float in water.
Get
Just
a bubble of water.
Just back float in a hill of water while your head is dry.
A hill of water.
Yeah, water hill. Earth globe curve, boy.
That's probably like
Bro,
a
you
band
trying to
name.
tell me
It's
your
gotta
mom don't
be.
like to fuck?
Well, clearly
Kalam,
she did at least once.
Whoa.
You don't think there's a hill of water, Kalam?
I've
You
never
don't think the
seen
Earth's a
one.
globe? You don't think the Earth's a globe? You don't think there's a hill of
I've
water?
never seen a hill of water anywhere.
When I
So
said
the Earth
fuck,
is
I meant
not a
fuck with
globe?
the globe.
Yes, there's a
Any
hill
2
of
points on the
water.
surface of the water.
Are you making that claim?
Yeah.
No,
If there's a globe, then any 2 points on the surface
If the Earth's a
of water.
globe, then there are hills of water. Is that the claim you're making?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, that's
weird.
Idiot.
That's weird.
Your mom don't like to fuck with the
Retard,
globe.
dude. Where do we get these
define hill
change in elevation.
on a globe? What would a hill
A
be?
hill?
Yeah, so from any 2 points, right? From those 2 points, if you were to draw a straight line, the shortest distance between those 2 points on the surface of water, there would be a change in elevation in the center between the 2 points. That would be a hill of water.
Nah, bro, you got to use
The elevation is the
More like a
elevation
plane,
is
I think.
changing.
fucking.
I don't know what you said.
Look, I live in the Great
that
Plains. They're like
global
big open areas, but more like a plane.
You said
Yeah,
you said a
if
hill was a
the
change in elevation.
Earth
That's
were-
not a
if
change
the
in
Earth-
elevation.
Like the shortest distance between those 2 motherfucking points.
Which one?
Is an arc with the radius at the center of the Earth.
No. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line in the perpendicular orientation. Obviously, this is pretty simple stuff. Yeah,
How do you define a
perpendicular
hill
to
again?
another line. Well, this is not the definition
number 9.
of a hill,
Get a ninth
but
line.
what you could show, is that on the surface of a sphere, you could do it with, you could draw it on a piece of paper if you want, right? You get the 2 points on the surface of the sphere.
Yeah, but
You
now
draw a
you guys
straight
sound
line.
like
That would be
gay and shit.
that would be a chord line, right?
Nah,
now
bro, you
between
guys sound
the 2
you guys
points,
sound like you guys are talking
Let's
some
stop.
gay shit now, man.
right? Like
it
pi,
almost sounds like
the ratio
you're trying
between
to
the straight
invite
line and the
guys
circumference.
in.
Right,
It sounds
like
like
pi,
you're trying
right?
to
Like
invite guys
which is
into the conversation.
Branch, what's wrong with you, dude? So pi, like the straight line, the ratio between the straight line and circumference, that would be a change right, in that ratio, or change in elevation from the straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points. And that would be a hill. That would be a change in elevation. Highest at its apex, at the saggita of the circle.
Where the elevation
It's pretty
come in
simple. Yeah, change in elevation from the straight line.
If you're defining elevation like how globe earthers do, what even is a hill?
Elevation would be a change in the vertical from the horizontal reference. That's how we measure elevation changes.
This dude right here just sprang up.
On a spherical Earth,
Sprang
there'd
up
be
while we were
the
talking
distance
about him. Yeah?
from the center,
He
right?
sprung up.
That would be sea level. That's how they define sea level. So it's like
Yeah, but nobody's going to the center, so you got to do it on the surface. You got to go. All right, here's position 1, and here's position 2 on the surface. Right now, we want to go since you can go in water and out of water, so we can go into the Earth or out of the Earth. You call the water Earth, I call it water. But so what you can do is you can go the shortest distance between the 2 points, right? Being a straight line, so that would be on the globe Earth. That would be under the water, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So between the 2 points, there would be a hill of water, higher than the 2 points.
Does perception come into play?
Sure, I guess on a globe Earth, I think of a hill as like a deviation from that baseline, which is sea level.
Well,
so it'd be like a
how do you measure
geodesic.
sea level?
Would be the baseline.
Yeah, so this would be the unavoidable consequence. Since the reality is the Earth, the globe, this would be the unavoidable consequence, is that it would be higher in the middle. It would be a hill of water, right, between the 2 points. And you could prove it by just going into the water, like Democ said, sticking your hand out, and your hand should, when you have it in the horizontal, or your fingertips should be out of the water while your shoulders in the water. It's a hill. So you should be able to show it. But if you're able to get like something that's flat, I don't know, and then hold it horizontally over or under or whatever with the surface of water, and then it measures on that object, whatever, a ruler or whatever you hold under the water, if it measures at the same elevation across the water, then this globe thing must be something wrong. Maybe it's not right. I don't know. So we could test it out. Yeah, I don't know. I think they just like being called a bitch instead. Like, hey, little bitch, put your arm out. They like it better. Like, treat me like shit. That kind of thing.
That's why I come to Discord, to get talked to like a bitch.
Shut up, bitch.
He went away.
A bitch.
Yeah, I mean, and then like to Carter, I guess, like you can prove this, like what I'm saying. I've proven it to myself and to others around me, and in real life, I've proven that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points in the perpendicular orientation, meaning horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, and I've shown it to be the case, and it does not deviate from water level. That's what I've used. I've used a water level as my reference to prove this.
You proved it wasn't deviating at all? Was that what you just said?
Yeah, the shortest distance. So like shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line in the horizontal orientation. You just take 2 posts and you take them at whatever length. So I have a water level that's 33 feet, right? And like Rob, he's got like 1,000-foot one or whatever, so you can do it in larger segments. But you just take like a wooden post that's 3 feet tall, whatever. You nail it into the ground, hammer it into the ground anywhere you want. Yep. And then you just make sure it's vertical, perfectly plumb. You can put a plumb up if you want. It's hard to do a plumb. Just put a level up against it and get it to be vertical. Yeah. And then you can measure the distance between between the post and what you want to do is you want to get the shortest possible distance. So pretty much you can just take your tape measure, and if it's 33 feet, right, or 33 and one, if it's 33 feet and 1 inch, then you're not perfectly perpendicular, right? Because you'll be diagonal. So all you got to do is just get it to be 33 feet, perfect, every time. And you'd have the short. Then you can take your water level and hold it up, and it's going to match every time, proving that the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and proving it by the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. And then you can keep doing that over and over and carry that straight line segment for as far as you want, and it's always going to remain in that orientation. Yeah, so then you can go back to your posts. Say you marked, say you wanted to just start going like 2 feet off the ground. So you just start marking 2 feet, measure the shortest distance between the two posts, right? So that would be carrying that straight line at 2 feet again, right? And just keep on marking it. Then you can pour water onto the ground, like dig a pool, do whatever you want, and the water is going to match up at every point. Proving that all those points, they lie within a plane, like a planar type of reference. And then you can move it to the left. You can do posts to the left, to the right, anywhere you want. And then all the points you pour the water, they're all going to match up. Boom, boom, boom. All the little marks that you made, they're all going to match the water like a pool. And that proves, it proves that all those points lie within a plane.
I feel like you might. I don't know how long you're doing it, but I mean, I feel like it'd probably have to be a lot bigger, have an experiment, right? In order to see something like that.
What am I testing?
You're testing if the water is not going to line up. The water level is not lining up with your straight. Is that right?
Yeah, but I did it. I showed that. So I showed that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. You're saying that if I do it for a longer distance, something's going to change? What's going to change?
It'll become more apparent because you're judging it based on your own eyes, and that's faulty,
No,
right?
I'm not judging on my own eye. What do you mean my own eyes? I'm measuring it with a tape measure.
Yeah,
You're using the tape measure as a straight, but I mean, you're using your eyes to see if they match up, right?
I mean,
the water level in the straight.
I'm pretty sure one of the highest level of knowledge is through perception, more specifically empiricism. So it's not a bad scientific methodology, is it?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he's. Well, I don't know if he's saying like I'm looking at the mark that I made on the post, or if I'm standing back and then I'm going to see some kind of effect. I don't know what he's saying. Like that's,
You're saying you should be able to observe some sort of hill, right? Is that what you're saying? Of water.
Well, the way I would observe the hill is that somewhere in the middle of all those marks, like the post that I marked 2 feet high, somewhere in the middle, the water is going to be way above the line. I don't have to step back and look at it.
Do you know how much
I carry that straight horizontal line over distance.
Do you know how much it should be above that line? Because that's important, right?
It shouldn't be above the line. And that's what a horizontal line is.
You're given a radius, and you can see if it's above the line based on how much distance you've went with the straight. You can see how much above the straight it should be if it's curved, if it's curving.
If what's curved?
The water. You said it'd be above the straight. It'd be like way above or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm using the water to I'm using the water level. Like that's what, like I can use just a tape measure, but like I said, I have a 33-foot water level, and that's what I actually use because I don't have to keep on second guessing myself. But so I just take the one end of the water level, and I just keep on marking it. I keep on marking it around, keep carrying it around. The water level is the thing that I used to make sure it was straight. So what would I be checking?
I guess I just don't understand.
What is it that would curve over a greater the straight line would curve over a greater distance?
I don't think I understand your experiment.
Well, the axioms I use are that the shortest distance between 2 points is the straight line and the perpendicular orientation. I say perpendicular just because you can do this in the vertical also. to find out what's the shortest distance. But what you do is you get the post, you get a water level which is 33 feet long and two ends of a tube, and you have one stationary and you carry the other one to it 30 feet away, and when you get it back, when it's back at the initial mark on the tube, that it's the same at the other end of the tube, and you keep making your mark, and you can confirm this by just taking your tape measure.
Can you just work with me for a second? Imagine a scenario where you have one post. You're in the ocean, yeah? You're in the ocean, you have one post. There's a wire attached to it. Then you have a second post. There's a wire attached to that. And you just keep on traveling from in a boat towards the horizon. Let's pretend, I don't know, there's some sort of sensor that can detect when that wire touches the sea. Are you telling me that if you're on this boat holding the second post that's connected to the first post through a wire, if you keep holding onto that second post and keep traveling towards the horizon, that wire would never touch the sea? Assuming the sea is obviously there's no waves and shit, all right?
If there's no waves and there's no sag in the line,
in an interstellar, minus the mountains.
Yeah, like if I had an invisible string, right, that could never bend because of sag, and the water was perfectly still.
Yep.
Those are the tools that I just used. I used a invisible string that never bends. That was the axiom of the shortest distance.
Right.
And then I used water that was perfectly still, which was in the water level tool.
What was the distance between the start and the end?
Yeah, so it was about 500 feet.
That's not enough. The curve,
that's what I was saying.
It's not enough. Give it, I don't know, 20 kilometers, and you'll find that the Earth is actually curved.
What would I find? This is the tool that I use to measure the curve of the Earth. This is the tool, so I can find out if but that's the tool I use, right? I can find out. This is how I found out that there was like a hill in my backyard that I had to take it out with a shovel, dig that out. So I was able to find that. I was able to find hills like in the way, and then I could slope the yard, so the water would drain away.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good tool, but I'm sorry, but that distance that you're measuring doesn't. It's too short because it takes into account slight hills and shit within the distance itself. It needs to be of far greater distance.
Yeah, so I use that.
True.
What do you mean? Why would it? So I'm measuring the hills and shit, right? Because they change from the vertical reference. I mean, from the horizontal reference, they change in the vertical. They're higher, or then I can make it lower, right? So they're up and down. Yeah. So I can use this water level tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and then measure up or down from
a single perspective. Right, you got to move many kilometers away from that initial point location.
And then, what do you mean perspective?
Okay, perhaps
you mean that's just how I just? You mean that's just like a local thing? Not actually. You don't mean like optical perspective?
No. Okay, let's work on a different experiment, right? Hear me out. So imagine you're in the northern hemisphere and you have a really tall pole, and you record the shade, right? And then you go to you go say, I don't know, let's go to fucking South America, and you do the same thing and you record its shade. You find that the shadows are very, very different because.
Right.
The Earth is curved, and so the position between the post and the sun is different due to the curvature.
Aristophanes.
You've got a well underneath the sun, Aristophanes, Cyrene, 500 states away, stick, not underneath sun, produces shadow.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that one was. What was the straight line in that one? Because I can use the water level to establish like a straight line, like a hard. Like you wanted that line to like tug it so that it wouldn't sag.
Level over what distance? And as for me and the fucking the shades, I don't know how to articulate. I've never done it myself, but you find that the shade is different, right? between the northern and the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know.
You
Some
don't
people.
believe in hemispheres. You don't, right? The Earth is
Right.
flat.
Well, like the thing that you're calling like the hemisphere, it's just correlative to, or even the thing that you're saying is a shadow. It's just correlation of the sun, right? Like, so I believe that there's time zones, yeah, because the sun is in a different location throughout the day or night.
But the nature of the shadow that's projected by a fixed pole, using that as a just random object, illustrates that the Earth is curved, that the divide between the north and the southern hemisphere is indeed curved. Because if you literally record the shades, right, of the same period of time, but obviously in different days, give it just 2-day difference, so seasonality does not a factor, you find that the shades do differ greatly, and the way the shadows are projected represent curvature.
It's not anywhere
Okay,
near.
well, it seems like Jedi's pretty good with this. It seems like you don't like measuring if the water's, you don't like measuring the water. So
no, I do like it, but like I said, you
Jedi.
need a great distance. Having a little distance which you can see with your very own eyes is not. I don't. How far away can the visible eye see?
Well, it's never. Well, before I end that part, it's not about seeing it. That's what I was saying. It's not like the other guy said. Well, that's just perspective too. It's not about like I'm seeing it at a great distance. I'm just standing right over top of the water, and everywhere I go where there's a post in the water, there's a post in the ground, and the water is now poured into a pool or a lake or whatever. Right. Everywhere I go, right at that same spot, it's always at the mark. It didn't change nothing changed, and then you'd have to presume for some reason unknown that a straight line that's projected using the water level changes
what if I told you
over a distance. I
get that.
know.
So what if I told
see a
you,
reason
using
for
your
that.
explanation, which helped me visualize exactly how you're going to do your experiment, what if I told you that there is a post that literally is invisible to you because of the curvature? In other words, if you were to plant another post, your furthest post, you're going to have a final post, right? It's not infinite. Try and put another post even further away, and even further away, and even further away. And then when you're on top of that mountain, imagine this invisible line between the posts that you're looking down at. What you find is that the very last post that you planted is so far away that you don't see it. But you don't know that because, as I said, the distance you're using between the posts is too little. You said 500 yards. That is nothing. That's nothing compared to.
It's something.
Well, come on. All right, whatever.
Yeah, but what was that original experiment?
That's the circumference of Earth. It's not a fair experiment. You need a great portion of the circumference of Earth.
Well, just for context of like the claimed radius of 3959, right? That's 8 inches per mile of drop squared, right? 8 inches miles squared. Yeah. So, but just in 1 mile, that would be 8 inches. So, just for like a context, right? So, you've been to a like a high school track.
Oh yeah, like for running, athletics, sure.
Running track. So that's that's a quarter mile. So the idea is four times around that little track, 4 times around it, you would be 8 inches lower on one side than the other. That's
but brother, the Earth,
just for like context,
approximately the Earth, at its equator, its circumference 25,000 miles. So all I'm saying, with respect, is it's regardless of. Let's just say it's true. I still think it's a somewhat impractical experiment to determine the curvature of something that has a distance of 25,000 miles, which you agree upon, right? From one edge of flat Earth to the other is 25,000 miles, based on 1 mile. Based on 1 mile, it just.
Well, they give you the circumference of 24,901, but that means that the formula comes out to that.
Whatever 20
means that in 1 mile. Yeah, but 25,000. That just means that in 1 mile, it would be 8 inches per mile square. So just in 1 mile.
How many inches is that? It's like 0.000. Like it's not. You can't.
Over the distance of 1 mile, it would be 8 inches lower than the other than where you started, like a slope.
It's not. It wouldn't be 8 inches. What are you talking about?
No, 8 inches.
It wouldn't.
But you don't have to worry about the whole thing in the grand
So using 500 yards, actually, we can do the maths now. Give me a second. Let me get out.
What to do is that test that I was doing with the poles. You just go 1 mile, so with it.
Dude, you've cut out.
Yeah, but yeah, if you want to go ahead, Jedi, I'm probably gonna look at something.
All right, let's do the maths.
It sounded like you were literally crunching the numbers.
Yeah, I was on Bing Maths fucking thing and trying to figure out how to actually do this mathematically. So, and how many is that in inches? You might be right. I just don't know. I'm just trying to be an independent thinker here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, the math is. I mean, I don't know. They got Pythagorean theorem: a squared b squared equals c squared. You could do. You could just type in Earth curve calculator, and then type in 1 mile.
So, if you had these posts, if you were to do this experiment, remind me, how would you actually determine the height difference, right, between post 1, post A, let's say, and post B? How would you actually measure that? Would you? Yeah.
Well, yeah, like you might have missed it earlier, but so I would use the axioms. If the shortest distance between any 2 points would be a straight line in the perpendicular, orientation, and so what I would do is each post, right, it could be whatever distance apart. I want 5 feet, 10 feet, doesn't matter, right? But each post, I'm going to do little 30-foot segments. I'm going to make sure each one is perfectly vertical, and then I'm going to measure the absolute shortest distance between those 2 vertical posts, and that will confirmably be a horizontal.
Okay, I get you. So if the lines between the posts are of equal length, it indicates the Earth is flat. If it becomes shorter, I know, because then I still don't understand how this translates to the curvature of Earth.
Let's draw like a picture or something.
Just think of a fence post, like a 4x4 fence post, and you just hammer it into the ground. And then you make sure it's perfectly vertical. You put a level, against every side of it. And you make sure it's perfectly vertical.
Right.
And then you go to another one. That's say you got a 20-foot tape measure. You just go 20 feet away. Now, when you take the tape measure and you have your friend holding it against the one vertical post, and you go to the other vertical post, if I were to say swing the tape measure up and down in like a radial fashion, right? If it's a sloped line, it's going to be a longer line, right? Because it's sloped. Right. So once I get my tape measure, tape measure
the length of the line. Yeah, I get it. I did say that, right? The length of the line would indicate whether it's if it's curved or not. So, so the shorter the line is, the greater the curvature is. Compared to the straight line. So if you've got a straight line, so basically once the line is within those fucking boxes, whatever you want to call them, and the line is shorter than the original line you measured as straight, then it indicates the Earth is indeed curved. If it isn't, then it means it's flat. But again, I don't think a mile. Actually, yeah, that could work. Actually, that would work. But you have to. I would probably have it like cost 5 miles or something. Do you know what I mean? Not 500 yards.
I don't imagine a straight line, a horizontal line, is gonna bend over any distance.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be a great experiment. But can I just ask you, why do this experiment when you, even as a private citizen, can launch a little rocket up to the relevant atmosphere and see the curvature for yourself through an image captured by the very camera you installed on your own rocket?
What height is it? I wonder how high you gotta go for that.
I understand that would be true. But if that was true, then wouldn't there be liquid falling off of the flat Earth?
What?
Okay, I did not expect that.
Wouldn't there be liquid falling off of the flat Earth?
Why?
What is going on?
Oh, I think what he's trying to say is gravity is like in this flat Earth model. How would gravity work?
Don't interpret for him.
It's the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. Carry on, MC. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's the ocean. So isn't there no infinite ocean? So how is it not falling off?
Falling off into... What do you mean by falling off?
How is it not falling off into
Why is it not falling off into space?
Yeah.
So space doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Falling off into a vacuum. How could water fall off into a vacuum?
Exactly.
Well, it would turn to gas first.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's no water falling anywhere because if it meets a vacuum, it'll turn to gas, according to your model.
But it's not doing that because...
Isn't it? It isn't doing that? Okay. This is your straw man. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I'm asking
the ice
you.
walls.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
The flat Earth doesn't just evaporate into space.
Educating about the ice walls and the atmosphere thing.
Ice walls? Who said anything about ice walls?
Oh, I thought we had ice walls. No.
No, we don't have ice walls. Ice walls happen on an AE equidistant squished out globe model, which projects the South Pole to the outer extremities of a circle. That's just a projection.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it was the wrong model. Sorry.
All right, wrong.
I don't have a model.
Definitely.
I don't have a model. I've got my own model, all right?
Well,
Fine.
technically, there's no model that we can show ourselves.
No, I've got grounds of evidence for my model.
Like what?
Like what?
My
from space.
My own testimony.
Your own test, so your own anecdotal evidence.
Testicles?
Yes.
Of what?
You show your own
Hold on.
testicles.
Hold on. Oh, what? Test me of what?
Oh my god.
Threw me for a bit, sorry. Test me of what? What are you testing me to?
That the Earth is curved.
No, that's just a claim. Test me of, or have you seen this curve?
Yes, I've seen the curvature.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Where have you seen this curvature?
I've seen it in, well, I say testimony, so it's that of scientists. So perhaps it's not the best source of knowledge or evidence, but yes.
Okay. So you haven't seen curvature, scientists have seen curvature?
Yes.
Okay.
Or through evidence that scientists have shared, you know.
Okay. I hope you understand I'm just trying to get you to be a little bit more specific. What curvature has the scientist shown you?
I've seen images of Earth being a sphere.
Images from where?
Different layers of atmosphere, but just space, I guess.
Different layers of atmosphere.
Yes. The curvature starts to... So the images where you can start seeing the curvature tends to be around the... I think it's around the stratosphere, which isn't that high up. It's only, 30 miles?
Yeah, 100,000 feet, I think.
I don't know how much it is. I do miles. Around 30 miles.
Okay. What if I was to give you images from higher?
That's wrong. Sorry. Stratosphere is 10 miles. That's like nothing, bro. 10 miles.
Yeah, exactly. That's nothing.
I might throw someone up there and be like, look, you can see the curve.
Yeah, you're going to want to get a lot higher than that to see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
A lot higher.
Well, regardless, isn't it? Space isn't. So yeah, the mesosphere. I had to check because I don't remember all the spheres. So the mesosphere, right? That's when it's actually in space, isn't it? No, it's the coldest layer. Where's space? Is that the thermosphere?
That's the Kármán line.
When does the ozone layer begin?
Past the Kármán line.
Okay, Okay, so I don't actually know when you start seeing the curvature, but anyway, with those images, I've seen the curvature. I've seen it.
Okay. So the images, say, from in the Earth's atmosphere, like I said, I can provide you ones where it's a horizontal horizon, not a curved horizon, independent and all that jazz. You said we can do it. We have. This is what we've got. If you're talking about images from satellites, you have to remember that satellites in low Earth orbit aren't far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth or one side of it, 50% of a sphere in its entirety. That's still close to do that. So things like the Blue Marble 2.0, 2001 or whenever it was. So that was taken by low altitude satellites that provided data strips every time they, quote unquote, orbited the Earth. They provided data strips. These are flat horizontal
What about the image of Voyager? Sorry for interrupting, but because one is talking about this, the Voyager. Explain Voyager, the blue.
Yeah, so that's something different. I'm just pointing out the low ones, not those ones. But if you want to give me Voyager, that's fine. You can't have those images. Those images happening in the vacuum of space, which cannot be real. You can't have gas pressure with a container, all of that jazz that you heard before, right? Gas would increase in entropy, disperse into that vacuum, all that jazz.
Why? Why are you so confident by that?
You need to voyage yourself into some pussy,
You
bro.
haven't been up there. How do you know that anymore? How do you know that anymore that I know the Earth is curved?
Okay, so second law of thermodynamics will dictate this. Gas fills space. You can demonstrate it that way.
The Earth has got cake, though, still.
That's lovely, mate. Well done. So you understand what I mean by the second law?
Curvy or not?
Awesome. Well done, Sunshine.
Unless it's a force.
Is the sun flat? Is the sun flat? Or is it round too?
Who knows?
Oh, I don't know the laws of thermodynamics. I just realised you're asking me. I have no idea. Educate me.
Do you understand? You understand the word entropy, right? What I mean by that?
Chaos.
Nah, you're not.
Everything leads to chaos.
Yeah, so order leads to chaos. So entropy is a direction. It's when we talk about thermodynamics, we're primarily talking about energy and how energy transfers from one system to another. So we can explain the direction of entropy in a few ways, just so you follow. If I've got a hot cup of coffee, I've added energy to water to make it boil. When I take that energy away, the hot coffee will turn cold. Hot will go to cold. This is a direction, right? You have to impart the energy to boil the water to make it hot. And when you stop adding the energy to it, it goes cold. This is a direction. The reverse doesn't happen. As in, the cold stuff doesn't start magically getting hotter all by itself. There has to
So
be
the
energy.
heat death is a result of entropy.
Entropy. Yeah. There's your order going to chaos, right? That's spreading out of the energy. So the same can be defined with gas pressure. We see entropy in action all the time. For example, if you were to have a container of gas and there was high pressure gas inside that container, and you were to open the lid or the door of that container, entropy would increase if outside the container there was a lower pressure environment. Because
what
the
if it
high
doesn't
pressure
have lower? Okay, I'm sorry, but that assumes the Voyager is carrying gas something of lower pressure than that of the space. It's just metal, as we know. The material it's made up of can withstand space temperature, which I'm presuming is like fucking negative, I don't know, 200, 300 degrees or something.
Dude, you've missed me transform from heat. I'm now talking about gas. You understand when I'm talking about high gas pressure in a container and I've got a lower gas pressure outside the container. When I open the door that separates the two different pressure environments, the high pressure will go into the lower pressure environment. The reverse doesn't happen. So this is entropy. This is what we mean by thermodynamics. How energy, and specifically in this instance, material energy moves, gas. So we've got three types of system when we're talking about energy transfer: isolated, closed, and open. Now, if we take the two states that we're talking about thermal energy, so we can call that heat or radiation if you want to, and we can talk about particular matter, we can talk about gas. Now, if we have an isolated...
I just about flat Earth, though, I can't lie, it's just thermodynamics.
Yeah, you would just take
we're going a little bit off topic here, I actually think.
Let's go. No, it's not off topic. Respect. You said that Voyager wouldn't survive in.
Can we not all start kicking off, please? I want to keep it nice, calm.
Cool. So I'm just taking away space for pictures to come from.
Right, yeah, exactly. I love the explanation. Carry on. I'm learning.
That's fine. So 3 systems: isolated, closed, and open. An isolated system will not transfer from inside to outside thermal heat energy or matter. Nothing can leave the system. If we have a closed system, like a can of Coke, right? And we heat that coke up externally. Now, the heat will leave the system; it will transfer through the container, but the coke, the matter, the gas, and stuff will not. When we open the system, the heat energy is free to leave, obviously, and also is the matter. You understand?
So the universe is an isolated system. The universe would be an isolated system.
But the universe is slightly different to what I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up the Earth. The Earth is an open system. Free energy transfer and free matter transfer. Rockets to the moon and so on, so things can leave and also enter. If this was true, then entropy will increase, and the gas would disperse into the lower pressure environment, the vacuum of space.
Right. Yep.
So the vacuum of space cannot exist in the way that we're told. To have gas pressure, we must remember that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas
What about
exerts upon the.
gravity?
Right.
Doesn't that change the state
There you
of
go.
matter because of pressure?
Okay, so you understand the definition.
Flat earthers don't really like gravity. Is the thing.
Okay, it's the few issues with gravity, and if you let me, I will point them out to you. For example, I can give you gravity if you want it, and then what I would ask you is, what direction is gravity? You'll say it's down. When you drop an object, it goes down. I uncontain gas, and it goes everywhere. Inside any contained environment, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So observably, when we look at it, isn't affected by gravity. If mass attracted mass, then gas would attract gas, and then gas would not increase in entropy, disperse out to fill the limitation of its volume.
Can I just say something?
How
Though,
are stars made? How
what about a gas giant? What about a gas giant? What about like Jupiter, Saturn, Venus?
That would also not be the.
Think about how stars are made. Like, think about it.
Yeah,
the movement of gas is based on a difference in pressure. The problem is the atmosphere is a pressure gradient. So there's not going to be movement at the very top of the atmosphere, which is where the vacuum is.
Dear me. Okay, so
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Which point do you want me to address? Because I tried to give you.
I think we're derailing because we're talking about why, but that still doesn't explain why Voyager wouldn't be able to travel in outer space.
The outer space doesn't exist. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas would increase in entropy.
And just address that.
Not made up of gas. The Voyager is made up of.
No, it's the vacuum that Voyager's in can't exist.
Oh, I get you. So you just so what happens when Voyager
doesn't
flies the rocket? Yeah, but what happens if you try and launch a rocket?
Mate, I don't know, but Voyager doesn't do this in the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space isn't real.
Okay, yeah.
Why doesn't it exist again?
But what happens?
Are we talking about Voyager 1 or Voyager 2?
Like, what happens when you try and have an object leave this
Voyager
open
3,
system,
mate.
leave the Earth?
There is no
whatever
Voyager 3.
it.
Sorry.
No, there is.
Someone just said Voyager 3.
Why are we talking about Voyager 3? What I'm trying to say is,
Is there a Voyager 3? Is there a Voyager 3?
Earth doesn't exist. What happens if you launch a rocket, any object, towards the sky? What will happen?
Have you ever seen the moon? I'm pretty sure the moon is not on Earth.
What are you talking about? I'm talking to Jedi. I'm not talking to you. We're not talking about the existence of the moon. Jedi, what happens if right now?
Really sorry.
It's not a private school. Everybody's allowed to talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but that
That's very stigma of you, David.
Freedom of speech.
All right, you're right. Sorry. Let's talk about the moon. You're right. This is so much more interesting. Right. So yeah, the moon. It's not Earth.
Stigma. He's Sigma.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say nothing in outer space exists because outer space doesn't exist.
Yeah, so this idea that gas should be escaping the atmosphere because there's a vacuum, why doesn't this apply to literally everything else?
What do you mean, literally everything else? This is
anything
what
that
does
has
happen.
mass.
Anything that has mass. So does gas have mass?
Yeah, that's why it would.
Awesome. Awesome. So can you show me a mass attracting gas?
I'll show you a mass attracting gas.
Yeah, can you show me that?
No.
The Earth or the atmosphere.
I mean, yeah, the Earth and the atmosphere. We're talking about the globe Earth model, right?
What about fog? Jedi, fog. It's a legit point. A fog, right? Fog is at the bottom, right? Because it's a heavier form of gas.
Like the idea is that there's a pressure, right? Pressure can be a force on anything, not just gas.
We're talking about gas pressure. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If you increase the size of the container and keep the amount of gas the same, gas pressure will go down because of the volume increase of the area.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. The gas will fill that space and press on the limitation of its environment. Every time you keep increasing the size of the container, the gas, now unrestricted by the walls being so close to it, can now disperse to where the walls are now, ever increasing. That's what gas does. Fill space.
So what happens if you keep increasing the container?
If you keep increasing the container and you keep the amount of gas the same, the gas pressure will go down.
Okay.
It won't settle at the bottom?
No, it will fill the limitation of the container.
Okay,
Really?
here's the thing. So in this container, what if it's an outer space and you keep filling up with more gas? Keep filling it with more gas. Surely, wouldn't those particles start kind of attracting to one another?
No, the first particle would leave the surface of the Earth where the gas is produced. 99.9% of all gas production is taking place at surface level, chemical and biological cycles. Phytoplankton and seeds give us oxygen, for example. Now, first motion is away from the mass that you say is attracting to it, so the gas leaves the mass and goes upwards. Now, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. If it's going in a direction, it's going to keep going in that direction until it has a physical collision with another gas molecule or something else that's physical. But for all intents and purposes, if it is a vacuum, then the gas that leaves the surface of the Earth will just keep going away from the Earth, never to return.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
Yeah, so the reality is, like, if you increase the container on Earth, the gas will settle at the bottom.
No,
It'll be like
the
a
reality,
local
no,
gradient.
no,
Yeah.
it's not true. If you have a container of gas, the gas will fill that space. If you want to have a gradient, first you're going to need a container to contain the gas to achieve pressure, and then, for example, like my friend pointed out, you can put gas into that system. If you put gas into that system and take it out of the system in a particular area, say at the bottom of your container, it's going to be more gas at the bottom of the container as it's produced, but it'll be at a certain pressure because it's contained. You can also have a gas pressure gradient if you vary and manipulate the temperature. If at the bottom of the container, for example, there is heat, the energy will be put into the gas will move more quickly and have more collisions with the walls of its container, having more pressure. As it rises and cools, the pressure will go down due to temperature.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you have like hot air, like why does hot air rise? Isn't it because there's less pressure the higher you go?
Particles have more energy, G.
So I got more energy.
I guess it would just be the second law of thermodynamics. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Jeddah, but I think he's got that right.
Sorry?
Did I say high pressure moves to low pressure? Yeah.
Steam is in that there's a what he referred to as a gradient of pressure, in that the closer you are to, I guess, the center of Earth, so the opposite. Steam. Why is steam going up? Why isn't it just expanding towards every direction? Why is it going up the opposite direction to the center of gravity?
Yeah, it spreads out. It primarily goes up. That's what gas does. It goes up to fill the space. There's less pressure. It's one of those rules of nature, right? As long as it doesn't have to do a lot of work, so the least resistance goes in that path.
Right.
Yeah, you'd see an imaginary film of bubbly film. Gravity was holding into a shape of a sphere, and you'd see it just bubbling right there if the heat didn't have anywhere for the steam to go, right? You'd see a steam sphere, right? Just stopped. We don't see that.
Yeah, but you do realize that the reason steam rises is because it's denser.
An arc of steam above your pan, bigger than your pan, there's an arc of it you can see stop because of gravity. Show me. Ain't no because, show me. I don't care about your explanation, brother. I need to see it. So
wait, what are you asking again?
how heat doesn't get to go anywhere because gravity's holding it down, the steam.
I'm still confused. How do you get different levels of pressure the higher you go up? I still don't get that. Surely that's evidence that...
That's evidence gravity's putting the pressure
why
to
is
the
that?
center of the ball.
I'll answer.
What else is it?
I've kind of already semi-answered, but I'll give you the atmosphere within the example of having a gradient and why we have a gradient on the Earth. All right. First of all, we've got gas that's under pressure. You're going to need a container for that. I'll say that quickly so we can move on. Now, when I said earlier where the gas is produced, so here on the Earth we have cycles, right? Gas production, where it's produced and where it's taken back in by the Earth. Say the carbon is taken back into the oceans, for example, or back into ice, back into trees and vegetation. So this is cyclical. But the gas is produced down here, and then it moves away from down here. So when the gas is produced here, don't be surprised that there's more gas pressure where the gas is produced, is what I'm saying. And as you move away from those gas productions, then there's going to be less gas pressure because this is a constant cycle. It's a dynamic system also because there's energy always being put into the system. This is usually by the sun. This is heat thermodynamic energy. Now, the heat from the sun heats the surface of the Earth, whether that's the land or the water, and over time that heat radiates back up. Because the surface of the Earth is generally much hotter than, say, 1,000 feet in the air, 2,000, 4,000, whatever, then as the heat rises, as it is hotter, the gas is under more energy, so vibrates faster, and as it ascends, it cools down and loses that vibrational energy. It vibrates less. So therefore, less gas pressure. There's two reasons why in a contained environment you can have a gas pressure gradient. One of them's heat, the other one's gas production.
Also, if you get a beaker, you can put oil, water, whatever, like different levels, different gradients of horizontal gradients of liquid and stuff. You stack them like dish soap, oil, water, and all that. You can stack it. Called a density tower. I guess that's what they call it. But I'm just saying it's gradients, and they're all horizontal. And as big as you make it, like an aquarium, it's not going to arc. None of the gradients find an arc. Elevation doesn't find an arc. None of that shit. Nothing arcs. It's all horizontal, brother. Can you wrap your head around
me, you do believe in the existence of gravity. It's just
I don't have to believe. I don't have to believe what you can't demonstrate. A sphere holding a shape of gas. Why do I have to believe that if you can't demonstrate?
You have gravity on a flat Earth, no?
I don't know what you have. You can't demonstrate it. I wish you would just demonstrate it after all.
Well, I don't know what I have. That's what I'm asking you. What do we have? I'm pretty sure.
Show us what you got.
We share the same.
What is a spherical gas holding its shape? Show me. We're waiting. We're all waiting.
I don't know.
No.
I have no idea. That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. You don't know what gas does? It doesn't hold a spherical shape. Okay.
Yeah, if you were to say something like, do you believe in weight on a flight? Yeah, everybody believes in weight. Do you believe that the cause of two objects, like, or an object in a medium, one's going to go up and one's going to go down relative to their density? And they say, yeah, I believe you can manipulate the density of an object and manipulate it to go up or down in relation to the medium it's in.
Yeah, you can manipulate the heat, the temperature to make it rise or fall. You can manipulate certain things, but you can't manipulate gravity. Isn't that weird? Because gravity doesn't work on mass and mass. It only works on magical big mass and magical big Earth mass. But then when you're in the Cavendish experiment, it works on little masses. So who can tell? Nobody will ever know because nobody can get a demonstration of this good-ass gravity, doing orbits and holding shapes, being so awesome.
So do you believe there are actually different, not states, but actual different types of matter? So what we believe to be a gas state of matter to a solid state of matter, they're actually different matters. Because one, the gas matter doesn't interact with gravity.
Which gas? Which gas are we talking about? Give me 100% hydrogen. Let's discuss
this again.
Sure. I don't think it really matters, to be fair. So every gas that's made up of that makes up the composition of our atmosphere.
No, you're losing me. I need 100% hydrogen to start. Do you have that? Well, then we can start.
Okay. Let's start.
Where are you going to get it from without a battery and without salt? No electrolytes, no electricity. How do you get 100% hydrogen here on Earth naturally?
Don't know.
Don't know. Neither do I. Neither does anybody else. Probably doesn't exist. How about 100% gold? You go get that. It's not other stuff. It's just gold. Only gold. How about rubies, diamonds, coal, dirt, air? So everything is other stuff, right? Well, I mean, every dirt breaks down to another dirt, and when you heat one up, compress one, and do other things to it, you got your ingredients for a cake.
Why?
Yeah. So you got an air cake, a gas cake, a solid cake, a dirt cake, a chemistry cake of all the different dirt, right? That make glass, crystal, metals, all that shit's made out of dirt, right? Sand, dirt, right? No?
Earth, air.
Yeah. Air.
Fire, water.
Like when you heat up metals, they turn to gases.
Four elements.
Yeah. They turn to gases. But
Right
you don't
away.
have 100%.
So again, when we're talking about gases in relation to the atmosphere, like we're talking about steam a moment ago, and then these other gases,
they're not being held by gravity. You need to show us where gravity holds them, and we can see the arc shape of gravity.
Wait, I have a question.
So how does liquid turn into water? So what happens is liquid it does
Not by
interact with
gravity.
gravity.
How does liquid turn into water? Hold on.
Here's a question.
It no longer interacts with gravity?
Oh, hold on. You're going to have to repeat that again.
What I'm saying is, if we believe that gas particles, say in this container, are not affected by gravity, even on Earth, right? You gave a legit, good, sound explanation for how gas on Earth, in our atmosphere, or even at ground level, isn't like the steam going up isn't determined by gravity, but by various natural occurring activities on Earth that you made reference to. So how come it is that gas? How come? Let me finish. Sorry, I'm tired. How come that whilst those gases, yes, do not interact with gravity? Why is it that say water and solid state matter do interact with matter? So you're telling me there's this weird transition phase when you're boiling water from solid form or liquid form, to gas form. It loses this characteristic that allows it to interact with gravity.
There is no gravity. I don't know what you keep saying that for.
The downward force. You guys don't believe in gravity, but you do believe in a downward force. You do believe in a downward force caused by density. Right?
Dude, hold on a minute. He just said he's boiling water. What the fuck does that got to do with gravity?
All right, because I thought so. Wait, you do or you do not believe in gravity? I'm so confused.
No, boiling water has nothing to do with gravity. You lost me all the way.
It does, because you are claiming that gas particles are not affected by gravity, whilst solid.
Why would they be?
So what I'm saying
where's
is,
the gravity? Where's the gravity strongest in your example?
Yeah,
Where's
demonstrate with gravity, brother, and we'll be done. We don't have to believe all this shit. We can see it or not.
Let's look at the ocean, right?
Yeah. Where can you stick your right hand out of one part and be dry, and then your other part use wet? Where's the curved part? That's all we need.
What's to do with anything?
Curved water.
Even your gravity. You're saying the gravity is strongest. Where's the what on the Earth or on the water?
Me, I'm still convinced it's at the center of the Earth.
The center.
So then it would be then stronger on the surface. The gravity.
Yeah,
then
the
it would
closer
be
you
up in an airport.
Stronger the gravity.
So down in the canyon, gravity should be 5 times stronger, depending on how deep the canyon is, correct? Or the hole that's closer to the center of Earth, correct?
I don't know about 5 times precisely.
So now you don't know. So you can figure it out with math, and then you could take your aquarium down at the bottom of the Marianas or the Grand Canyon and show us how air is held there by the center of gravity. Please.
Air is held there by the center. Right, so there you go. So you're saying air isn't affected
underwater
by gravity.
Yeah. I'm saying I want to see that. No, listen.
Okay, so you're saying
air isn't shut the fuck up for a second, slow-mo. I'm saying you go demonstrate underwater gas being held by gravity. Now go.
Okay, I'm going. See you back. But
damn. Okay, did you film it?
I did.
Are you underwater with air bubbles sitting all around you?
Yes.
Show us.
Yes, sir.
Show us SpongeBob. Squirrel.
What are you saying,
Show a
dude?
squirrel from.
Squirrel Sandy.
David was making the claim that there's something called gravity that's not weight, that's not density, that's not buoyancy. It's something else where it's strongest on the surface, and then weaker, I guess, the higher up you go. And then I think then you use, what was it, water vapor or steam or something to show that gravity was affecting it.
No, well, I was told moments ago that there's no such thing as space because effectively gas is not the gas particles. So matter in the state of gas does not interact with gravity, whilst at the same time, larger objects, particularly I presume solid state matter, do interact with objects.
When you say
That's
with
what I was
gravity,
told.
as
I
if
don't know
gravity is
that.
like a thing, like a noun. Is gravity a noun, or is it like a verb, or is it a adjective? Is it an effect, or is it
Gravity
a thing?
being the noun. No.
Well, you're saying it was affected by gravity. Like, so is gravity the effect, or is that a?
Oh,
it's both.
Yes, gravity is.
It's the acceleration and the
It's
effect.
just, I guess so. The
Acceleration
pull
is
of an
the effect.
object.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, and not both. Just the phenomena. Right. The
I
rate of fall of
guess
an object at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the thing happening, the phenomena. That's gravity. We can all agree that we can call this gravity. It's called specific gravity. We're not giving you, that one. But that doesn't apply to gases. And I only gave you gravity for the arguments to point out that it's not affecting anything. Now we have to get onto the question of what's gravity? Can you define it? Can you demonstrate it exists?
Well, yeah. Look at me and you. We're not We're not expanding like gases. So clearly, it has an impact on solid state matter.
Okay. So we're held together by the strong and weak nuclear forces, right? You understand this? We're not going to be floating anywhere. We're not going to fall apart. I'm talking about if we're going to be making a scientific claim that we're going to run through the scientific method, formulate a hypothesis about something that we've observed, and then test our prediction of cause in an experiment to see if it makes it happen or not, then the first thing we need to do is at least observe something happening. So don't tell me what we would expect to see that we don't see. Tell me something that we do see.
Yes, I see you and me walking on Earth.
Okay, we're walking on Earth.
Yes.
Right, I'm going to give you a hint. The next question I ask you when you give me a phenomena is I'm going to ask you what caused that. If you're going to give me the phenomena that people walk on the Earth, what's the cause of people walking on the Earth?
I don't know. There's a pull. There's this weird pull that I keep feeling. Even now, standing up, I'm feeling this pull.
Not people walking on the Earth. You need to be specific with your words. So, can you point to somewhere in the physical natural world where something is happening? Show me a phenomena associated with this thing you want to claim as gravity.
So, if I drop my mouse, it's falling towards the direction of the Earth, the flat surface. It's like it's being pulled by the flat surface.
We don't need to add anything else at the moment, right? We just need the observation of a phenomena. We can talk about explanations in a minute. We just have to look at the phenomena, see if it is something, and I'll give you that. We can drop things. We can take you out, you picked it up, taking it out of equilibrium, taking it to a height, giving it potential energy and letting it go and watching it reach equilibrium again. Excuse me. But we can always have objects falling in nature, like an apple, for example, from a tree, which is Newton's idea, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Awesome stuff. So we have the observed phenomena. Our dependent variable is something false. Awesome. What's the cause of something falling?
I don't know.
Mass.
So, this is the hypothesis. We've already got the dependent variable. Our supposition, prediction, our hypothesis is going to suppose what caused that. The cause is going to be the independent variable. We're then going to test this in an experiment when we vary and manipulate that independent variable to see if it does cause the phenomena or not. So, what's the cause again of the apple falling?
Mass.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to have to remind you again. It's okay, it's not a problem. All things must be physical. I must be able to physically interact with it. It can't be a concept. What's mass?
Matter. I don't know.
Matter. So matter.
Without
So
the effect of
Wait.
this force. Yeah, sorry.
We're waiting. You said wait. We're waiting.
Sorry, I meant wait as in.
Wait takes into account gravity or whatever that thing is. So it's just
Yeah, let's just use weight because I hate mass.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So weight of an object. So if something falls, we can vary and manipulate the weight of an object, and it will fall.
That already assumes gravity, no? The weight formula takes into account gravity.
That's not the experiment we would do.
Yeah, no. What we need to do, guys, is vary and manipulate what we think caused that to happen. For example, if I observed a phenomena that when water was hot, it boiled, and I predicted that heat's causing that to do it, then all I have to do is test that hypothesis by heating water, and eventually, when it was hot enough, it would boil. The heat caused the water to boil. If I kept all control variables the same, like the pressure, this would happen always, which it does. That's why kettles work, right?
Right.
Good. So if we're going to be trying to figure out the cause of why the apple falls, what's the cause of apple falling?
Mass.
What's mass?
Weight.
Weight.
So weight is a vector, right? That's downwards. Is
Sure,
matter.
let's just get the magnitude of it.
Yeah, that's another like concept. Weight. Like you can't hand me weight without handing me a physical item. So
No, it's a measurement
of concept, right?
Of mass.
Of something. Length is a concept.
Yeah, exactly. Length itself cannot cause anything, right?
Yeah, but weight alone, you need gravity and mass for weight.
I mean, that's just by coincidence. Temperature
Anyway,
obviously causes something.
it sounds like you agree that objects are influenced by this thing, which you would like to call what? Gravity, you know?
I don't know. This is everybody trying to prove gravity at the moment, and we're trying to run it through the scientific method. We've got a
We don't need to. I think we all agree that the gravity exists, right? We don't have to right now.
Besides us, no one agrees with that.
All right, so we agree specific gravity, the phenomena exists. We're trying to figure out the cause.
Oh, I see. Yeah. There's no evidence for gravitons. So whatever it is. Okay, I get you. Okay, yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
So what's the issue with weight again?
Yeah, hold on. Up and down happen. Action, reaction happen. That's what we record. Now, you guys are putting a fairy tale behind it, and we're saying, okay, demonstrate this fairy tale. We see the action. We see the attribute of. We don't see curve, but we see up, we see down. Helium, heat, falling stuff. You get what I'm saying? Airplanes, birds, rocks, what apple, right? We see shit happen. We record the rate.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you changed it to weight instead of like you can't hand me a length, you can't hand me a weight. You got to hand me a length of something or something that weighs something. So you're gonna have to hand.
Yeah, and I can't hand you a temperature. I have to hand you a temperature of something. You can still make conclusions about what raising the temperature of something will cause.
Yeah, well, just throw your weight and shit away. So yeah, so you got the material. So now you got you got the matter or the mass that we're not unable to differentiate at the moment. And then what do we do? We got the apple falling because it's
wait.
an apple.
Why are we throwing away weight again?
I don't know. Why are we bringing in weight? I don't know.
Because you don't like it. That's why. We can do whatever we want.
So what explanation do we have for this phenomenon, this interaction occurring between, I guess, the Earth, because you can still identify Earth as an object.
So what is gravity?
And an object, whereas it doesn't exist between gas and the Earth.
So
do we have an?
So you were you able to differentiate? Were you able to differentiate between gravity? Right? As I asked you, what are you saying? The effect of gravity, like something falling through a medium, the apple falling through the air, is the effect.
What's mentioned gravity?
What's causing
gravity
it?
exists?
Yeah, I don't even need to. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to keep. Well, you've been throwing it in for a while. That's why I'm asking.
I've stopped using
gravity. Makes the helium balloon rise, right? Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, I don't know if it's
That's
gravity.
Archimedes. Wait, no.
I
What
just
is that?
observe things. I'm just
What
seeing
principle
these
is it?
interactions. So again, if we see, yes, this object, which is matter or mass, whatever, and flat Earth, and we understand its behavior in that it's pulled towards Earth. We don't know why exactly or by what, but it's pulled towards Earth. Can I ask you again, why do we not see the same relationship, the same interaction between gas and flat Earth?
Go underwater and release some air bubbles. Fart a couple times. They're going to go to the top. Why do I have to keep explaining this to you?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, they're not being held down.
It's just what we observe. These are
Helium's not being held down, brother. Helium's not going down ever.
So does that mean? Okay, listen,
That
hey,
means there's
calm
no
down,
force
bro.
holding it fucking down.
You keep asking questions with no acknowledgement.
What the fuck?
Is that, are you saying therefore?
Repeating the same sentence, dude? Are you slow?
Therefore, gas is not matter. Is that what you're saying?
Gas is not being held down. You're the one that fucking doesn't know what matter and mass is and can't define between the plastic or the gas or the dirt of Earth anyway, because it's all fucking mass and matter, so it should all be in a big pile of massy matter, right?
Yeah, why did you jump to then gas is not matter, right? When your theory is, well, gravity is mass attracting mass. Gas is obviously mass,
right? The sun.
Yeah. Gas is not attracted to the Earth. Therefore, gravity isn't wrong. You should conclude. Therefore, no gravity.
Nothing is attracted by the sun gas. Okay, we got you, brother.
Not gas is not real.
What causes the
you
downward
just
force
said
then?
gas. So you just said gas is not matter, right? Okay, interesting.
No, you did.
Yeah,
you did. You said you can't differentiate between the mass of the air or the matter of the plastic or the mass of Earth or the matter of the air and the atmosphere around it or different gases and stuff because it's all mass and matter, correct? Which one isn't mass or matter is what I'm asking you, dude. Dirt or air? Which one?
Same thing. Well, I don't know.
They're
Tell
the
me.
same thing. So how'd you separate them? How are you separating them?
Well, we don't. So
you don't? What's rising and falling then, dummy? Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. You tell me. So what? You're saying gas is mass and the other one's matter?
Gosh, dude.
I'm so confused.
You want him? You asked him to prove your claim for you? What type of shit is this? What's going on here?
Well, it was clearly incapable.
Maybe you don't understand what you're talking about. Just stop.
I'm not.
So what causes the downward force? Do you guys have any idea or?
For helium to rise?
Gravity? No, not helium. Anything that you drop. What causes it to go down?
Helium goes up.
I know. When you drop something, like not helium, why does it go down?
We're talking about helium going up. What makes helium go up? Not down.
I'm asking you that. What makes things go down and helium up?
No, I'm talking about stuff not going down, motherfucker. Do you
understand at all? Oh my god!
No,
I literally been asking the same question for the last 10 minutes.
Dude,
try to do this everything down, stupid. Dude. I'm showing you not everything down. Do you comprehend, slow guy?
I understand your observation. I'm asking, do you have any explanation for it? Are you going to say it's density or what? I just want to understand where you.
So ask him.
You want me to explain action and reaction to you of high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative? Are you fucking crazy?
I just wonder if you have any explanation as to why helium goes up and other things go down. It's so simple. You don't have to say gravity.
Carter, what it shows is if somebody had a hypothesis.
No, Carter, finally, you actually get me. I've been trying to literally ask the same question for over an hour ago.
Yeah.
With your theory, why is
what your gravity is? You don't know anything, right?
Are influenced by this weird force, but call it gravity, whatever you want, whilst gas
what
is not.
Fucking force? What are you talking about? Force of what?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know, but you're you stupid fucking retard. Nothing.
No, I'm just
nothing, motherfucker. Unless you demonstrate what you're talking about to us,
bro. I'm telling you, if you jump outside your window, you fall down. I promise you. If you don't believe me, I dare
how helium does that, and air bubbles in the fucking ocean on the bottom.
Bro, actually, you're right.
Let me get this straight. You're just saying they do. You're just saying helium goes up, and you're saying that's contradictory to gravity. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it's the opposite. Go ahead.
Is it working?
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to ask you. Why is it? Why does one rule apply to one thing and then another rule apply to
You're
another
the
thing, which are
fucking
meant to be the
retards that
same
keep
thing?
asking dumbass questions about shit you're making up, you fucking idiots. You go outside on flat Earth, you don't need magic words called gravity. You go fucking record what happens, stupid.
No, we
That's
don't
what the
believe in
fuck happens
gravity.
due to the
What are you
medium and the
talking about?
resistance,
Wow.
right?
You're such a globalist, honestly. You believe
Why
in a
is it so
spherical Earth.
hard?
We don't believe in gravity. Bloody hell. We thought you're beyond this. Okay, but what is gas? What is gas?
You keep
Electrical
asking new
continuity.
questions. You're asking new questions without acknowledging the first point. Like, I don't understand.
No, I agree. How? I acknowledge there is no gravity.
Well,
Did
teach
you not
us.
hear me?
If you agree, shut the fuck up and quit asking us and teach us.
No. What I don't know is what is gas. What is gas?
Yeah, so
I
you
don't know,
agree then
big
that
dog. What do you think it is?
the initial
I don't
claim that
know.
all things go down towards the center of mass has been disproven with a simple helium balloon. Then you're now all things don't go down.
Correct.
All right, good. So David's on board. He did it.
Okay, now what are gases? They're gases, brother.
Okay, it sounds like you agree with all of
They're
us
heated up solids.
that a gas
You
or a
agree.
solid object are actually the same thing. They're just different states. So
They're the
why
same
is it
thing.
that you don't believe in space?
Show me how heated up aluminum
Why
as
do
a
you not
gas.
believe in space? Why you
Brother, I
literally
want to
do
know
not
how
believe that
gas.
anything beyond our atmosphere, it just
How
doesn't
can you heat
exist?
up an aluminum can and it still acts like aluminum afterwards? After you turn it to vapor. Show me that.
Perhaps you should try and answer my question first. Why do you
I don't
not
know what the
believe
fuck
in
you're
outer
saying. You're
space?
saying a bunch of goofy shit that makes no sense, brother. I don't know.
Oh, so
Ask it
Voyager
again.
is real. Voyager is real. You can launch spacecraft beyond the Earth's atmosphere.
You can what? You did what?
You can launch objects
Show us where you did.
beyond Earth's atmosphere.
What the fuck is an atmosphere? What's an atmosphere? That would be a gas holding a
What is an
spherical shape,
atmosphere?
wouldn't it?
What is an atmosphere?
A sphere-shaped gas? That's so weird, Dave.
Gas, brother, that doesn't exist.
What is shaped a gas?
I don't know.
Good
If you
questions.
can't demonstrate it, it does. Stop asking the dumb question. It's non-existent. Science demonstrates, bro. You don't have to
Why is
keep
it
asking us.
non-existent?
Whatever you can demonstrate, motherfucking crazy guy.
Why is it non-existent?
Because you're not demonstrating it.
Why am I not demonstrating it?
I don't know, stupid.
All right, that's enough of this dude. He's fucking getting
What
stupid.
the fuck, man? He's giving me a headache.
He's tired. Remember, David is like real tired. He's not really got his shit together anymore. He's losing it over a helium balloon. He said, "All things go down. You can falsify my claim anytime you want. Just show me something not going down." You show him something not going down, and now he's like, "No, you know what? Gas is fake. Outer space is fake.
Yeah,
Everything's
now he
fake
just
now."
doesn't know anything. Brother,
Yeah,
we're just
straight.
telling you the idea that everything going to a center of a ball doesn't exist. The idea that sand is making a ball out there somewhere doesn't happen.
Sorry,
We're
guys.
on
I
a
just
flat
want
Earth.
to
That
get
just
on a
doesn't
balloon
happen.
and fly
Stop
away.
looking for it. Stop
I
looking for shit
know.
that ain't happening.
I know,
That's
but the
all.
propaganda.
What propaganda?
The images I see of ISIS
What
of the
image?
International Space Station.
Demonstrated in a lab.
I just
What the
wish it
fuck?
was real. I know
Fuck
it's not
your
real, but I
image.
wish
Hey, I wish Superman was real too. I wish you were fucking the Iron Man right now. You could give me a ride to the mall. But too fucking bad.
you just got to remind me that helium goes up and apples go down.
No,
And
farts go
that's
up too.
reality.
Yeah, so do dead bodies. I mean, come on, brother. Use your brain.
Yeah, you're right. Again,
Yeah, I know. I know.
Thinking. I just wish I could, like I said.
I wish helium could
fly
hold those
around
dead guys down so nobody could find them. I wish you didn't have to tie the bodies down. I wish helium would fucking help you one day in your life. Hold a big fat 400-pound guy down.
Yeah, bro. I wish we knew even how to get helium right in the first place. Like, fuck me.
No, I wish we could get some gravity. We could fucking manipulate all kind of stuff with that. We could have a gravity drill. Just imagine an Earth that spun with Coriolis against a gravity drill that turned the other way, while gravity was pulling the gravity drill bit, all the way to the center of Earth on its own, while the Earth was spinning.
Then we can
Imagine
change
that.
seasons. Wow, that would be amazing.
A gravity drill bit pulling itself to the fucking center. Where's this at?
Yeah.
Don't you think that would exist, Force Guy? Don't you think we'd have a gravity motor, boiling water, pushing shit, crushing shit for us? Crushing aluminum cans, crushing cars. The gravity crusher. The closer you put them down in a hole, the more they crush. That doesn't happen, bro.
I've
Yeah,
lost
me
too many
too.
brain cells today trying to question the flat Earth theory, so
No,
I'm going
you're
to go off.
questioning the globe. Flat Earth, none of that happens. There's no magic gravity crushing everything. Let's calm down.
Well,
bro.
yeah. I mean, David, you really didn't bring anything up that showed a globe of any sort, right? Like you didn't show,
No.
even when we
So
started off, right? We had the poles, right? We had those like poles where we put marks on them. We showed that we can extend a straight line segment over distance, and the straight line wouldn't bend, right? Obviously. And then we went into, I guess you went into, yeah, but what about gravity? You kept mentioning gravity. I don't know why, well, you went
neither
into
do I.
you went into vacuum chambers, right? And the way vacuum, high pressure moves to low pressure, right? We worked that all out.
Yeah,
Then you said there must be this thing, gravity, that we haven't been able to isolate and give it we found an effect that we're calling gravity, and then saying the cause of that effect is, and then we have a bunch of options. It could be pressure, it could be temperature, it could be density, it could be volume, all these other things that we can manipulate, but none of them gravity.
Resistance.
And now, resistance to
I know,
resistance
boys,
to another medium.
Look, that's why I come here when I have that identity crisis, because a lot of people believe that the Earth is spherical. So I buy into that sales pitch, and I'm here to be reminded of what reality actually is.
Who is David? Like David's just a name. Like, who is David? Is he more than this this theory that other people have put together and he's adopted and identified with and said, I am part of this collective? Or is David, is there more to David than just this?
Right.
Oh, there's infinite Davids. There are infinite Davids. Infinite Davids.
So you have the ability to think outside the globe, right? And be like, hey, if a globe's not real, fucking simple, rub your hands
The
together.
globe is the universe. So
I know,
yes,
but
I can think outside the universe.
No, not a universe. Just right here on dirt and water, bro. Don't think anywhere about a universe. Think about Earth.
What do you mean the universe? Our globe is the universe. There's nothing beyond the globe.
No. See, this is, bro, you're never going to, listen, you're married to the globe religion. You're going to keep the ring around your neck and the chain on your ankle, and you're never going to get away from it.
I am offended. Are you serious? Are you accusing me?
The ball. You're married to it, brother.
Traitorous? I'm not married to it. Are you serious?
You're the gravity. It's your God. Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to stop funding the Flat Earth Society. In fact, I'm going to end my membership because of people like you.
You better start paying gravity homage. You better start bowing to gravity, apparently, because that's the only thing you believe in.
Dude, I battle gravity every time I get off my ass. I absolutely hate it.
David, you have put forth this invisible thing called, I don't know, I think big G, you're going for big G, big gravity, and saying that this thing affects all, all relationships between materials and matter. It's intrinsic to the world, to the universe, the one single G. You are sounding a little bit like, like you have a belief in a big G.
I already told you, boys. I opened up to you. I said to you, right? Because I don't know where you guys live, but where I live, most people believe in the spherical theory. So it has an effect on me, which is why I come here, and you guys help me out. You don't have to make me feel guilty about it,
All
right. You have to make me feel guilty about it. Like, I'm sorry, I'm human. I conform, right? I'm conditioned.
No, it's not what we're saying. We're not saying. Listen, if you see something happen in reality, do you want to go with reality, or do you want to go with something that you like? If I can demonstrate that a spinning ball doesn't do what they claim, and I can't produce an orbit with balls and different masses and different marbles of 8 million different sizes, and they don't act different when I put them down in holes, and nothing magic goes on with any gravity or anything. Like, everybody can demonstrate this to you, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So what we can demonstrate, why would you then, any human, I understand what we've all been told. But then there's a point in time where you got to sit down and be like, this is what the fuck happens when I do construction. This is what happens when I work in water or do a pool or do plumbing. This is what happens when I'm an electrician. And none of these attributes or none of these physics are according. None of them are according to the. So So in reality, when we save
So, like,
lives,
yeah, I get you.
if I
So,
want to
like,
save your
basically,
life,
what you're telling me is when
I
someone
want to
tells
save
you
your
something
life.
else, don't
Well,
listen to
listen,
them because you can do the
brother, hold
test
on a
yourself.
second.
You can
Hold on.
prove
If
it
I want to
yourself.
save your life, if I want to save your life, I'm going to go with fucking reality. I'm not going to hope gravity's going to help me. I'm not going to hope Coriolis is going to catch you and bring you to me. I'm going to grab your ass with my physical hands and bring you and lift you out the window when it's burning, and the fireman will carry you down the fucking thing on the shoulder and sit you down like a little sack of potatoes, okay? And that's physical. Do you understand? So the idea that reality is here in front of you, but everybody wants to look away from reality and look up somewhere to some fucking universe that they've never been to. They've been right here on Earth, everybody. That's it. All of us. And balls don't hold fucking water when they spin. Everything you demonstrate in lab is what you need to go with. And that's the winning argument. That's all we have.
Yeah.
Other than a fucking story.
It's a hard truth to swallow, right?
Yes. That there's things we don't know. We don't know what those twinkling things are. Brother, if we knew what those stars and shit were, you wouldn't have to dig down in Earth to know what it is. You just fucking look far away. You have to dig down in rocks to know the material. We don't dig down in fucking stars. Twinkling lights. A UFO comes in our backyard. We don't know what it is. Aliens. But we know what the fucking star is a billion miles away? No. No.
Hell no.
Yeah, but that is a different thing, David. You can maybe start thinking about, like, how come every year on my birthday the stars are back in the same position they were on the day that I was born. Like every day the stars just go in a little circle and they go right back to the same spot. Never moving. Yeah.
A circle is a flat thing, like a I want to get this picture out of their head of a sphere. A sphere is not 360, David. A hula hoop is. Or a quarter. Or a clock. Or a dartboard. And you can lay those all flat and stand on them and have fun and fucking do everything you want. Helium will rise from it, water will set on that dartboard. It's like you made yourself microscopic, cut little holes in it. You got your waters, your ponds, your rivers, your oceans. You got air going around. The water makes air circulate. Air makes the water circulate. And shit happens. Right? Volcanoes, shit smashes. Just shit reacts. And that's reality. High to low, hot to cold, positive, negative. That's the physical attribute of reality that we have here. Shit heats up, it turns to fucking gas. It melts. Shit freezes, it tries to solidify. But there's other things. Now there's always exceptions to the rule, like superconduction and other shit, right? But that's stuff we can physically tell you what's causing it. The temperature and the magnetism or the electrical continuity between the two.
Do you believe in other flat Earths out there or equivalent Earths? So in aliens? I know we can't ever reach them because the space between them doesn't exist, but you know.
This land is it, but there's more than what we know. Does it make sense there could be more continents out there that we don't know about? More countries or cities?
But beyond the ice wall?
Well, I don't know about an ice wall. I don't know.
I've never experienced it.
Yeah, I've never experienced an ice ball or an edge. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No thanks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've never experienced moving in a straight line and then encountering the same place again. Every time I've gone in a straight line in one direction, it's always been a new place, a new place, a new place.
Yes.
If you're putting forth the idea that might not occur, I've never experienced that. I don't know who has.
Yeah, when I drive down the highway, brother, I don't have to go forward to go back home. I go back the other way. If I go north, I go back south to get back. I go east, I go back west to get back. Like you can't go, you're not ever going to go forward, David, in a helicopter and then come back where you started from. If that's what you think. I mean, if that's what, people of the globe think, that's not possible. No one's ever done that. For one, you'd have to have 24,000 miles of fucking fuel. For two, you'd have to be able to know your flight route and not fly over any other fucking country. That's going to be. For three, you don't want to fly over any big portions of ocean, like Point Nemo. That's going to be hard. So you'll want to stay next to land. Then you'll have to know, everybody will have to know where you're going and how low you fly and call into all the runways and get clearance and all this other shit. And if you try to fly over, and if lo and behold, Japan's in your way to get forward, guess what? Probably can't do it. North Korea in your way, can't go forward. China in your way? Can't fly over China. Russia in your way? Can't do it. Israel? Iron wall, baby. Try it if you'd like. So, we are not, listen, man. The thing is, who the fuck is going to tell you the truth that's in control? Why the fuck would they tell anybody the truth of anything? Why would they? That would be stupid of them. How could they keep control? People always say, why would they lie?
Why doesn't like the scientific community and the government just say the truth for what it is?
National security. Because everybody would go in a fucking crazy frenzy. If they listen, if you really convince people tomorrow aliens were real, like, have you ever heard the call of '84? No. They had a fake radio station in '84, and it was an alien invasion. This guy read it off. He was reading the script, and he came on the radio station, and the radio station came through to everybody, and it was a joke, but the people didn't know. They thought the radio announcement was serious, that the aliens were invading Earth. And the guy read it off like aliens are attacking, they're invading. People were jumping off buildings, killing themselves, doing the dumbest fucking shit during this broadcast. And at the end of the broadcast, he told them it was fake. So the power of just a fucking radio sitting in your house and telling you some dumb shit will turn a whole country into a frenzy if these dumb fuckers believe everything that radio says. Or if they think it's the news, you know, the national news. Like, the news wouldn't lie, would they?
Yeah, the people criticizing the news wouldn't ever lie, would they?
I don't know. What are we getting paid to criticize a liar or to tell the truth? What do you get?
Yeah, so true. There's no market, and there's nothing to gain about doubting the official narrative.
No, there's
absolutely nothing to gain there.
We're telling the truth, snitch. You get called
so true, dude. Yeah, tell the truth, man.
No, where can you get the truth?
No one would ever lie to make money, right?
No, where can you get the truth? I want to know where you get the truth from now.
I get the truth? For what?
Yeah. What government? Of anything.
Of anything? I get the truth from different places depending on what I'm trying to figure out the truth for. So why don't you tell me what I'm trying to figure out the truth for?
I want to know the secret stash box of the president and Trump and the military Department of Defense. I want to know the secret stuff they're working on. The truth.
What are you talking about right now?
The truth, brother. We want the truth. Can we have some of that, liar?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Boxes in Donald Trump's office or whatever.
Do you have a magic spot?
Yo, I'm sure you know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a cult, man. What's the truth? Give him the truth.
No, dude, I'm just telling you guys the truth. I'm just saying, no one would ever lie to make money by going against the official narrative. That would never happen.
Why are you a liar right now, stupid?
What do you mean?
The fuck do you mean?
Wait, what do you mean? Did you just say that I was lying about that? No, dude, no one would ever lie. No one would ever lie.
Truth. Say truth.
Say truth. There you go.
Say you will tell the truth the next sentence you say.
I'm going to tell the truth the next sentence I say.
Where can you find the truth at from the government?
I don't know.
Are you gay?
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah,
Where can I find the truth at in the government?
Yeah. Where do we Google the truth? Where do we find the fucking truth of everything?
You Google the truth? That's what you do?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You don't know what you do to find the truth?
No, I only find lies. Like you.
Yeah,
liars like
right.
you.
Yeah, dude, sounds about right.
If I call the government, they won't tell me.
You only find lies. I like that. I like that. The flat earthers are now vocally admitting that they only find lies.
Well, I don't know. Go find out.
I like the honesty. There you go, man.
Why are you hurting? Calm down, dude. You are hurting right now.
What are you talking about, man? Dude, why are you lying right now? Stop lying.
You're spiraling. Stop spiraling, please.
Yo, I'm sorry, guys. Y'all gotta stop lying.
You're having
right now. Dude, take after the guy who just admitted all you guys find are lies. Just take after him.
Yeah, shut up, Trump.
What are you doing, guy?
Yeah, I don't know. Dude, he's asking me where I can find the truth in the government. I don't even know what that question means.
What are you doing?
I'm
You're
sorry.
yelling.
I don't know what that means.
Shut the
You're
fuck up.
screaming into the void.
Yeah, you
No,
are,
I'm not
bro.
screaming into the void. I'm telling
Yes,
you,
yes,
the
you are.
You
question
obviously are.
was,
You're about to
where
call
do you
that
find the truth in the government? And I'm just
You don't
telling
know
you,
what
I
the
don't
truth is?
know what that question means.
You don't know what
No
the
one
truth
cares
is?
about your bullshit conversation. Like
It's literally the
you have
conversation that's
nothing to
happening in the
offer.
room, and
You're
you are
confused
talking
why
to me
people
about it.
lie.
You
He's
very
lying.
obviously
Yes.
care about it.
You think Trump is lying? It's okay. Like maybe he is.
I've
Like
never
it's
once
not a
brought
big
up
deal.
Trump.
Get over it.
I've never once
Get
brought up
over it.
Trump. You
It's
keep on
okay. It's
projecting
okay.
your
Get
own
over it.
whatever stuff onto me,
Calm
and that's
down.
fine. You
Calm
can lie
down.
all
You're
you want,
spreading.
but
Did
everybody
you just
knows
take your
that you're lying.
Adderall? Like,
So,
calm down. Your Adderall is like you're
dude, you
peaking
got to
right now.
relax, dude.
You're
You
at a
keep
10.
on
You need to
making
go
up
to a
lie
5.
after
Okay?
lie. It's
Calm
embarrassing, and we're
down.
all looking down on you for it. But that's
Calm
okay.
down.
You're used to
It's
that.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
Trump's
dude,
told a
it's okay.
lie.
You can
It's
keep on
gonna be
lying.
okay.
Everybody knows you're a
It's
dishonest
okay.
person your
Calm
entire life. Your
down.
parents knew it. Your
Calm
teachers knew
down.
it. Your friends knew
So can
it.
you be honest
You're
about water?
screaming into the
That's
void.
why you're in
Who are you
here
really
with
mad at?
people
Who are you
saying
really
that all
mad
they
at?
do is lie.
Who really harmed you? Like, what are you
I'm
really
just
mad
telling
about?
you right now. I'm just telling you
Tell us
right
what
now,
you're really
okay?
mad about. You're
Everybody
coming in all hot
knows
and
that you're
heavy. You're really
dishonest.
mad.
Everybody has in
You're
your
very
entire life has
upset.
always known that.
Everybody's
It's
lying
okay.
to you.
I know that you are used to
Everybody
it by
lied to
now,
you.
but there is a
Okay. I'm
virtue in
sorry that
shame.
happened to you. Can
I
you get
need you to
over it?
come to God. I need you to understand that shame is a
Okay.
virtue and that you need to feel a lot of
Okay.
it right now, okay, little guy?
All right, let's play the
Okay.
quiet game. Who can do it?
Hell yeah,
Do you
brother.
feel better? Do you
Why
feel
is
better
all of this
yet?
happening, Flatsy Klein? Because I was asked the bizarre question of,
He's
quote,
very
how do
upset.
you
Somebody
find
made him
truth in
very
the
upset in his
government?
day today, and he
And I
came
have
on
no
here to
idea
take
what
it
that
out on
question
everybody.
means. And
He's
now,
very
because
sad.
I said I don't know what that question means, they're saying I'm spurging out because these people are very unserious. That is your answer.
But you are spurging.
Okay, you're calm.
I just
You
told
calm
you
down
I don't know what
a
that
significant
question
amount.
means.
Good
If that's
job.
spurging to you,
Do you
then
want to have
maybe
a
you need to take Adderall.
calm down? Do you want to have a conversation about the topic of the room?
With literally anybody besides you, because you're insufferable.
Why do you think?
Yes.
Why do you think that the Earth is a globe? Why don't you start
I
there?
don't know why they're short circuiting, Ranger. It's very strange.
Why don't you start? Where does the glob come from? Do you know how the glob is derived?
I don't know what a glob is.
Okay, well then I guess you have nothing to offer here. Good
You're right.
job.
I have absolutely nothing to offer as a
You
response
don't
to
have
what is
anything
the
to
glob.
offer anyone.
Yep,
You
you're
have
right. I have nothing to offer in
anyone.
response to what is
You
the
have
glob.
nothing to offer anyone. You
Yep.
can't figure out what a word means.
Yeah.
You're just very confused. You're confounded
Yeah.
by very small terms.
Yeah.
Not even a big
So
word.
Would
you
you
tell me
say,
what the glob is.
Trump, would you
You don't know
say
what a
that
glob is. Okay.
the truth is like I mean going back to try to get it a little bit like centered, would you say the truth is relative or absolute truth exists?
Oh, of course absolute truth exists.
Okay. So now the absolute truth would be objective. Now the earth
Now,
can't be
I'm sorry. I need to get into the break to answer this before I go on to a different conversation. Into the break. What is the glob?
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. So then
Glob. You know a globular?
globe.
I want you to tell me what the glob is, because I've already told you I have
it's a
no
glob.
idea what the glob is.
It's a glob.
Globe.
Yeah, so what's a glob? You keep on saying the word. I'm asking you what it is.
No, glob. Specifically glob, not globe.
Yeah, what is
That's
it?
stupid. A globe would be a perfect circle, right? A perfect
What
sphere.
is a glob?
Not a globe. A glob.
See how I can't answer the question, guys?
Yeah, a lumpy globe, but that's not a globe.
What is a glob?
So a lumpy.
Can you answer that
That makes
or not?
sense. He did. I didn't know what it meant, and then he just said, "No, a globe would be a perfect sphere. A glob is like lumpy and bumpy and kind of shitty, like a glob."
No, he never answered the question. He said a globe would be a perfect sphere.
Yeah, that's how
That's
I
what
got.
he said, but he never answered what a glob is. Now I want to know what a glob is.
You're a glob.
He only wants to talk to you now.
Into the break. Will you answer the question or not? Just tell us.
Globular.
Will you answer the question, or are you going to run away like a scared little bitch that you are? What's the answer? Come on, dude.
It's okay. You don't understand what glob means. It's okay.
Okay. All right, we know the answer. He ran away like the scared little bitch that he is. That's fine. Now we can move away from that scared little bitch.
Globular. What's wrong? Why are you upset when I say glob? What are you so upset about? You're upset. I said glob. You're like freaking out. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. First he didn't want to talk to you, then he only wanted to talk to you about the globe or glob. I don't know. Maybe that's what he
It's
wants to get
because
into.
people try to have genuine conversations about the topic, and you guys
Oh,
get
shut up,
involved.
Cal! You freaking nut!
Well, it got involved. You heard?
I can't hear you. Yeah, I couldn't.
These
I
poor
couldn't hear you,
people,
Cal.
and you guys devolved it into what a glob means.
Do you not know what a Callie? Do you not know what a glob is?
Everyone knows what a glob is. The
Like a
fact that you
water
want to
glob? Yeah,
involve
everybody knows what
water
a glob
doesn't
is,
mean
right? Okay, there you go.
it's a
Everybody knows what a
devolving
glob
of the
is. There you
conversation. I was in the middle of a sentence, dude. You fucking retard.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I guess it does take away, like, the guys who were kind of like philosophical about the Earth being a globe, where it's a perfect sphere and a sphere is the perfect shape, and all things, would be like a universe, would be like a unified thing, which would be, equidistant, everything equal, being a sphere, being a globe. I guess calling it a glob, or it does kind of like ruin their beautiful philosophy.
Yeah, like you're supposed to have respect for their demonic religious symbol. No, thank you.
I like the video. You ever seen the video of the cloud patterns where they show this is a demon? Like I think it's too big for me to share it, but you ever seen that one? Where you fold over the globe.
No, show me that.
Let me see if I can find it. I know I have it, but let me see if it's
Flat Earth is the real
I would
de
just say it would
facto
be
symbol.
the excuse would be like whatever that is where you see faces. The
Flat
term's
Earth is
escaping
the
me. Callie,
so
calm down. You're like flat earthers. There's no such thing as a flat earther, dude. Get over it.
So
You're
you have
screaming
seen
into the void.
you have seen the demon face thing. Then I don't have to look for it.
I was saying, if you believe flat Earth and you believe that
Pareidolia
someone
was
has
the term I was
successfully deceived
where you
the
see
entire
faces like in
population in believing that Earth is a globe. So technically, Satan rules the world in the flat Earth worldview.
Callie, is it just me? Is it just me, or can anybody even understand what it's saying?
So
Your
you're all
mic is
Satan.
abysmal, Callie. I can't even interpret what you're saying.
You're a Satan.
Fix your mic.
Yes, it is a bad connection. I said it to you earlier. It's still kind of bad. Sound like you're saying the globe is satanic or something. I don't know. I mean, I agree. I agree that it is. Listen, I think it's like a big joke. Like these guys were like, listen, truth is objective, just kind of like I brought up with the other guy. But if we fool everybody into thinking that the truth is subjective, meaning our own perception is what is true, and enough people get together, we can create our own truth. So everybody will have their own truth. And then the thing that makes it so that truth is objective is that it would have to be like an object. Like what's the object of truth? And that object would be like God, right? So like that would be the ultimate non-contingent being that makes things true and gives truth value to all claims and all propositions. So they then take the numbers and the math. This is just my speculation, right? But and that I think is kind of like a funny troll. So they take the numbers, the math, the radius, and they say, well, the Earth is the Cancer Capricorn circles are 66.6 degrees from here, and the Earth rotates at 66.6 here, and 666 here, 666 there, 33 divided by this times this. The whole list of shit that they do, as almost like a litmus test to then be like, well, listen, here you go. I got you kind of like on the fence. Are you too afraid to go forward, or are you going to
What I
stop?
was saying was,
What?
Dude, I was saying,
I don't know who's lagging.
Flat Earth, low key, de facto.
What's up, Space Bud? Spaceman.
Flat Earth is the
Man, don't even talk to me. I've already talked to you before. I'm just here to listen to you idiots.
You
So,
did not.
talk away.
I tried to stick up for you, Spaceman, earlier. I said,
You
leave this
tried
guy
to,
alone.
but that Gregory guy fucking wouldn't stop talking, then muted me, so.
Yeah.
What's the point of sticking around if somebody's just going to mute me when I say something they don't like?
Yeah, well, he gets passionate.
Oh. Yeah, well, now he's in the fucking. He was just in a different chat that I joined too. He's in the fucking atheist helpline chat or some shit. And I just got muted from there too. So.
Well, he's trying. I mean, he thinks he's doing a good thing, you know.
Yeah, well,
I must say.
He's just he's a little long-winded.
That's a good thing. Well, yeah, well, he could talk less. Yeah, because I feel like we were trying to get to the crux of the issue I was bringing up before, but you know, he literally just sat there and said I was a bad faith retard that didn't understand what he was saying, even though I can understand what he's saying, but he was just speaking in literal circles that made no sense. So
No, you really
according
didn't
to
know
him,
what he was
everybody's
saying.
talking to him is stupid, and they have to be explained and crayon drawings as to how they don't understand what he's trying to say.
Uh-huh. Well, you didn't understand what he was saying. You couldn't rebut him. You couldn't even follow along in the conversation.
Oh, Into the Break is talking? Ooh, I remember this guy from the chat. He just slings insults. What's he trying to say? Let me unmute this guy real quick. Hold on. Go ahead, Into the Break. What are you trying to say?
You can't mute
Hi,
people because
Glover.
then one of the mods will definitely mute them.
Yeah, but you can turn down the volume of people talking and not hear them. So
Yeah, I think you just turn down the volume of everybody who talks in here, and then you just think that you can run conversations over top of them. That's what I think.
Well, I've muted you. I've been in this chat before. I muted you like weeks ago when I was in here for the first time. So you're not. You actually are special. So.
Oh wow, you're special.
Oh, thanks.
Well, I mean, to your earliest questions, like from way back in the chat, 'cause I'm not going to be on that much longer, but your earliest questions were like, well, we have air pressure. What's the antecedent for pressure is container, is containment, and then it's like, okay, well, we have air pressure gradients, right? And then there is, if you what's the cause of gradients of air pressure, and the answer, or the thing that you can at least manipulate to show it to be the case, is temperature. So I mean, these things are just what they are. So you got
Yeah, but if temperature rises, you don't equalize pressure at different altitudes. So the higher you go in altitude, air pressure doesn't equalize depending on temperature.
Well, yeah. I mean, if the sun was sitting in the sky, never moving, maybe we'd have to see like what happens with that. But I can't do that. But
but if we're talking, because temperature also drops at altitude, so air pressure at sea level is not the same as air pressure at 15,000 degrees, no matter the temperature.
Correct.
If and but.
Yeah. So there's a thing.
That's an observable fact, not if and but.
No, that's what you say. If and but.
Yeah, the sun imparts its energy to the organic material in the ground, on the ground, above the ground, and the energy imparted into these materials then it'll vibrate, react, interact, and go up and down, from that energy. So I mean that's just what we like.
Is oxygen considered an organic material?
Maybe.
I don't think it is.
Yes. What do you mean?
What's it come from?
Well, it comes from, what is it? It's O2, so it's two oxygen molecules, right? Or, yeah, I think it's O2.
Shit, I've never seen any of that. Don't ask me.
I mean, what is that? What does that mean?
Oxygen molecules in itself, oxygen molecules in and of itself are not organic molecules.
Well, what do you think the answer? I mean, what do you think the answer is, so that it affirms a globe that the oxygen is heavier, gets pulled down by gravity? Like, what do you think the answer is for oxygen?
Well, do you think heavier molecules, but photosynthesis? Sorry, go ahead into the break.
Do you think photosynthesis is an organic process?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, yeah, I think it is like carbon monoxide, oxygen.
I was asking him where it comes from. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's the combination of two elements, so that's where it comes from.
Elements of what, dude? Elements of their self from their self only?
It's
from nothing, huh?
Well, hold on. Give me a sec.
I mean, I like magic nothing elements coming together from nothing.
Okay, so it's it's two oxygen atoms held together by a covalent bond, so it's O2.
Huh?
O2. Two atoms don't have to bond together through
two atoms.
Well, do you not know what an atom is?
Hell no, not unless you mail me one.
I'm confused. Are you trying to make a joke?
Yeah, me too.
Do you legitimately
you not know what
understand
mailing people stuff is? You don't know what the mail is, the post office, envelopes. What the fuck are you talking about? You're confused. With the mail?
Okay, so can I talk to No Tanks, because this other guy's a fucking idiot too.
This guy's confused.
No Tanks, what's your
he's referring to the fact that the atomic model is a conceptual model. That's all.
A what model?
It's a concept. The atomic model, H's and fucking O's and
So
twos.
a concept agreed upon by many experts.
By
but
who? I
except
don't give
for
a
you
fuck
guys
about
saying
your
it's not
religion.
true.
So you agree on a religion of concept.
Religion?
Religion.
What the fuck?
You and five guys agreeing.
What the fuck?
You agreeing on your fucking religion of a gas concept, religious gas boy.
Hey, No Tanks, can I talk to you, because these guys are actually retarded?
Your religion's retarded. Your fucking atom religion's pretty retarded, if you ask me, dude. Believer.
So oxygen is based on a religion. How do you breathe then?
What the fuck?
Based on the flat Earth model, how do you
breathe oxygen? I don't breathe oxygen, you stupid bitch.
Oh, what do you breathe then, you fucking stupid bitch?
Give me 100% of oxygen right now.
What do you breathe? What do you breathe,
I want
bitch?
some oxygen from you, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up and tell me what you breathe, bitch.
Fight over the internet on Discord.
If not O2, what do you breathe? Shut the fuck up and answer.
100% oxygen. I don't want magic fucking numbers out of your worthless mouth.
Oh my god. Okay, so No Thanks. Can I talk to you only?
And no gas, no oxygen now, huh?
So, what's the point here?
He
Well,
was
I don't know,
teaching
because apparently it's
atoms
religious
and
bullshit.
molecules and gases when he doesn't know what oxygen or
Then what do you
hydrogen
breathe?
is.
Dude, what do you breathe, bitch? Then what do you breathe, you fucking idiot?
Not what you breathe.
I know, right?
I breathe in electrical continuity. I don't know about
Man,
you.
I wish I could hallucinate as much as you, depending on what you breathe in.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Look it up in
That'd
the
probably make my life more important. Okay, so what do you breathe in? Explain it to me. Like I'm 5 years old. Explain it to me.
You are an electrical biological entity known as an EBE to the government, or a fucking alien, or an illegal
What's an
alien.
EBE? What is an EBE?
An electrical biological entity, which is every fucking thing that's alive. Stupid. Shut the fuck up and learn something one day of your life.
So if I set off an EMP near a bunch of humans, they would all die instantly because they all run off electricity.
Or electrical, amoebas, little fucking things that are real. If they are real and they crawl around, anything that moves, it is an EBE, motherfucker.
Yeah, I feel like you failed science class in middle school, and now you're just trying to get back at your middle school.
No, I feel like I'm trying to teach you. No, I'm trying to reteach you what you couldn't learn.
You're trying to reteach me. Interesting.
Yeah, about electricity. You're breathing in electrical.
If only you could be intelligent when you're trying to teach somebody, it would probably hold more.
You push the air back out. You don't keep it in, stupid bitch. Take the smallest amount of air you can.
Go ahead and why don't you go ahead and cite me a source for the EBE.
My source is you.
Cite me a scientific paper as far as EBEs are concerned.
If you shut up, I'm going to show you slow mo. Breathe the small.
Cite me a paper. You don't have to talk to link me a source to what you're trying to say.
Shut up. So,
Yo, Gregory's back. Holy shit! All right, I'm out. Have fun jerking yourselves off. Fuck you, Gregory. You little bitch.
so you got to breathe in the smallest amount, just a little amount, right? The
He's gone.
smallest you can. I know that. Shut up. So you breathe in the smallest amount.
You shut up.
This is for the audience. Shut your cocksuckers, you little whore. Listen.
You're cocksuckers? I don't
Yeah,
have
you
cocksuckers.
bitch. You fucking retard bitch. Shut your fucking retarded mouth while I'm talking, cunt. Now, so I was talking before you got in the room.
Why do Maz let this go on like for so long?
What you're supposed to do is take the because the audience wants to know about electrical fucking shit that you breathe. You're not breathing in the gas. You push it right back out.
It's ridiculous. What the hell is that? This is garbage radio.
Trash ass.
Hey, Payne. They just sitting on the internet just bickering like little girls, getting nowhere. Stop.
Exactly.
Stop now.
That's typical flat Earth behavior.
Well, it's not typical flat Earth behavior. It's typical DMOC behavior and typical spaceman behavior.
So have you guys concluded that seeing the sun go 360 degrees around you over a 24-hour period no longer is proof that the Earth isn't flat?
Say again? That was awkward.
It was trying to prevent the bullshit. So are you guys pretending that seeing that sun go around, you know, in Antarctica, that's not sufficient? That's not enough for you guys to agree that the Earth is a globe?
Why would we have to pretend that a weak inductive appeal is sufficient to verify unverified and falsified geodesic premise?
Because none of what you just said is accurate.
That's not a very logically
You guys have well, your reply is filled with a lot of presumption and a lot of supposition. So the concept is that the way that the stars and the sun and the moon move, it varies from latitude to latitude, and that is aligned with a globe.
Okay, that also aligns, whatever you mean by aligns, with a horizontal surface also. So what's the point?
No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not align with the horizontal surface. Because the position of the sun for simultaneous viewers is not aligning with the horizontal surface.
Okay, you're repeating your conclusion to support your conclusion. You're begging the question.
No, I'm repeating my conclusion to reiterate it more clearly. It's to say to you, if I'm in position one, you're in position
your answer
two.
was to
Let me finish explaining.
You're begging the question.
No, it's not. No, it's reaffirming. It's reaffirming it clearly, and I'm explaining it. You're interrupting my ability to explain it to ask over and over. So what happens is you're in position.
Why do you?
Hopefully, you'll hear me even though you're interrupting.
And then you repeated the conclusion.
Position one,
begging the question.
Position two, and position three, and even position four. It doesn't matter how many positions. When multiple people in different positions are looking at the same object, they should be able to point and see it at the same location. That's common sense. On your flat model, you can't. Not for the stars, not for the sun, not for the moon.
And your deductive argument to prove that concluding premise is what?
Is that we're not on a flat plane. And yes, that is quite a deductive argument. And it's valid.
Just begging the question.
No, there's no question to beg. If you're using a deductive argument,
non sequitur.
If you're deducting, no, it's not sequitur. It's in sequence. It is very much in sequence.
Just stop trying to dominate
if multiple people are viewing the same object from different perspectives,
reply now. Stop.
Their destination of that object should be in the same name location.
Extenuating your reply.
So
I'm going to reply now.
I think we're all set here. You have a good one.
Stop extenuating your reply. Yeah, that's all they do. They just try to extenuate their replies, trying to suppress the possibility of someone replying to them. It's a terrible argument.
Yeah.
So not only is it begging the question as to the question of is the surface of the Earth horizontal or not, your assertion is that it's not possible to see what we observe above a horizontal surface. Didn't give any argument whatsoever. Didn't give any series of supporting premises, not even two or more, with any rule of inference to indicate that it is necessarily true that you cannot see what we see in the celestial sphere, quote unquote, above a horizontal plane. Not one. Can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. Don't sit up here and just stay in the kitchen screaming and whining that you can't stand the heat and be belligerently ignorant against the people saying get out the kitchen if you don't know how to cook. This cannot happen. Okay, what's your deductive argument? Oh, because I'm a scientist zealot, that's why it can't happen. Anyone who wants to engage in good faith in here can easily do so. Yep, what you said is true, Ego. Yeah. It's really indicative of deplorable character when the majority of their interactions in the channel is just insolent, disrespectful behavior. Vast majority of the time when they're not being insolently combative. It's just silence from them. It's either insolent, combative non-arguments in their piss-poor attempt to engage in argumentation, or silence. Very rarely do you come across someone the likes of Zitsui, to his credit. I commend him for his decent behavior.
What happened? Why is he muted?
Why is anybody muted?
The penny guy. I always like listening to him. But he's muted.
He might just come online, so I've no idea. New idea.